Forever by Maggie Stiefvater, Grace had officially hit rock bottom, werewolf by night, trash-digging nudist by day. There I stood, human again, blinking in the sunlight at the edge of Boundary Wood, a sprawling wilderness that stretched for miles. Perfect for sprinting through on 4 paws, not so great when you're barefoot, disoriented, and missing a wardrobe. Minnesota spring had blessed me with a rare, warm day, but the sunshine did little to ease the aftermath of shifting. Every joint ached like I'd been stretched and crumpled like a discarded fast food wrapper. My skin prickled, my ears buzzed, and my brain felt stuffed with cotton. The worst part? The nagging déjà vu. This wasn't my first rodeo, just the latest in a string of mornings waking up confused, sore, and surrounded by shredded garbage bags. A breeze carried the scent of suburban life, laundry detergent, freshly cut grass, and the faint hum of a car passing nearby. Through the trees, I spotted the backs of cookie-cutter houses. One of them, a faded blue bungalow, had clearly been my unwitting breakfast sponsor. Half-eaten leftovers and torn wrappers littered the ground. I swallowed hard, refusing to dwell on what exactly I'd been snacking on as a wolf. Fragments of memory flickered, yellow eyes, calloused fingers laced with mine, the rumble of an old truck's engine. But the name? Gone. How do you forget that? The frustration burned, but I shoved it down. Survival first, existential crises later. I had 2 choices: slink back into the woods and pray my wolf side took over soon, unlikely, given how stubbornly human I felt, or march up to that blue house and beg for help. Option 2 came with risks, like explaining why I was naked, covered in dirt, and possibly sporting raccoon-level breath. Then it hit me. Sam. The name surfaced like a life raft. If I could just hold on to that, maybe the rest would follow. The memories crashed over me all at once. His name, the way his hands cradled a guitar, the low murmur of his voice reciting poetry against my skin. The curve of his collarbone in dim light, the careful way he turned book pages. The bookstore's faded blue walls, the resolutions we'd scribbled together, the warmth of his breath on my pillow. And then the rest: Rachel, Isabel, Olivia. Tom Culpepper tossing a dead wolf at our feet. My parents, the fight in their kitchen, the wolf clawing its way out of me as I screamed about Sam. Packing my bag and running to Beck's house. The taste of blood in my throat. Grace Brisbane, all of it lost when I was a wolf. And soon I'd lose it again. My knees hit the dirt before I realized I was falling. I hugged my bare legs, nails digging into my skin as a spider skittered over my foot. Above me, birds chirped like nothing had changed. Sunlight flickered through the leaves, painting the ground in gold and shadow. The wind carried the scent of fresh earth and new growth, the forest humming along without me. Nature didn't care that I was here, small and shattered, a human-shaped question mark in the middle of the woods. Then the breeze shifted, and suddenly cheese biscuits. Rich, buttery, unmistakable. My stomach growled before my brain caught up. Someone nearby was baking, and my wolf instincts latched onto the scent like a lifeline. That's when I saw it, a clothesline strung beside a brick rambler, sheets and dresses flapping in the wind. One, a floral sundress with a tie waist, might actually fit. Stealing it felt wrong. This wasn't some abandoned hoodie. It was someone's good dress, probably hand-washed, hung with care. The socks and underwear pinned beside it hinted at a life without a dryer, someone who couldn't afford to lose a single thing. But what choice did I have? Naked, half-wild, with mercy falls a haze of hope in my mind. I'll bring it back, I lied to myself, creeping closer. The biscuit smell thickened, taunting me. Whoever lived here was definitely home, maybe just beyond the kitchen window. A neighbor could be watching. But the dress swayed, almost beckoning, and the wolf in me whispered, "Take it. Run." I hesitated. Was this who I was now? The kind of person who stole from strangers just to survive? The wind tossed the answer back at me. Along with another whiff of those damn biscuits, the backyard of my unfortunate target looked like every other yard near Boundary Wood, cluttered with the usual suburban debris. Rusty tomato cages leaned against a fence, and a homemade barbecue pit sat abandoned, its charcoal long gone cold. A tangled mess of TV antenna wires snaked across the grass, leading to nothing. A push mower peeked out from under a faded blue tarp, and a cracked plastic kiddie pool held what looked like a science experiment gone wrong. The lawn chairs, draped in tacky sunflower print covers, weren't exactly ideal hiding spots. But hey, if these people were oblivious enough to let a wolf rummage through their trash, maybe they wouldn't notice a half-naked girl swiping a dress off their clothesline. I hesitated for a second, wishing I were back in school stressing over a calculus test instead of this mess. Then, before I could second-guess myself, I bolted across the yard. A yappy little dog nearby erupted into frantic barks as I snatched the first dress I could reach. In a blur, I was back in the woods, clutching the damp fabric to my chest, my pulse hammering in my ears. The dress was a lightweight blue floral, totally wrong for the chilly weather, and way too big. I had to knot the back just to keep it from sliding off. Next, I snagged a pair of clogs from another porch. One had a nasty surprise stuck to the heel. No wonder they'd been tossed outside. Now, at least, I looked like I belonged. Sort of. Using my wolf senses, I mapped out the area in my mind, sharper than any human vision could manage. Still, I had no clue where I was, just that Mercy Falls was nowhere close. My genius plan: get out before someone recognized their missing wardrobe. Find a landmark before these clogs gave me blisters. Then, somehow, get back to Sam. Not exactly foolproof, but it was all I had. Chapter 2, Isabel Tuesdays were my personal countdown. 3 left until summer break. 7 since Grace vanished from the hospital. 55 until graduation and my escape from Mercy Falls, Minnesota. 6 since I'd last seen Cole St. Clair. Tuesdays were also guaranteed fight nights in the Culpepper house. Not that we needed a schedule. Any day could explode. But Tuesdays, those were a sure thing. It had been nearly a year since my brother Jack passed away, and after a brutal family argument that shook the house, complete with my mom threatening divorce, my dad finally agreed to go back to group therapy with us. So every Wednesday became this weirdly polished routine. Mom doused in her fancy perfume, Dad actually putting his phone down for once, and me crammed in the back of his massive blue SUV, trying to ignore the lingering scent of something vaguely canine. Therapy days were like a ceasefire, everyone on their best behavior. We'd grab dinner in St. Paul, maybe hit the mall or catch a movie, and for a few hours we almost felt normal. But by Tuesday, total chaos. Screaming matches, slammed doors. I made it a habit to disappear before the storm hit. This week, though, I hesitated too long. After school, I debated calling my friends Taylor and Madison, but last weekend's trip to Duluth still haunted me. We'd blown way too much cash, $200 on shoes for Mom, still untouched at the foot of her bed. $100 on a shirt that fit weirdly at home, and some random guys whose names I barely remembered, except one started with a J, maybe. The whole thing felt pointless, so instead, I defaulted to my usual escape, driving my SUV to some abandoned lot, blasting music, and pretending I was anywhere else. Back in California, I'd had endless ways to avoid home, back when I didn't even need them. Now, all I wanted was to call Grace, wander downtown, or just crash on her couch while she did homework. But that wasn't an option anymore. I stood frozen in the hallway, phone in hand, when suddenly Dad bounded down the stairs just as Mom emerged from the living room. I was caught in the crossfire. Then the impossible happened. Dad ruffled my hair and said, "Hey, pumpkin," Pumpkin, I blinked. It was like we'd rewound a year. He moved past me, all confidence, pausing to kiss Mom on the cheek. "What have you done with my parents?" I muttered. The air felt charged, like the calm before a storm. Or maybe, just maybe, the storm was finally passing. "Ha!" Dad chuckled, his tone almost cheerful, if you ignored the edge underneath. "Do me a favor and throw on something that actually covers your stomach before Marshall shows up. Unless you'd rather be upstairs pretending to do homework." Mom shot me a look that screamed I knew this would happen, even though she hadn't said a word about my outfit when I walked in. "Wait, Congressman Marshall?" I asked. Dad had plenty of old college buddies who'd climbed the political ladder, but he hadn't bothered with most of them since Jack died. The stories about them always came out after a few drinks, especially the one about Marshall. "You mean Mushroom Marshall, the guy who hooked up with Mom before you did?" "Mr. Landy to you," Dad corrected, already halfway out of the room, sounding more amused than annoyed. "And show some respect to your mother." Mom trailed after him, and for the first time in forever, I heard her laugh. On a Tuesday, something was off. "Why's he even coming over?" I demanded, following them into the kitchen. The counter was split, one side loaded with snacks, the other buried under legal pads and folders. "You still haven't changed," Mom pointed out. "I'm leaving," I said, the decision hitting me right then. Dad's friends were unbearable, all smug jokes and zero actual humor. "Seriously, what's Marshall here for?" "Mr. Landy," Dad repeated. "Just catching up and discussing some legal matters." I drifted toward the paperwork, my stomach twisting when I spotted the word wolves scrawled everywhere. A year ago, seeing this would have felt like justice, payback for what they did to Jack. Now, just dread. "This is about the Minnesota wolf protections, isn't it?" "Not for long," Dad said, way too pleased. "Landy's got a plan, might wipe out the whole pack." That's why he was in such a good mood. Because they were plotting to slaughter the wolves. Like that would fix anything. Grace was out there in those woods right now. He had no idea, but he was talking about killing her. "Awesome," I deadpanned. "I'm gone." "Where?" Mom asked, pausing mid-chip bag rip. They had enough food to host a Senate subcommittee. "Madison's," she arched a brow. "Are you actually going to Madison's or just saying that because you know I won't check?" "Fine," I snapped. "Kenny's, and I'll drag along whoever's free. Happy." "Thrilled," Mom said dryly. That's when I noticed. She was wearing the shoes I'd bought her. The ones she never wore. New detail. The shoes, a small, unexpected sign that maybe, just maybe, she cared more than she let on. The whole situation left me unsettled in a way I couldn't quite explain. There was Mom and Dad grinning like everything was fine, her in those shiny new shoes, and me sitting there wondering if they were about to ruin everything by pulling out a rifle and taking aim at my best friend. My stomach twisted as I grabbed my backpack and bolted outside to my SUV. The air inside was thick and stale, but I didn't start the engine, just sat there gripping my phone, torn between what I knew I should do and what I actually wanted. 6 weeks. That's how long it had been since I'd spoken to Sam. Maybe he'd answer. Maybe I could finally say what I needed to. No, scratch that. I had to talk to him. Because if Congressman Marshall Landy and my dad got their way during their late-night junk food strategy sessions, things were about to go south fast. No choice. I clenched my jaw, dialed Beck's number, and held my breath. Duh, that voice. Instantly familiar, and suddenly my nerves weren't just whispering, they were screaming. Not Sam. My own voice came out colder than I meant it to. "Cole, it's me." A beat, then. Oh, click. Chapter 3. Grace by the time I stumbled across the first sign of civilization. My stomach had been growling so loud it felt like a personal timekeeper. Ben's Fish and Tackle loomed ahead, a grimy gray box of a building, half buried in the trees like it had sprouted from the swampy earth around it. The parking lot was a minefield of potholes filled with murky slush, forcing me to pick my way carefully toward the door. A sign by the knob announced U-Haul key drop-offs around back. Another advertised beagle puppies, 2 males, 1 female. My fingers curled around the handle, but I hesitated. Story first. Always. There was a chance they'd recognize me, and that thought hit like a jolt. How long had I been gone? In a town like Mercy Falls, where a backed-up sewer line counted as breaking news, my disappearance might have made headlines. Steeling myself, I pushed inside and immediately regretted it. The heat was oppressive, the air thick with the stench of sweat and something vaguely fishy. I weaved past shelves crammed with fishing gear, rat poison, and bubble wrap until I reached the counter. Behind it, a wiry old man hunched over, his striped shirt clinging to him like a second skin. He straightened with a grunt, squinting at me through smudged glasses. Racks of packing tape dangled from the pegboard behind him. I fought the urge to gag. "Here for the trucks," he rasped. I forced a smile. "Actually, no." Pausing for effect, I let my shoulders slump just enough to sell it. "My friend and I just had a massive fight. She literally kicked me out of her car. So now I'm stranded. Any chance I could borrow your phone?" He stared, and for a second I wondered if I looked as rough as I felt. Mud-streaked, hair a disaster. I smoothed it down self-consciously. His frown deepened. "What now?" I launched into the story again, careful to keep the details straight, layering on the helplessness. This had to work the weight of the situation pressed down on me. I must have looked downright pitiful standing there. The old man behind the counter squinted at me like I was some lost puppy, which honestly wasn't far from the truth. "Phone?" I asked, forcing a hopeful smile. "Just need to call someone for a ride." He scratched his stubble, considering. "Long distance." I hesitated. No idea if Mercy Falls counted as long distance, but I nodded anyway. "Yeah, Mercy Falls." He let out a non-committal grunt, then glanced toward the back where his wife's cackling laughter echoed through the store. "She's hogging the line right now," he muttered. "But when she's done, you can use it." "Thanks," I said, then added quickly. "Mind telling me where we are, so my boyfriend knows where to find me?" The man rubbed his chin. 2 miles outside Burnside. Burnside. A solid half-hour drive from home, all winding back roads. The thought of wandering that far without realizing it sent a chill down my spine, like I'd been sleepwalking through the woods. Before I could dwell on it, the man sniffed the air and frowned. "You got something on your shoe, kid. Smells like dog crap." I glanced down, feigning surprise. "Oh, yeah, must have stepped in something." His wife's laughter erupted again, sharp and grating. "She'll be a while," he warned, clearly eager to get back to whatever he'd been doing before I showed up. Taking the hint, I wandered off, pretending to browse the dusty shelves. Fishing lures, a deer head sporting a ridiculous pink cap, even a row of fake owls meant to scare off birds. This place had it all. My stomach twisted as I spotted a bin of live mealworms in the corner. Whether it was disgust or the creeping dread of another shift coming on, I couldn't tell. The door creaked open, and a guy in a John Deere cap strolled in, exchanging gruff hellos with the shopkeeper. I fiddled with a neon-orange hunting collar, half listening, until their conversation snagged my attention. "Something's gotta be done," John Deere said, voice low. "One of 'em snatched a whole trash bag off my porch this morning. Wife thought it was a stray dog, but I saw the tracks, too damn big." My breath hitched. Wolves, they were talking about us. I ducked lower, pretending to inspect bags of dog food on the bottom shelf. The shopkeeper grunted. "Heard Culpepper's trying to organize something." John Deere scoffed. Like last time, that was a joke, barely ruffled their fur. Fishing licenses really cost this much now. "Yep," the old man replied. "But that ain't what he's planning. He's aiming for what they did in Idaho." A fresh wave of unease rolled over me. Whatever Idaho meant, it couldn't be good the whir of helicopters and the word assassins hung in the air. No, not assassins. Sharpshooters, that was it. Someone was trying to make it legal, and the thought twisted my gut. It always circled back to Tom Culpepper. First Sam, then Victor. When would it ever be enough for him? John Deere scoffed, adjusting his cap. Good luck getting that past the environmentalists. Those wolves are protected or something close to it. My cousin clipped one a few years back, totaled his truck, and got slapped with a fine. Culpepper's got an uphill battle. Behind the counter, the old man rustled a bag of chips, offering some before continuing. Nah. Well, he's a big-shot lawyer from the city. And his boy was the one the wolves got. If anyone can push it through, it's him. They wiped out a whole pack out west, Idaho maybe, or was it Wyoming? John Deere grunted. Not over scavenging trash, though, sheep. Guess wolves killing a kid's worse than livestock, might just swing it. Who knows? He paused, glancing at me. Hey, miss, phone's ready. My stomach clenched again. I stood, arms folded tight, praying he wouldn't recognize the dress. But he barely looked, just a quick glance before turning away. Not the type to notice details like that. I edged closer, taking the phone from the old man who barely acknowledged me. Retreating to the corner, I listened as their conversation shifted away from wolves. 3 numbers burned in my mind. Sam, Isabel, my parents. Calling my parents wasn't an option, wouldn't be. My fingers punched in Sam's number. Before hitting send, I squeezed my eyes shut, swallowing the lump in my throat. The desperation for him to answer was sharper than I'd let myself admit. The phone rang. Once, twice. 6 times, 7, my hope wavered, then, hello. My knees nearly gave out. I crouched, gripping a metal shelf for balance, my stolen dress pooling around me. Sam, I whispered. Silence stretched so long I thought he'd hung up. Are you there? A shaky laugh. I didn't think it was really you. I didn't believe it. The image hit me hard, Sam's car pulling up, his arms around me, safety, home. The ache in my chest deepened. Will you come get me? Where are you? Ben's tackle. Burnside. Jesus, I'm on my way. 20 minutes, I'm coming. I'll be in the parking lot, I said, swiping at a tear I hadn't realized had fallen. Grace's name hung in the air between us, unfinished. I know, I told him before he could say more. Because I did. Sam life without Grace was like living in a constant loop of distractions, other people's playlists, half-read novels, kneading dough until my hands ached. I pretended this was just another ordinary day, that any minute she'd walk through the door like nothing had changed. But nothing was ordinary. Nights bled into days, each one a carbon copy of the last, the house too quiet except for Cole's restless energy. My mind kept replaying the worst moments, Grace's blood, the wolf she became, me stuck in this unchanging body while the world moved on without me. I was waiting for something that might never come, but stopping wasn't an option. Who would I be then? Just a reflection of a life I couldn't have. Rilke got it right. Fate was just being permanently out of sync with everything. Then the phone rang. I was outside, washing the salt off the Volkswagen, the last stubborn grit of winter clinging to the fenders. Some upbeat rock song blasted through the open windows, the kind of track that sticks in your head for years. And then her voice, "Will you come get me?" hit me like a jolt. I didn't even wipe the soap off my arms. Just tossed the phone onto the seat, cranked the engine, and peeled out of the driveway like the road was on fire. The car roared as I slammed through gears, my heart keeping time with the RPMs. The sky stretched wide above me, all blue and scattered with wispy clouds, but I barely noticed. 10 minutes in, I realized the windows were still down, the wind drying the suds on my skin into chalky streaks. Didn't matter. I swerved around a slow-moving sedan, ignoring the double yellow line. In 10 minutes, she'd be beside me. I could already feel her fingers threading through mine, her breath warm against my shoulder. It had been too long since I'd held her, since I'd heard that laugh of hers, the kind that made everything else fade into background noise. The weight of that hope was almost unbearable, but for the first time in forever, it didn't crush me. It lifted me up for weeks. Cole and I had survived on the saddest excuses for meals. Jelly smeared on stale bread, tuna straight from the can, and those sad frozen burritos that always came out half frozen in the middle. But Grace was coming back, and suddenly the idea of cooking a real dinner felt urgent. I dug through the cabinets, convinced we had pasta and a jar of marinara somewhere. It wasn't just about food, it was about making things right, even if just for one night. The closer it got to her return, the louder the doubts in my head became. Grace's parents were convinced I was involved in her disappearance, especially since she'd argued with them about me right before she vanished. The police had searched my car, questioned me, and Grace's mom made a habit of lurking outside the bookstore, watching me through the window like I was some kind of suspect. The local paper ran vague, but pointed articles, hinting at my involvement without naming me. The whole mess felt like a tangled knot, Grace as a wolf, her parents against me stuck in Mercy Falls in this new body. But if I had her back, maybe everything else would fall into place. I nearly missed Ben's Fish and Tackle, the place half hidden behind scraggly pines. The VW jerked as I turned into the lot, tires splashing through muddy potholes. A few U-Hauls were parked in the back, and then, there, near the trees, I left the car running as I stepped out, my boots sinking into the wet grass. A flowered dress lay crumpled at my feet. A few steps away, a single clog, then its partner a little farther off. My chest tightened as I picked up the dress, the fabric still faintly smelling like her. Back in the car, I gripped the wheel, staring at those abandoned shoes. The VW was filthy, like I'd never bothered to wash it. For a long moment, I just sat there, breathing into my hands. Back when I was the wolf, things had been simpler. Chapter 4, Cole. This was me now, Cole St. Clair, former frontman of Narcotica. I thought losing the band, the fans, the chaos would leave me hollow. But months later, I was still here, raw but alive. Like new skin under a scab, I couldn't stop picking. I've always been a guy who appreciated life's simple joys. Grilled cheese with perfectly golden crusts, jeans that didn't try to strangle my thighs, a stiff drink, and a solid 10 hours of sleep. But Isabel, she didn't fit neatly into that list. I could go days without craving a sandwich or a shot, but Isabel, she was like an itch I couldn't scratch, annoying, persistent, impossible to ignore. 2 months of radio silence despite my brilliant voicemails. Take the first one. Hey, Isabel, lying here mostly naked, staring at the ceiling, thinking about your mom, call me. And now, out of nowhere, she calls. No way. I couldn't just sit there with the phone judging me, so I grabbed my shoes and hit the streets. Ever since I'd pulled Grace from the hospital, I'd been digging deeper into what made us shift. No fancy labs out here in the woods, just me, my questionable ideas, and a whole lot of trial and error. My latest experiment, catching another wolf. Not exactly easy, but hey, nothing worth doing ever is. I'd been making trips into Boundary Wood. Victor used to call them recce's, like our late-night gas station runs for sketchy microwave meals. Now I was doing recon in the name of science. The air was thick with the scent of every animal that had ever marked its territory, and my head was just as crowded. Isabel's voice, Victor's ghost, the memory of her dad dumping his body like trash. Between them and Sam's brooding, I was basically running a haunted house inside my skull. Voicemail 2, just me humming the first minute and a half of I've Gotta Get a Message to You. Pure art. Voicemail 3. I'm so bored I might murder Sam with his own guitar. 2 birds, 1 stone, though honestly, why do all these old sayings involve violence? Ring around the rosy. That's about the plague. You'd know since death is basically your extended family. Does Sam even talk to you? He's giving me nothing. Call me before I lose it. Focus, Cole, snares, experiments, wolves. Easier said than done when your brain's a revolving door of ghosts and bad decisions rummaging through Beck's basement. I turned every scrap of junk into makeshift traps, snares, crates, lures, enough to catch half the forest. but not a single wolf. The worst part, wrestling some furious raccoon out of a tangle of wires without getting mauled. I was getting dangerously good at it. Then my phone buzzed. "Cole, it's me." After all this silence, she finally called back, no apology, no explanation. Maybe I'd cut her off too soon. Voicemail 4 blared in my head. Hotel Minnesota, a butchered Eagles cover where every California got swapped like some bad inside joke. I kicked a rotting log, watching it splinter into soggy fragments. So I'd turned Isabel down, my one decent move in years. Mom always said no good deed goes unpunished. Bet she felt that way about raising me. I hoped Isabel was still staring at her screen, dialing over and over, feeling as wrecked as I did. Voicemail 5 was a rambling mess. "Hey, it's Cole. 2 truths you're never answering and I'll never stop talking. It's cheaper than therapy. Oh, and Victor S. dead. Yeah, figured that out yesterday, and the day before. Every damn day, actually. The rain had turned the woods into a swamp. My traps were useless, mud-caked, empty, or wrecked. The one by the shed looked like something out of a horror movie, pegs yanked up, wires tangled in snapped saplings, bait gone. Like I'd tried to catch a tornado. I needed to think like a wolf, but my human brain wasn't cutting it. Gathering the wreckage, I trudged back to the shed. Wire cutters could fix anything, except maybe this. "Cole, it's me." I wasn't calling back. The air smelled faintly of death, not rot yet, but close. I hadn't done anything wrong. Let her call me 20 times. Voicemail 6 was a half-assed apology. "Okay, last message got weird. Sam says, pear-shaped, think he's a reincarnated British housewife. Remember that band who faked accents? God, they were terrible and total jerks. Can't even remember their name now." The woods were quiet, too quiet, like they were waiting for something, or someone my mind's slipping, either age is catching up or I've fried my brain one too many times. Not exactly fair to dump all this on you, right? I mean, here I am, rambling about myself again. "So Isabel Rosemary Culpepper, how life treating you? Smiled today. The Hot Toddies." That was the band's name. The freaking Hot Toddies. A sharp sting snapped me back to reality as a wire from the snare sliced my palm. Took forever to untangle myself from that mess of twisted metal and splintered wood. Finally free, I dropped the wrecked trap and glared at it. That thing wasn't catching anything ever. I could just walk away. No one forced me to play the genius here. Nothing stopping me from disappearing. Winter was months off, and by then, I could be halfway across the country. I could even go home. Except home was just wherever my black Mustang happened to be parked. I didn't belong there any more than I belonged here with Beck's pack. Then Grace's smile flickered in my mind. Sam trusting my crazy theory. Knowing I'd saved Grace's life. There was something stupidly satisfying about having a purpose again. I pressed my bleeding palm to my lips, tasting copper, then bent down and gathered the broken pieces. Voicemail 20. "I wish you'd de-answer." Chapter 5. Grace I stayed hidden, watching him. Curled in the damp underbrush, tail tucked tight, every muscle tense, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. The fading light painted the leaves gold, yet he lingered, his voice cutting through the trees, pulling at something deep inside me. His scent hit me first, familiar, intoxicating. My body recognized him before my mind could catch up. I wanted him to find me. I needed to run. His voice faded, then surged closer, then vanished again. Each time he drifted farther, my chest tightened. I almost stood, almost followed. Then the forest would hush as he neared, and I'd shrink back into the shadows. Then he was right there. So close I could see the exhaustion in his eyes, the way his fingers trembled as he cupped his hands around his mouth and called into the woods. If I moved, he'd spot me. The urge to step forward burned under my skin, so strong I let out a quiet whimper. I almost understood what he wanted. Almost. Grace. The name hit like a shock. He still hadn't seen me, just threw the word into the air, waiting. Fear locked me in place. Grace. It echoed in my skull, losing meaning with every beat he hesitated, shoulders slumped, then moved away from me with slow, deliberate steps toward the fading sunlight at the tree line. A sharp, clawing fear twisted in my chest. Grace. The name felt like sand slipping through my fingers. I was losing more than just a word. I was losing her. I was losing myself. I pushed to my feet. If he turned now, he'd see me clearly, a gray wolf standing stark against the shadows. I needed him to stay. Maybe then this hollow ache inside me would ease. My legs trembled from the effort of holding still, exposed, so close to him. Just one glance over his shoulder. But he didn't. He kept walking, taking with him everything I couldn't hold on to, everything that word had meant. Grace. He never knew how near he'd been. And I stayed there, watching until he disappeared, leaving me behind. Chapter 6. Sam Home was a battlefield. The second I pulled into the driveway, the bass from inside the house rattled my car windows. The whole place pulsed like a live wire, music thumping loud enough to shake the walls. Thank God the nearest neighbors were miles away, otherwise they'd have called the cops by now. Colsant? Claire didn't just exist, he invaded. Take away the stage, and you still had a rock star who turned every room into a disaster zone. Since he'd moved into Beck's house, no, my house, Cole had reshaped it into something unrecognizable. Chaos followed him like a shadow. CDs sprawled across the living room floor. The TV blared infomercials at 3 a.m. The kitchen smelled like burnt sugar because he'd left a ruined pan on the stove. Claw marks gouged the hallway floorboards, a trail leading from his room to the bathroom and back, his own twisted version of leaving breadcrumbs. And then there were the little things. Glasses lined up by size, cabinet doors left hanging open. Half-watched VHS tapes scattered around the living room, the VCR he'd dug up from the basement still blinking like some ancient relic. At first, I thought it was a personal attack. Took me too long to realize it wasn't about me at all. With Cole, it never was. I stepped out of the car, bracing myself against the noise. I wasn't staying long, just needed a few things. Flashlight, Benadryl, the old wire crate from the garage. I'd grab some ground beef on the way back, mix the pills in. The plan sat heavy in my gut. Was I stripping away her choice? Or was I saving her from something worse? I didn't have an answer. Just a crate, a plan, and the sinking feeling that I was crossing a line I couldn't uncross. Being a wolf meant death could come from anywhere. One wrong step onto a busy road. A failed hunt leaving you starving. Or stumbling into the wrong yard where some trigger-happy guy with a beer in hand wouldn't think twice. The fear of losing Grace gnawed at me, relentless. I couldn't take another night of that dread. When I shoved open the back door, the bass line finally sharpened into something recognizable. The singer's voice, shredded by the volume, screamed straight at me. Suffocate, suffocate, suffocate. That voice, I knew it. Narcotica, cranked up so loud the pulsing beat had blurred into my own pulse. My ribs vibrated with it. Calling out for Cole was pointless. He'd never hear me over the noise. The trail of lights he'd left on mapped his restless path. Kitchen to hallway, bathroom to living room, where the speakers throbbed. I almost went after him, but Grace couldn't wait. Grabbing a flashlight from the fridge cabinet and snagging a banana from the counter, I headed for the hall, only to nearly eat the floor thanks to Cole's mud-caked shoes sprawled in the doorway. The kitchen tiles were a mess, his pacing leaving dirty loops under the dim yellow lights like some kind of grimy, endless snake. I dragged a hand through my hair, biting back a curse. What would Beck have done with a disaster like Cole? The thought jerked me back to that time Ulrich brought home Chauffeur, a massive, half-scruffy Rottweiler with a name dumber than his appetite. Within an hour, the beast had inhaled 4 pounds of beef, shredded a Margaret Thatcher biography, pretty sure he ate part of Chapter 1, and left a gift on the couch that redefined unwelcome. Beck's reaction. Get that damn Langolier out of here. Ulrich stormed off, muttering German insults, and came back alone. I never sat on that side of the couch again. But Cole, Kicking him out wasn't an option. He had nowhere left to crash but rock bottom. The problem wasn't Cole himself. It was Cole at full volume, no buffer, no filter. This house used to hum with life. Now it just echoed. The music cut out for a heartbeat before another Narcotica track exploded through the silence. New detail: the banana was overripe, the skin speckled brown, Cole's idea of stocking the kitchen, probably. I took a bite anyway, the sweetness clashing with the bitterness in my throat. Tone shift, and really, what was worse? The mess or the fact that part of me missed the chaos of a full house. Pathetic. Cole's voice blasted through the house, cranked up so loud it felt like the walls were shaking. His raw lyrics cut through the noise. Shatter me like glass tiny enough to hold. Never thought you'd be the one to pull me from the cold. Take a shard for your crew, take a shard just in case, take a shard, cash it and break me down again. Again, even without my wolf hearing. The bass rattled my teeth. The living room was deserted. I'd kill the stereo later. But I didn't stop moving. Downstairs, the bathroom cabinet held painkillers, but the clawfoot tub in there made my skin crawl. Beck knew better than to make me face that ghost. Upstairs, the medicine stash waited behind a foggy mirror. The cabinet was a graveyard of half-used products, expired allergy meds, someone else's hair gel crusting at the nozzle, a lone contact lens floating in solution. A sticky bottle of cherry-flavored cough syrup from 2018. Gross, but fixable later. I grabbed the Benadryl, and the mirror threw my reflection back at me, longer hair, golden eyes dulled by exhaustion. But it wasn't the fatigue that stopped me. The guy staring back was a stranger, hollowed out and uncertain. I swiped the flashlight and a bruised banana from the sink. Grace didn't have time for my existential crisis. Taking the stairs two at a time, Cole's screaming vocals followed me down. The living room lamps glowed like stage lights, their frilly shades clashing with the battered leather couch. Paul had called them grandmacore when Beck brought them home, so we always left them off. Now their uneven glow made the room feel like a crime scene. I reached for the stereo, then froze. The couch wasn't empty. Something moved in the shadows in the dim glow beyond the lamplight. A wolf convulsed beside the couch, muscles twitching, jaws slack, teeth bared. That familiar tawny fur and those piercing green eyes left no doubt. Cole. He was mid-shift, but something was wrong. The jerky, unnatural movements weren't the fluid transformation I'd seen before. The music cut out abruptly, leaving only the eerie afterbeat thrumming in my skull. I set my bag down quietly, every nerve on edge. The wolf's body locked rigid, legs stiff as boards, head snapping violently to the side over and over. Drool pooled beneath his muzzle, streaked with red. Not shifting, this was a seizure. A slow piano melody swelled from the speakers, Cole's voice drifting through the room, raw and stripped bare. If I am Hannibal, where are my Alps? My chest tightened. No one to call. Beck was unreachable, Grace lost to the woods. Even Karen, my bookstore manager, couldn't help, not without exposing everything. The weight of helplessness pressed down, each breath like swallowing glass. Cole thrashed in eerie silence, the only sound the scrape of fur against carpet while his own voice sang from another life. Then I spotted it, a discarded syringe, half empty, inches from a crumpled pair of jeans. My stomach dropped. "Cole," I whispered, "what did you do?" Fumbling for my phone, I dialed the only person who'd understand. Isabel picked up on the second ring, tires humming in the background. "Romulus," she said, like she'd been expecting me. "Cole's seizing," I blurted, my voice weirdly calm, like I was discussing a grocery list. "Roll him on his side so he doesn't choke," she snapped. "He's a wolf," a beat. "Of course he is." Her irritation was a mask, I knew that now. "Where are you?" "The house." "Then I'll be there in 5. You." "I told you," she said, and the line went dead the moment I thought about calling her. Her SUV was already turning into the driveway. Less than 30 seconds later, I noticed Cole had stopped breathing. Chapter 7. Sam Isabel walked into the living room mid-conversation, tossing her purse onto the couch without glancing at me or Cole. "Into the phone," she said. "Like I told you, my dog's seizing. I don't have a car. What can I do right now? No, this isn't about Chloe." As she listened, her eyes flicked to me. We locked gazes for a heavy second. 2 months had passed, and she wasn't the same. Her hair was longer, but like me, the real difference was in her expression. She felt like someone I didn't know. Did she feel that way about me too? The voice on the phone asked another question, and she repeated it to me. "How long has it been?" I checked my watch, my fingers numb. 6 minutes since I found him. He's not breathing." Isabel pressed her bubble-gum-pink lips together, then looked past me at Cole's twitching body, his chest eerily still, like something out of a horror movie. When she spotted the syringe beside him, her expression shuddered. She pulled the phone away from her mouth. "They said to try an ice pack, on his lower back." I grabbed 2 frozen bags of fries from the freezer. By the time I got back, Isabel had hung up and was crouched beside Cole, wobbling slightly in her high heels. There was something haunting about the way she held herself, chin tilted, poised but distant, like a statue in a museum. I knelt opposite her and pressed the frozen bags against Cole's back, feeling useless. Here I was, fighting death with nothing but frozen potatoes. "Now," Isabel said dryly, "with 30% less sodium." It took me a second to realize she was reading the side of the fries bag. Then Cole's voice crackled through the nearby speakers, smooth and mocking. "I am expendable." "What was he doing?" she asked, carefully avoiding looking at the syringe. "No idea," I admitted. "I wasn't here." Isabel adjusted one of the bags. "Dumbass." The shaking had slowed. "It's stopping," I said, then because optimism felt like a jinx, "or he's dead." "He's not dead," Isabel muttered, but she didn't sound convinced. Cole lay motionless, his head twisted at an unnatural angle. My fingers burned from the cold. The silence was suffocating. By now, Grace would be long gone from wherever she'd called. This whole plan seemed ridiculous, as absurd as trying to save a life with frozen fries. His chest didn't move. I had no idea how long it had been since he'd taken a breath. "Well," I murmured. "Damn." Isabel clenched her fists. Then, without warning, Cole's body convulsed again, limbs thrashing wildly. "The ice," Isabel snapped. "Sam, focus." But I didn't move. The intensity of my relief shocked me as Cole's body convulsed violently. This wasn't just pain. It was the brutal transformation back into human form. His wolf body twisted unnaturally, fur melting away as limbs stretched and bones cracked under the strain. His spine arched, muscles straining against skin that seemed too tight, too raw. Then, just like that, it was Cole again, gasping, his lips still faintly blue, fingers twitching like he was trying to grasp something invisible. His ribs shuddered with each ragged breath, skin still rippling as if adjusting to its new shape. His half-lidded green eyes blinked slowly, like he was fighting to stay conscious. Isabel sucked in a sharp breath beside me, and I realized too late I should have told her to look away. When I touched her arm, she flinched. "You okay?" I asked. "Fine," she snapped, way too fast. Nobody walked away from seeing something like that and meant it. The next track on the CD kicked in one of Narcotica's biggest hits, and Cole let out a hollow laugh, the kind that held zero amusement. Isabel shot up like she'd been burned. "I'm done here," she muttered, grabbing her purse. Cole's hand shot out, fingers curling weakly around her ankle. His words were slurred, barely coherent. "Ishbal, Culprepper." His eyes flickered open, barely focused. "Yauna, what do? After the beep, beep." I glanced at Isabel as the drums pounded in the background. Her jaw tightened. "Next time, do us all a favor and shift outside. Less mess for Sam to deal with." "Isabel," I warned, but Cole just exhaled, lips slowly regaining color. "Was just trying to find." His voice trailed off, his shoulder twitching once more before he went still. Isabel stepped over him, snatching her purse from the couch. She paused, glaring at the banana I'd left there like it was the most baffling part of this whole nightmare. The thought of being stuck alone with Cole in this state made my skin crawl. "You don't have to leave," I said, though it sounded weak even to me. She turned back, eyes glistening, mouth pressed into a hard line. "Sorry, Sam," was all she said before slamming the door hard enough to rattle every glass in the kitchen. Chapter 8. Isabel's speed was the only thing keeping me from thinking. As long as the needle stayed above 65, the world blurred into a tunnel of asphalt and shadows. Mercy Falls backroads were all the same, endless loops of towering pines, scrubby oaks, and the occasional field of bored cows. I took the curves too fast, my SUV's tires skimming the crumbling edges. One sharp turn sent my empty coffee cup flying, bouncing off the passenger seat. The night swallowed everything, but the road the coffee cup rattled against the passenger door before tumbling into the footwell as I took another sharp turn. Even with the pedal to the floor, it didn't feel fast enough. I wanted to outrun the thought gnawing at me. What if you hadn't left? Speeding had never been my thing. My dad, a high-powered lawyer with a temper shorter than a fuse, had always been enough of a deterrent. Just picturing his reaction to a ticket kept me in check. And honestly, in a town like Mercy Falls, population, maybe 8, what was the point? Floor it and you'd blow past the whole place in seconds. But tonight, the idea of yelling at a cop sounded weirdly appealing. I didn't head home. I knew exactly how long that drive took, 22 minutes, and right now, that wasn't nearly enough time to shake this feeling. Cole had gotten under my skin again, and with him came all the usual symptoms. Mood swings, zero appetite, that hollow, exhausted look in my eyes. Next thing you know, I'd be sprouting boils like some medieval plague victim. I thought I was over him. Turns out, I was just in remission. And it wasn't just Cole. I still hadn't told Sam about my dad and Marshall. I kept telling myself they couldn't actually strip the wolves' protection. Sure, they were big deals back home, but Minnesota was a whole different game. No need to feel guilty. Lost in my head, I barely noticed the flashing lights filling my rear view until the siren gave a sharp whoop. Suddenly, picking a fight with a cop didn't seem so smart. I pulled over, digging out my license and registration with practiced motions. The trooper at my window wore that ridiculous wide-brimmed hat, state police, not county. No warnings from these guys. Great. His flashlight beam hit my face and I flicked on the dome light, squinting. "Evening, miss. License and registration." His tone was flat, unamused. "You realize I've been behind you for over a mile?" "Obviously," I muttered, shifting into park. He gave me the same tight-lipped smile my dad used during tense client calls. 73 in a 55. Sit tight. As he walked back to his cruiser, I left the window down, ignoring the bugs kamikaze diving into my mirrors. Yeah, tonight was going great. Slumping into my seat, I squeezed my eyes shut, already picturing my dad's face when he saw the speeding ticket. Grounded. No credit card. Phone confiscated. My parents back in California had perfected their own version of medieval punishment, and now I'd be spending the rest of senior year under house arrest. No chance of seeing Sam or Cole again. "Miss." The trooper's voice snapped me back. He stood by my window, flipping through his ticket book with my license tucked under it. His tone had shifted, less cop, more curious. "Your license says Isabel R. Culpepper. Any relation to Thomas Culpepper?" I swallowed. "He's my father." The trooper tapped his pen against the book, nodding like he'd just solved a puzzle. "Thought so." He handed back my license, his expression unreadable. "Slow it down next time, all right? Don't let me catch you like this again." I blinked at my license, then up at him. "Wait, what about the—" But he just tipped his hat. "Drive safe, Miss Culpepper." Sam Midnight turned into 3 a.m., and I was still hunched over Beck's desk like some sleep-deprived general plotting a war. "Maps," scribbled notes, and a half-finished game of solitaire littered the surface. Every time I lost, I'd reshuffle, telling myself the next draw would decide my strategy. If I win in under 2 minutes, I'll leave Cole a note. If the King of Hearts shows up first, I'll call him with a list of rules. None of it made sense, but neither did Cole crashing on our couch after another seizure. Every half hour, I'd creep down the hall just to make sure he was still breathing. Then, frustration boiling over, I'd storm back to the desk, flipping cards like they held the answers. When the phone rang, I nearly sent Beck's chair spinning into the wall. "Sam." Isabel's voice was sharp, clipped. "Got a minute to talk." Talk. I hated phone calls. No pauses, no reading expressions, just forced small talk with nowhere to hide the words stuck in my throat. Speaking up felt forced, unnatural. "Yeah," I finally managed, my voice cautious. Isabel's tone was crisp, like someone reading off a legal notice. "I didn't get to tell you before," she said. "My dad's meeting with a congressman to push for taking wolves off the protected list. Picture helicopters, snipers." I stayed silent. This wasn't the conversation I'd expected. The chair I was in, Beck's old one, kept spinning slightly from momentum. My eyes burned, dry and aching, like they'd been soaked in vinegar. Was Cole awake yet? Was he even alive? A memory flashed, a kid in a knit cap shoved into snow by wolves. And Grace, how far had she driven by now? "Sam, you listening?" "Helicopters," I echoed. "Snipers, got it." Her voice turned icy. "Grace, a bullet through the skull from 3 football fields away." It hit, but like news of some far-off tragedy, shocking but unreal. "Isabel," I said, "what do you want from me?" "Same as always," she shot back, "for you to do something." And suddenly I missed Grace so much it stole my breath, not because she'd fix this mess or make Isabel back off, but selfishly, stupidly, because if she were here, she'd have known I didn't want an answer. She'd tell me to sleep, and I'd actually close my eyes. Morning used to reset everything. Now it just found me exhausted, staring at the ceiling. "Sam, hello, am I just talking to myself?" A car door chimed in the background, then the sharp click of it slamming shut. Guilt twisted in my chest. "Sorry, Isabel, it's been a hell of a day." "Try my week," she muttered, gravel crunching under her boots. "Is he okay?" I carried the phone down the hall, squinting against the lamplight's hazy glow. Fatigue turned every bulb into a blurry star. Cole's chest rose and fell. "Yeah," I whispered. "Out cold." "More than he's earned," Isabel said. The pretense was over. I took a breath. "Isabel." "What happened with you two?" Silence. Then, "Not your concern." I hesitated. "Cole is." "Wow, Sam, bit late to play the responsible one now." It stung, but I stayed on the line, clinging to what Grace once told me, how Isabel had held her together when she thought I was dead. That was the Isabel I needed to believe was still in there. "Just say it. Are you too involved?" Isabel's sharp no hung in the air, but I caught the unspoken weight behind it, "Not right now." The way she'd reacted when she saw the needle next to Cole made me question just how honest that answer really was. "He's got too much baggage," I told her. "Trust me, he's not good for anyone." She took her time responding. Rubbing my temples, I could almost feel the ghost of that old meningitis pain creeping back. The screen in front of me showed my last move, no way out. 7 minutes and 21 seconds to realize I'd lost. Then Isabel hit me with it. "Neither were you." Chapter 10, Cole back in New York, my father, Dr. George St. Clair, MD, PhD, certified genius, lived for the scientific method. The man was meticulous, obsessed with the why and how of everything, even if he didn't care about the wreckage left behind. Me, I just wanted results. And more than anything, I wanted to be nothing like him. Every choice I made was a rebellion against becoming Dr. St. Clair too. So it stung when I had to admit, even silently, that he might have been right about something. Waking up felt like my organs had been run through a trash compactor. The first thing I did was grope for the journal on my nightstand. Earlier, I dragged myself off the living room floor, shocked I was still breathing, and collapsed in my bed, half expecting to never open my eyes again. Now, my limbs felt like they'd been slapped together by an intern on their last day. The dim light gave no clues about the time. My fingers, numb and clumsy, flipped past Beck's neat handwriting to my own messy scrawl. I forced myself to log it. Epinephrine pseudoephedrine mix 4 method. Roman 4 injection result. Success, side effects. Seizure, I dropped the journal onto my chest. I'd celebrate my breakthrough later, when staying conscious didn't feel like a punishment. For now, I let my eyes shut again. Chapter 11, Grace becoming a wolf, was like being thrown into the deep end with no idea how to swim. When I first joined the pack, my ignorance was staggering. How to hunt, how to track the others, where to sleep. Their language wasn't words, but a storm of gestures and flashes of meaning I couldn't decipher. But I knew one thing: if I let fear take over, I was dead. So I started small, learning to find the pack. That came first. And honestly, pure luck, the hunger gnawed at me, but it wasn't just my stomach that ached. It was something deeper, something no meal could fix. With a shuddering breath, I tilted my head back and let out a desperate cry into the freezing night. It wasn't a howl, not really, more like a raw, broken sound spilling out into the emptiness. The cliffs threw my voice back at me, mocking. Then silence, until an answer came. A sharp yip cut through the dark, followed by another. Distant but unmistakable. My pulse jumped. They were waiting for me. So I called again, and this time the response was immediate. One howl overlapping another, a chorus of voices too far to echo but close enough to follow. Distance didn't matter. This body didn't tire. It took days to understand the pack's rules. The alpha was massive, black-furred, with a stare that could drop the others to their bellies in an instant, except for the grizzled gray wolf, who only flicked his ears back in a half-hearted show of respect. From them, I learned the brutal poetry of power. Teeth bared over a muzzle, hackles raised, lips curled in warning. And from the Omega, a scrawny, sickly thing with a weepy eye, I saw the cost of weakness. Last to eat, first to be snapped at, always reminded of his place. But worse than being at the bottom, being nothing at all. There was a white wolf who drifted like a ghost at the edges of the pack. No games, no invitations, not even from the goofy gray-brown joker who'd chase his own tail if it meant a laugh. She was invisible, unwanted, and honestly, she didn't seem to care. Her eyes held secrets, and the one time she broke her silence, snarling at the gray wolf, it nearly got her killed. The fight was vicious, ferns trampled under thrashing bodies until the joker finally stepped in. But even he bared his teeth at her afterward, like saving her life didn't mean he wanted her around. That's when I knew I couldn't be like her. So I swallowed my pride, crept toward the alpha, and did what I had to. Ears flat, body low, chin tilted just enough to lick his jaw. Let me in, because in this world even the weakest had a place. But outsiders, they had nothing. The joker observed the interaction with sharp eyes, and I flashed him a quick, feral smile, just enough for him to catch. Concentrating hard, I sent him a mental picture, me sprinting alongside the pack, diving into their games, hunting as one of them. Their response was instant, a whirlwind of excitement, like they'd been waiting for me all along. It hit me then. The white wolf wasn't an outcast because of the pack, but because she chose to be. Spring exploded around us, the air thick with the sickly sweet scent of blooming flowers, the earth turning to mush under our paws. The pack took me under their wings, or rather, under their fur. The gray wolf showed me how to stalk silently, how to dart in and clamp onto a deer's snout while the others closed in from the sides. The black alpha led me along the borders, teaching me to read the scents that marked our land. And the joker, he taught me the fine art of burying leftovers and faking a stash, because apparently wolves have a sense of humor too. They got a kick out of my clumsiness. Even after I'd figured out the basics, they'd still drop into exaggerated play bows, tails wagging like overexcited puppies. The first time I caught a mouse, pathetic as it was, they acted like I'd brought down an elk, prancing around like I'd just won the Wolf Olympics. And when I lagged behind on hunts, they'd bring me scraps, treating me like some scrawny pup who couldn't fend for himself. But nights were different. Curled up on the damp forest floor, I'd shake with quiet sobs, my human self clawing at me from the inside. The wolves stood guard, though I didn't know what they were protecting me from. We were the kings of these woods, nothing challenged us except the deer, and even they made us work for it. Our territory stretched for miles, but no matter how far we chased, we always circled back to the same place, a slope dotted with pale-barked trees. Home. At night, I'd throw my head back and howl, a sound that twisted into something desperate, something hungry. The pack would join in, our voices weaving together, warning outsiders, calling for the missing. I kept waiting for him. Deep down, I knew he wouldn't come, but I howled anyway. The others sent me flashes of memory, a lean gray wolf with piercing yellow eyes. I sent back my own, a shadow at the tree line, watching, silent. Those images burned in my mind, sharp as the leaves above me, but I had no idea where to start looking. And it wasn't just his eyes that haunted me. They were a gateway to half-remembered faces, fragments of a life I couldn't grasp. I was starving for something I couldn't name. I'd learned to survive as a wolf, but living as one. That was a hunt I hadn't mastered, yet Grace woke up human again, though she had no clue how much time had passed since she last remembered being herself at Ben's Fish and Tackle. When her senses returned, she found herself sprawled in the tangled garden behind Isabel's house, her cheek pressed into the damp earth over that same mosaic she'd first noticed months ago. The tiles had left faint imprints on her skin, proof she'd been lying there long enough to leave a mark. Below, ducks bickered on the pond, their squawks cutting through the quiet. She pushed herself up, brushing off dirt and clinging leaves, then whispered her own name like a test. Grace! The ducks fell silent, as if startled by the sound. Just remembering who she was felt like a victory. Being a wolf had a way of making the smallest things feel like miracles. Speaking aloud also confirmed she was solidly human again, which meant she could risk heading to the Culpepper house. Sunlight filtered through the trees as she moved cautiously toward the back door, scanning the empty driveway before making a quick, barefoot dash across the yard. The door was unlocked, just like last time. Isabel had joked she never remembered to lock it, and apparently that hadn't changed. Inside, the kitchen smelled overwhelmingly of food, so much that Grace hesitated, phone in hand, before finally dialing. Isabel answered immediately. "Hi," Grace said. "It's me. I'm at your place. Alone." Her stomach growled, eyes locking onto a bread box with a bagel wrapper peeking out. "Don't move," Isabel replied. "I'm on my way." 30 minutes later, Isabel found Grace in her father's trophy room, chewing on a bagel and wearing borrowed clothes. The space was massive, 2 stories high, dimly lit, and lined with taxidermied animals. Grace couldn't help but wonder if Tom Culpepper had shot them all himself. Moose. In Minnesota. She'd spent enough time in the woods to know she'd never seen one. Maybe they were shipped in by guys in jumpsuits, antlers bubble-wrapped for protection. The door clicked shut behind Isabel, the sound echoing like a cathedral. Her heels tapped against the floor, amplifying the eerie silence. "You look weirdly pleased," she remarked, eyeing Grace's grin at the moose. "I rushed over. Glad you raided my closet." Grace tugged at the old yellow tee she wore, Santa Maria Academy printed across the front. "Thanks for the clothes." Isabel smirked, plucking at the sleeve. This shirt." Bad memories. I was Isabel C. back then because my best friend was also Isabel. Isabel D., she rolled her eyes, as if the mere thought of high school drama was exhausting. Isabel had always been sharp-tongued, but today she seemed especially cutting. I glanced down at my worn-out clothes, nothing fancy, just in case my body betrayed me again. Seeing her standing there, arms crossed, I felt a weird mix of relief and frustration. Any other friend would have thrown their arms around me after being gone so long, but Isabel, she wasn't the hugging type. My stomach twisted, a warning that my human form might not last as long as I hoped. "Did your dad bag all these himself?" I asked, eyeing the taxidermy around us. She smirked. "Not all. Some probably died of boredom listening to him talk." We moved deeper into the room, and I stopped in front of a wolf frozen behind glass. I braced for the usual wave of dread, but it never came. Sunlight filtered through small, round windows, casting pale circles at the wolf's stiff paws. It looked more like a sad prop than something that had ever been alive, its glass eyes blank, its fur dull with dust. "Canada," Isabel said before I could ask. "Not one of yours. You can stop staring now." I wasn't sure I believed her. "Do you ever miss California?" I asked. "Or Isabel D." She hesitated. "Yeah," she admitted, then shut the conversation down. "Did you try Sam?" Straight to voicemail. His phone was probably dead again. No answer at the house, either. I kept my face neutral, not in the mood to explain the ache in my chest. Isabel wouldn't get it, and right now, neither of us wanted to talk about what we were really feeling. "Same for me," she muttered. "Left a message at the bookstore." "Thanks," I said, though gratitude felt hollow. The truth was, I barely felt like Grace anymore. Lately, I'd been stuck in this limbo, shifting unpredictably, waking up in unfamiliar woods, human just long enough to remember what I was losing. Time blurred, days slipping past like ghosts. I reached out, brushing the wolf's snout. It felt like touching a piece of furniture, lifeless, forgotten. I wished I were curled up in Sam's bed at Beck's place, or even back home, pretending senior year wasn't slipping through my fingers. But the constant threat of shifting overshadowed everything else. "Grace," Isabel said suddenly, voice tight. "My dad's pushing his congressman buddy to take the wolves off the protected list. He wants to hunt them from the air." My stomach lurched. I turned away, stepping toward a massive hare suspended mid-leap, a cobweb strung between its legs. Tom Culpepper, would he ever stop? But I knew the answer. To him, this wasn't revenge. It was justice. A twisted kind of protection. For a second, I tried to see it his way, just long enough to remember he wasn't some cartoon villain. For Isabel's sake, I had to try. Isabel's frustration boiled over. "You and Sam, neither of you even care. Do you think I'm making this up?" "I believe you," I muttered, staring at our distorted reflections in the polished wood. The faint outline of my human shape was oddly comforting, a fleeting reminder of simpler days, like slipping into my favorite worn-out jeans. But nostalgia wasn't enough. "I'm just exhausted. It's too much all at once." "Doesn't matter if you're tired," she shot back. "It's happening whether you like it or not. And Sam, he's got the problem-solving skills of she cut herself off, clearly struggling to find an insult worse than Sam himself. I rubbed my temples, my stomach twisting. "I know we have to handle it. We need to move them, but I don't have a clue how yet." "Move them," Isabel's voice sharpened. I wandered over to the next sculpture, a goose mid-stride, wings spread like it was about to take flight. The fading sunlight played tricks, making its glossy black eye seem to wink at me. "Your dad won't stop. We have to get them somewhere safe." She let out a sharp, humorless laugh. "Wow, 2 seconds and you've got a plan. Meanwhile, Sam and Cole have been scratching their heads for months." I shot her a look. She smirked, one eyebrow arched, probably meant to be encouraging, but it just felt patronizing. "It might not work," I admitted. "Relocating wild animals isn't exactly easy." "Still better than nothing," she said. "At least someone's thinking." I rolled my eyes. The goose stayed still this time, its joke apparently over. "Does it hurt?" Isabel asked suddenly, nodding at my hand pressed against my ribs. "Not really," I lied. She didn't call me out. Her phone buzzed, startling us both. "That's for you," she said before even checking. She glanced at the screen and shoved it at me. My stomach lurched. Was it the wolf inside me or just nerves? Isabel nudged me. Say something. Hi, I managed, my voice cracking. Sam's quiet reply barely reached me. Hey, how are you holding up? Isabel's presence beside me was suffocating. I turned back to the goose. It winked again. My skin didn't feel like my own. Better now. 2 minutes after 2 months apart, what was I supposed to say? Words felt pointless. I just wanted to collapse against him, to sleep, to see in his eyes that we were still us in this mess. No grand speeches, no dramatic reunions, just proof that something hadn't changed. Frustration flared at the stupid phone, at this body that didn't feel right, at the wolves that had remade me. I'm coming, Sam said. 10 minutes. Too little, too late. My bones ached with the weight of it, all my teeth chattered as I fought back the pain, the kind that starts sharp but promises to get worse. I swallowed hard, forcing the words out. I really need some hot cocoa when this is over. God, I miss chocolate. Sam's quiet sigh cut deeper than the pain. He always knew, and somehow that made it worse. Hang in there, Grace, he murmured. Think about summer, this won't last forever. My vision blurred. I curled into myself, suddenly hyper-aware of Isabel standing too close. I don't want to wait, I whispered, hating how weak I sounded. Before Sam could respond, Isabel snatched the phone from my hand. Grace, move, she hissed, snapping it shut. My parents just pulled in. Down the hall, Tom Culpepper's voice boomed. Isabel, my muscles twisted, bones shifting under my skin. I wanted to collapse, but Isabel shoved me toward a door. Get in there and shut up, she ordered. I'll handle them. But I can't, I gasped, just as the lock on the front door exploded open like a gunshot. The door slammed in my face before I could finish. Chapter 13, Isabel. For a second, I wasn't sure if Dad had seen Grace. His usually perfect hair was a mess, his expression raw, shock, anger, something else. He'd thrown the door open so hard it ricocheted off the wall, rattling the moose head mounted nearby. I half expected the whole taxidermy collection to topple like a row of dominoes. Dad was still shaking even after the moose settled. I crossed my arms, glaring to hide my nerves. Nice entrance. Very theatrical. I leaned against the piano room door, praying Grace wouldn't knock over a priceless antique in there. Thank God, Dad muttered, ignoring me. Why the hell didn't you answer your phone? I rolled my eyes. Since when did ignoring their calls qualify as a crisis? Mom shuffled in behind him, mascara smeared, eyes red. Normally, she could cry on cue and still look camera-ready, so this was new. I frowned. Why's Mom crying? Did I miss something? Mom's voice was sharp. That phone isn't a decoration, Isabel. Oh, she never got this worked up. Dad usually hogged the drama. Is it on you? Dad demanded. I smirked. My person has it in her purse. They exchanged a look. From now on, Dad said, unless you're in class or missing an arm, you answer immediately. I barely resisted the urge to salute. Aye, aye, Captain, or you can kiss it goodbye. A phone is a privilege. Yeah, I get it. Behind me, faint rustling came from the piano room. To drown it out, I rummaged through my bag like my life depended on it. When the noise stopped, I yanked out my phone just to prove I still had it. 12 missed calls from my parents glared back at me. Not a single one from Cole, which, after weeks of his relentless check-ins, felt downright eerie. My stomach twisted. So what's the emergency? Dad's voice was tight. Travis just called. Police found a body in the woods near our property line. A girl. No id yet. My pulse spiked, but relief flickered through me. Grace was right here, scratching around in the piano room like a raccoon with a grudge. Mom's piercing stare demanded a reaction. I forced a scoff. And your first thought was, oh, must be Isabel. Don't be smart, Mom snapped. Then Dad dropped the bomb I'd somehow seen coming. Wolves killed her. Rage burned through me at Sam, at Cole, at Grace, for sitting on their hands when I'd begged them to act. Another thud from the piano room. I talked louder. Well, unless wolves can open lockers, I've been at school or here all day. Not exactly prime hunting grounds. A beat too late, I added. When will they eat her? Not sure, Dad muttered. They said it wasn't pretty. Mom suddenly stood. I need to change. It took me a second, then it hit me. She was thinking about Jack, about the lie we'd all swallowed. Another thump. Dad's head jerked toward the sound. Look, I'm sorry I ignored your calls, I blurted. Didn't mean to freak Mom out. Oh, something scraped my car on the way home. Could you check? I braced for him to storm into the piano room and find Grace mid-shift, but he just sighed and trudged outside. Of course, there was nothing under my car. Still, he took forever, giving me time to bolt back to the piano room. The Steinway was intact, but the window gaped open, the screen bent outward. Leaning out, I spotted a flash of yellow, my Santa Maria Academy shirt snagged on a bush. Perfect. The one time Grace had to turn wolf, and she picks a crime scene. Chapter 14, Sam, I'd missed her. Again. After that call, hours vanished into static. Grace's voice looped in my head, dragging the same useless questions in circles. The weight of regret pressed down on me as I wondered. If I'd seen Grace's message sooner, if I hadn't wandered out to the shed searching for something, anything, if I hadn't stormed deeper into the woods, shouting at the sky through the rustling birch leaves, furious at Cole's seizure, Grace's absence, and just the exhausting burden of being myself. The questions swallowed me whole until daylight faded. Hours slipped away like I'd shifted forms, yet I was still trapped in my own skin. It had been years since I'd lost time like this. Back then, it was my whole existence. I'd stare out the window for hours, legs numb beneath me, lost in a fog. That was when I first came to Beck, 8 years old, fresh scars still raw from my parents' abandonment. Ulrich would sometimes drag me back to reality, lifting me under my arms toward the kitchen, but I was just a hollow shell going through the motions. Days, months, gone, vanished into some place that wasn't for Sam or the wolf. Then Beck shattered the silence. He held out a tissue, an odd gesture that snapped me back to the present. Sam, he said, waving it again, your face. I touched my cheeks, not wet, just sticky from dried tears. I wasn't crying, I muttered. I know, Beck replied, calm as ever. As I pressed the tissue to my skin, he added, Want to hear something? Your head's full of empty boxes, Sam. I frowned, intrigued despite myself. Empty boxes. Yeah, and you can fill them. He handed me another tissue, this time for the other cheek. Back then, I didn't fully trust him. I thought it was some weird joke I didn't get. Fill them with what? I asked, suspicion creeping into my voice. Sad things, Beck said. Got a lot of those in there. No, I lied. He exhaled slowly. Well, I do. That stunned me. I didn't speak, but I leaned in. And they used to wreck me, Beck continued. Made me cry all day. I didn't buy it. Beck was unshakable, even sitting there, fingers braced on the floor, he seemed solid, unbreakable. Don't believe me? Ask Ulrich, Beck said. But here's what I did. I packed those sad things into boxes, taped them shut, stacked them in a corner, and tossed a blanket over them. Brain tape, I smirked, because I was 8 and that was the best I could do. Beck's smile was small, private relief, I realize now, at getting even a weak joke out of me. Exactly, brain tape, and a brain blanket. Now I don't have to see them anymore. The boxes sat untouched in my mind, gathering dust. I could open them if I really wanted to, but most days, I just let them stay sealed. You picture it, Beck explained when I asked about the brain tape. You take all those heavy things, pack them tight, then wrap them up with that tape. Push them to the back of your thoughts so they don't trip you up, then throw a blanket over the whole mess. You got stuff like that, Sam. I could see them, those tall wardrobe boxes stacked in the corner of my mind, the kind big enough to build forts with. Rolls of tape sat piled on top, and beside them razors waited, sharp enough to slice everything open again. Mom, I whispered. I wasn't looking at Beck, but I caught the way his throat moved when he swallowed. What else? he asked, voice barely there. The water, I said, squeezing my eyes shut. It was right there, pressing against the back of my skull. My fingers found the scars. Beck hesitated, then reached out, resting a hand on my shoulder. When I didn't pull away, he wrapped an arm around me, and suddenly I was 8 years old again, small and cracked open. Me, I choked out. He held me for a long time, his heartbeat steady under my ear, the only sound in the world. Then, quiet but firm, he said, "Box up everything else, Sam, but not you. You stay right here with us. Promise me." Later, I went outside and stretched out on the old stump in the yard, staring up at the sky. One by one, I packed my worries away, Cole's recklessness, Tom Culpepper's sneer, even Isabel's sharp words, each box making it easier to breathe. But Grace, that pain stayed. I owed her that much. The stump was massive, wide enough that only my feet dangled off the edge. Paul and Ulrich had scorched it with fireworks years ago, leaving black marks in the bark. When I was younger, I'd trace the rings, counting the years it had stood before us. Now, I just lay there knowing sleep wouldn't come. My legs would twitch like I'd been sprinting, my brain would nag about unfinished laundry, and I'd remember again that I still needed to call Cole. But for now, the stars were enough. The night sky stretched endlessly above me, a vast cosmic dance of stars that seemed to pull me into their orbit, stirring old memories. Lying there, the rough bark of the ancient stump digging into my back, I couldn't help but think of the wolves, how they'd ambushed me years ago, back when I was still a different person. One second, life had been predictable, each moment blending into the next like scenes in a movie. Then, chaos. Teeth and fur and snow. The memory was vivid, my 7-year-old self in that ridiculous puffy blue coat, mittens too thick to even make a fist, flailing uselessly at the snarling muzzles. In my mind's eye, I saw myself from above, small and fragile beneath the shadow of a black wolf, my coat looking like an empty husk, as if I'd already been erased. A sudden, off-key strum shattered the silence. "Check this out, Ringo." I blinked, disoriented, before realizing Cole was perched beside me on the stump, my guitar in his hands. He mangled a D chord, the strings buzzing like angry bees, then launched into a gravelly rendition of my own lyrics. I fell for her in summer. His voice dripping with exaggerated drama, my face flushed. "Found your CD," he said, squinting at the fretboard like it was written in hieroglyphics. Another botched chord, a frustrated chuckle. "When I was rifling through your car." I rolled my eyes. "From blubber she is made, my lovely blubber girl," he crooned, grinning. "Are you drunk?" He tilted his head. "I believe I've officially drained the house dry, so no. Why were you in my car?" "Because you weren't," he shot back, strumming the same awful chord. Catchy, though. I'd love to spend a summer with my lovely summer girl. His voice trailed off as I watched a distant plane inch across the sky, its lights blinking like a slow-motion firefly. Cole smirked. "Relax, Ringo. Just having fun with your tragic artist soul." I exhaled, shaking my head. Some things never change the memory of writing that song stuck with me, the summer before Grace walked into my life for real. It had poured out in one frantic rush, me hunched over my guitar at the edge of my bed, scrambling to match chords to lyrics before the melody slipped away. I'd sung it under the shower spray to lock it in my head, hummed it while folding laundry downstairs, careful not to let Beck catch me crooning about some girl. Like the rest of us, I'd wanted the impossible, for summer to never end. Cole stopped his lazy strumming mid-verse. I mean, the version with the minor chord would have been killer, but I couldn't nail it. He fumbled another attempt, and the guitar growled in protest. "See," I smirked. "That thing only listens to me." "Yeah, well, Grace isn't here to save you," Cole shot back, flashing a grin before plucking the same tired D chord. 10 years of piano lessons, and you hand me this. I'm back to square one." It was hard to picture him, wild, restless Cole, patiently practicing scales. Learning an instrument required a kind of stubbornness he didn't seem to have. Outside, lightning flickered between clouds, the air thick with the promise of rain. "You're choking the fret," I said. "Move your fingers back, press harder, just the tips, not the whole finger." Miraculously, he adjusted and hit the chord clean. Eyes drifting skyward, he drawled. "Just a good-looking guy sittin' on a stump." Then he nudged me. "Your turn." It was an old game, one Paul and I used to play. Part of me wanted to shut it down. Cole mocking my music didn't exactly inspire teamwork. But after a beat, I half sang, flat and unenthused, watchin' all the satellites. "Tragic," Cole deadpanned. Thunder rolled in the distance as he strummed. "Yep, the same D chord and belted. Got a one-way ticket to the county dump." I propped myself up on my elbows. "Seriously, same chord again." "Hey, I'm a specialist," he said, grinning. "One-trick pony." When I reached for the guitar, guilt prickled. Playing along felt like forgiving last night's chaos, his weekly wreckage, the way he burned through life. But as my fingers found the strings, it was easier than words. I switched to F major. "Now we're talking," Cole said, but this time he didn't sing a word. The silence between us was louder than the storm. I settled onto the stump with the guitar while Cole stretched out in my spot, gazing up at the sky like he was modeling for some indie album cover. You'd never guess he'd had a seizure just hours before. His posture was effortless, his expression unreadable. "Play the minor chord," he said, not looking at me. "The which? The one that sounds like leaving." I glanced at the dark trees pressing in around us, then plucked in a minor. For a beat, the only sound was a lone cicada buzzing in the distance. Then Cole sighed. "No, sing the whole thing." I remembered the mocking lilt in his voice when he'd teased my lyrics earlier and shook my head. "Not happening." He exhaled like he'd expected as much. Above us, thunder growled, though the storm hadn't fully rolled in yet, just a single cloud curling over the treetops like a fist hiding something. I kept strumming absently, watching the sky. The cloud glowed faintly, lit from beneath by distant city lights, its edges too sharp, too vivid, like something painted onto the night. "Must be exhausting," Cole muttered, still staring at the stars. "Watching us screw up the same things over and over." The waiting should have been agony, but right then it felt like a gift. Because at the end of it was grace. What was Cole waiting for? "Now," he asked suddenly. I stopped playing. "Now what?" He pushed himself up on his elbows, still tilted toward the sky, and started singing, no hesitation, no second guessing. Then again, why would he? I was a crowd of one, not the thousands he was used to. 1,000 ways to say goodbye, 1,000 ways to cry. I matched him with the minor, and he smirked when he realized he'd come in off key. This time, I sang too, because what did it matter? He'd already heard my rough recordings. 1,000 ways to say goodbye, 1,000 ways to cry, 1,000 ways to hang your hat before you go outside. Our voices tangled, the guitar slightly out of tune, that damn B string. But it didn't matter. It was messy, but it was something. A frayed rope tossed between us, not enough to bridge the gap, but enough to see it wasn't as wide as I'd thought. At the last line, Cole hissed out a laugh, mimicking crowd noise like we were playing to a packed stadium instead of an empty forest. The moment Cole froze, his head tilting slightly, I knew something was off. His sharp eyes narrowed, focused on something beyond the trees. Then I heard it, the haunting chorus of wolves, their voices weaving through the storm like an eerie melody, rising and falling in an untamed rhythm. Tonight, their howls carried a restless energy, as if they too were waiting for something just out of reach. Cole's gaze lingered on me, so I shrugged. "Nature's symphony. Could use a few more rehearsals," he muttered, glancing at my guitar before flashing a smirk. "But hey, not terrible." We fell quiet, the wolves' cries mingling with the distant rumble of thunder. I strained to pick out Grace's voice in the chaos, but all I heard were the familiar tones of the pack I'd known forever. My fingers tightened around my phone. Just hours ago, I'd heard her real voice, warm and alive. That had to mean something. Cole slapped at his arm, flicking away an imaginary bug with practiced ease. "Rain's coming," he said, nodding toward the compound. "Back inside unless you want to get soaked." He stood, thumbs hooked in his back pockets, staring into the woods like they held answers. "Back in New York, Victor." The ringing phone cut him off. I made a mental note to ask him later, what about New York? But the moment I stepped inside, Isabel's frantic voice crackled through the receiver. "Turn on the damn TV, now." The screen flickered to life, news anchors delivering grim updates in practiced tones. Another girl was dead, not Grace, but that didn't matter. The wolves were front-page news again, only this time the narrative had shifted. 10 years ago, it was an accident. Tonight, the word was extermination. Grace, this was the nightmare. Not the kind where shadows twist into monsters. This was pure, suffocating black. No shapes, no outlines, just endless dark. Cold rain needled my skin, the downpour relentless, mixing with the heavier drops splashing from somewhere above. The scent of wet earth and pine filled the air, the sound of rain hitting leaves sharp in my ears. Human. I was human. And I had no idea where I was. Then, light. A jagged bolt split the sky, illuminating the forest for a split second. My hands trembled, filthy and outstretched, the ghostly trunks around me glowing violet under the lightning's glare. Then darkness swallowed everything again. I braced myself. The thunder hit like a punch to the chest, so loud I instinctively curled in on myself, hands clapped over my ears. Logic screamed that thunder couldn't hurt me, but my heart hammered like it was trying to escape. Alone in the crushing dark, I hugged myself tighter, as if that could keep the fear at bay. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to find cover, to get somewhere safe. Then another strike of lightning. The sky turned an eerie violet, twisted branches clawing at the air, and then I froze, my breath trapped in my chest. Darkness swallowed everything again. Pitch black. Even with my eyes squeezed shut, the afterimage burned into my vision. A massive shape, too close, watching me without blinking. Goosebumps crawled up my arms, a silent alarm. My mind flashed back to when I was 11, swinging on that old tire, lost in a book. The moment I looked up and saw those same eyes, right before hands yanked me off the swing. Thunder roared, drowning everything out. I strained to hear movement over the storm. Another flash. 2 seconds of light, and there it was, a wolf, close enough to count the flecks in its pale, reflective eyes. Shelby. The darkness returned. I ran. Chapter 16. Sam I jolted awake, squinting against the harsh glow of my bedroom lamp. It took a second to remember. I'd left it on, convinced I wouldn't sleep. Yet here I was, disoriented, the lamp casting jagged shadows across the walls. My notebook had slipped halfway off my chest, pages crumpled, ink smudged. Above me, paper cranes twisted on their strings, spinning wildly from the ceiling vent's breeze. They looked like they were trying to break free. Sleep wasn't coming back, so I nudged the CD player with my foot. Acoustic guitar filled the room, each pluck syncing with my pulse. Lying there, sleepless, I thought of the nights before Grace, back when I lived with Beck and the others. Back when the cranes overhead, scribbled with memories, didn't threaten to outnumber the stars. I used to lie awake counting down to my expiration date, the day the woods would claim me for good. The wanting back then was shapeless, desperate. A life past September. Past 20. More time as Sam than Wolf. But now, what I missed wasn't some hazy dream. It was real. Me, sprawled in the Brisbane's study, dog-earing the children of men while Grace chewed her pencil over homework. Silence between us, easy and warm. The chair smelled like old leather, the house like roasted chicken. Grace sighed, spinning her chair absently until she gave up on homework entirely and climbed in beside me. The radio played some forgettable pop song, until she half sang a chorus. Off-key and grinning she shifted closer, whispering, "Make room," even though the seat was already packed tight. I winced when her fingers dug into my thigh, trying to wedge herself in beside me. "Sorry," she murmured against my ear, but the way her teeth grazed my earlobe didn't feel like an apology at all. I retaliated with a quick pinch, and she laughed, burying her face against my neck. Her fingers slipped behind me, tracing the curve of my shoulder blade, light but relentless. I pretended to focus on my book while she pretended to rest, but neither of us was fooling anyone. Her playful pinches and my tickling fingers kept us tangled in quiet laughter until our lips met again and again. There's nothing sweeter than tasting someone's joy in a kiss. Eventually, Grace drifted off for real, her weight warm and steady against my chest. I tried to sleep too, but gave up, settling for stroking her hair as I read, her breath soft in my ear. For once, my restless mind stayed grounded, anchored by her presence. Now, watching paper cranes flutter against the wind, I knew exactly what I wanted, because I'd already held it. Sleep wouldn't come. Chapter 17, Grace, a wolf, was faster than me. The storm swallowed the woods in darkness, but Shelby had the nose and ears of a predator. My bare feet snagged on thorns, my nails useless, my lungs burning for air. I was just a girl in the woods, powerless, haunted by memories, teeth at my throat, hot breath, snow-stained red. Thunder split the sky and my pulse raced faster. Breathe, Grace. Between flashes of lightning, I staggered forward, arms outstretched, praying for a tree with low branches. My only advantage was my hands, but the pines were too thin, the oaks too tall. Behind me, Shelby moved without stealth now, knowing I'd seen her. Even blind in the dark, she was closing in. The silence between her steps was worse than the sound. Lightning flared. Something moved. I froze, breath trapped in my chest. Rain glued my hair to my skin, one stubborn strand clinging to my lips. The small pains screamed louder in the stillness, my torn feet, the sting of mud and rain, the gnawing hunger in my gut. But none of it mattered as much as the unseen shape in the shadows. I didn't dare think about Shelby. Not yet. My eyes stayed fixed on the spot where I thought I'd seen my only chance at safety, waiting for the next flash of lightning to confirm it. When it came, the jagged light revealed what I'd hoped. The dark shape of the supply shed, perched on a ridge just uphill to my right. If I could reach it, I could lock Shelby out. The forest plunged back into darkness, and then thunder cracked so violently it left my ears ringing. In that deafening silence, I took off, arms outstretched, stumbling toward where I prayed the shed still stood. Then I heard her too close. A branch snapped under her weight, and before I could react, I felt the brush of fur against my skin. I twisted away, but my foot caught on nothing but air. Falling, my hands clawed at emptiness. Darkness swallowed me whole. I didn't even realize I was screaming until the impact knocked the sound from my lungs. The shock of cold hit me first, then the taste of muddy water flooding my mouth. Disoriented, I thrashed, my body screaming for air. My vision sparked with desperate bursts of color as I fought toward the surface. When I finally broke through, I choked on the thick, gritty sludge dripping from my hair. The thunder rumbled like a distant threat, muffled as if I'd fallen into the belly of the earth. Shaking violently, I forced my legs down, relief flooding me when my toes touched the bottom. The water reached my chin, freezing, filthy, but at least I could stand. Then it hit me, a creeping, sickening warmth spreading from my core. The cold was triggering the shift. If I turned now, I'd drown. A wolf couldn't tread water forever. I staggered forward, fingers scraping against slick, sheer walls. No handholds, no escape. Every root I grabbed crumbled under my weight, sending me crashing back into the muck. My teeth chattered, my body trembling between the cold and the wolf fighting to break free. I bit down on my lip to stop the shaking. Screaming for help was pointless. No one would hear me over the storm. But what other choice did I have? The truth hit me like a wave. If I shifted into a wolf now, I wouldn't survive. My arms burned from fighting the current, my lungs screaming for air. Drowning like this, my body twisted into something unrecognizable, lost in the dark. No, but the cold seeped deeper, numbing my resistance, waking the monster beneath my skin. My fingers throbbed as bones cracked and reshaped. Water churned violently around me, my screams for Sam dissolving into guttural snarls until words were just a memory. Chapter 18. Sam Cole leaned against the rusted railing behind the crooked shelf, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. "So, this is your Batcave, huh? Where's the spandex?" I hadn't slept, not with the storm shaking the windows or the weight of last night's news pressing down. Calling out wasn't an option, so here I was, clinging to the routine of opening the bookstore like it could somehow fix everything. At least the familiar smell of old paper and dust kept the panic at bay. Mostly. Then there was Cole. Normally, I left him behind without a second thought. But this morning, I caught him watching me pack my bag, silent and still, like he was waiting for an invitation. So I gave him one. Now he stood at the bottom of the steps, arms braced on the rails, his hair a disaster. Sunlight softened his usual sharp edges, making him look almost harmless. Almost. "My what?" I asked, fumbling with the keys. "Your superhero gear," he said, smirking. "Sam Roth, mild-mannered bookseller by day, terrifying beast by moonlight. You telling me you don't have a cape stashed somewhere?" "Obviously," I deadpanned. "Have you seen the state of literacy these days? You need a damn cape just to sell a self-help book." The lock clicked. "You're staying out of sight if customers come in, right?" Cole scoffed. "Who's gonna recognize me in a place like this?" He eyed the alley, cracked pavement, graffiti-tagged dumpsters, plastic bags caught like ghosts in the weeds. Though damn, the back's even uglier than the front. "Nobody sees it," I said, shoving the door open. "It's like the B-side of a record, nobody cares as long as the hits keep playing." Cole barked a laugh. "All right, genius. What's the master plan?" "Plan?" I stepped into the cluttered back room, where stacks of unsorted books and crumpled invoices formed a makeshift obstacle course. "I work. Isabel shows up with updates. Then maybe I'll let you out in public if you promise not to scare the locals." The mess was half mine, half Karen's. Our boss had a filing system that made sense only to her and possibly a deranged oracle. Cole picked up a battered paperback, flipping it open with exaggerated interest. "So, what's the employee discount on werewolf memoirs?" I tossed a crumpled receipt at his head. "Try not to get us fired before noon." Grace's first reaction to the chaos had been pure shock, her face twisting in disbelief. Cole, meanwhile, picked up a box cutter and a bundle of bookmarks tied with rubber bands, turning them over with quiet curiosity as I flicked on the lights. "Put those back," I told him, already moving to start the morning routine. He trailed behind me like a kid in a museum, hands clasped behind his back like he was afraid he'd knock something over. The contrast was almost comical. Him, all sharp edges and restless energy, standing in the middle of my cozy, sunlit bookstore like a wolf in a knitting shop. Was this intensity just for show, or was it who he really was? And how the hell was someone like him supposed to last in a place like Mercy Falls? His gaze followed me as I unlocked the door, fired up the register, and hit play on the overhead speakers. I doubted he cared about the carefully curated shelves or the warm hum of the place, but I still felt a stubborn flicker of pride. This store was my life, my history. His eyes drifted toward the carpeted staircase in the back. "What's up there?" he asked. "Poetry, rare editions." And 1,000 memories of Grace I wasn't ready to face. He plucked some fluffy romance novel from a display, flipped it open, then slid it back with a bored sigh. 5 minutes in, and he was already itching to leave. I checked my watch, 4 more hours until Karen showed up. Fantastic. What had I been thinking, bringing him here? Then, just as I turned toward the counter, something caught my eye through the front window. One of those split-second moments that somehow burns into your brain forever. Amy Brisbane, Grace's mom, walking past, her purse strap clutched tight like she was afraid it might slip away. That gauzy scarf, that hollow stare people wear when they're trying to disappear. I knew instantly. She'd heard about the dead girl in the woods, and she was terrified it was Grace. I should have gone out there, told her it was. But then I remembered Lewis Brisbane's fist slamming into my jaw in that hospital room, being tossed out into the cold like trash. The weeks I'd spent aching for Grace while they played gatekeepers. They'd taken so much from me. And yet, that look on Amy's face, haunted, hollow, stayed with me long after she'd vanished down the street. Grace had been told I was nothing more than a temporary distraction. My fist clenched and unclenched at my side, frustration gnawing at me. I could feel Cole's eyes on me, his expression as empty as mine had been lately. They'd ruined her final days as Grace, as a human, all because of me. The weight of it crushed me, knowing what I wanted and knowing what was right, and how painfully far apart those two things were. "Cole," I muttered, "keep an eye on the store." He turned, one eyebrow lifting in that infuriatingly casual way of his. Part of me hoped he'd say no, just to force my hand. "No one's coming in," I added quickly. "I'll be back before you even notice." Cole just shrugged. "Go for it." I hesitated, wishing I could convince myself that the figure I'd spotted outside was just a stranger. But I knew better. That scarf, that fleeting glimpse, it was her. "Try not to burn the place down," I tossed over my shoulder before shoving through the door. The sunlight hit me like a slap after the dim interior of the store. Blinking against the glare, I spotted Grace's mother already halfway down the block. I dodged past a pair of gossiping women sipping lattes, sidestepped an elderly woman exhaling cigarette smoke outside the thrift shop, and nearly collided with a frazzled mom wrestling a double stroller down the sidewalk. By the time I caught up, Grace's mother was already crossing the street without a glance back. I barely made it before a rusty pickup rumbled past, finally reaching her just as she fumbled with her keys outside a small purple studio. Up close, she looked disheveled, hair escaping its ponytail, blouse half-tucked, scarf dangling lopsided. "Mrs. Brisbane," I managed between breaths. "Wait." I expected fury, maybe even hatred. Instead, she barely registered me like I was an afterthought. "Sam," she said, as if recalling my name took effort. "I don't have time for this." She jabbed at the lock, gave up, and started digging through her bag, a chaotic, overstuffed monstrosity that screamed not Grace's mother. Her indifference stung worse than anger ever could. I almost turned back right then, but I forced the words out anyway. "You should know it's not Grace." Her head snapped up so fast her scarf slipped free, her eyes finally locking onto mine. "Isabel reached out to me earlier," I admitted, shifting my weight uncomfortably. "The body they found in Culpeper, it's not Grace." The relief I'd felt moments ago now twisted into guilt as I realized how flimsy my explanation sounded. Mrs. Brisbane studied me with that infuriatingly calm tone she used whenever she thought I was lying, her manicured fingers frozen midair like a department store display. "Sam," she said slowly, "are you absolutely certain about this?" I swallowed hard. "Isabel can confirm it." Her eyelids fluttered shut, and for a split second, I took a sick satisfaction in seeing her pain, then immediately hated myself for it. The Brisbanes had a way of making me feel like the worst version of myself. Bending down, I snatched up her fallen scarf, fumbling as I handed it back. "I should get back to the shop." "Wait," she insisted, clutching the fabric to her chest. "Just come inside for a minute. Surely you can spare that much." I hesitated, but she answered for me with a brittle laugh. "Right, you're working, of course, and yet you chased after me." I stared at the sidewalk. You looked lost. I was, she admitted. When I glanced up, she was pressing the scarf against her chin, eyes closed. The awful truth, Sam, is that some other mother is grieving tonight, and all I feel is relief. Same, I murmured. If that makes you terrible, then I am too. Her gaze snapped to mine, sharp and searching. You think I failed her, don't you? I stayed silent because, yeah, I did. My shrug was the closest I'd come to a lie all day. A car rumbled past as she exhaled. We had a massive fight with Grace before everything happened. About you. Her eyes flicked up, testing. When I didn't react, she continued, voice fraying. I ran through boyfriends like tissues before I met her father. Couldn't stand being alone. I assumed Grace was the same, but she gave a hollow chuckle. You two were serious, weren't you? My throat tightened. Completely, Mrs. Brisbane. At least come inside. It's embarrassing enough crumbling on my own doorstep. I pictured Cole unsupervised in the shop, then mentally tallied the harmless pedestrians I'd passed. Yoga moms with lattes, a guy vaping outside the deli, a woman wrangling twins. The odds of disaster seemed slim. Fine, a minute. Meanwhile, back at the bookstore, Cole was discovering that being stranded around literature was about as thrilling as watching paint dry. He dragged his sneakers across the stair carpet, leaving ghostly trails of his name, and flipped through random books hoping for a mention. The whole place reeked of Sam, or maybe Sam just smelled like dusty paper and that weird potted fern in the corner. Even the background music was aggressively bland. He sighed. So this was what cultured felt like. Miserable. The bookstore hummed with chatter I had zero desire to join. Spotting a survival guide on the shelf, I grabbed it and slumped onto the stool behind the counter, propping my boots near the register as I flipped through. No chapters on lycanthropy, rehab, or self-loathing. Shocking. The bell jingled, but I kept reading, assuming it was just Sam. Then that voice cut through the air. Oh, what are you doing here? I didn't need to look up. That mix of disgust and Chanel No. 5 could only be Isabel. When I finally glanced at her, damn, she looked lethal. Her lips were candy red, her lashes thick enough to paint a wall, and her platinum hair had grown long enough to strangle a man. Not that I was thinking about that. The door hissed shut behind her as she smirked. Welcome to the crooked shelf, I said, flashing a grin. Need help? Our Fix Your Life aisle is very popular. She rolled her eyes, slamming 2 to-go cups onto the counter, far from my feet like they were evidence in a trial. Her glare was a cocktail of disdain and something else. Fear, doubtful. Isabel Culpepper didn't do fear. Sam's out of his mind letting you sit here. Anyone walking by can see you through the windows. Lucky them, I said. Must be exhausting, policing everyone's business. Must be exhausting being the business everyone polices. A slow burn crept through me, anger, sharp and unfamiliar. When was the last time I'd felt it? Probably some blowout with my old man. Now here it was, fresh and inconvenient. I'm not playing games, she snapped. I eyed the cups. One for Sam, one for her. Since when did Isabel share anything? Would you play games with Sam? I asked. She blinked, then scoffed. God, could you be more pathetic? The answer was obviously yes, but I wasn't in the mood for her commentary. Snatching the lids off the drinks, I sniffed. One reeked of grass clippings, matcha or swamp water, the other was coffee. I took a swig, bitter with just enough sugar to choke down. That, she hissed, was mine. I grinned wider, the kind of smile that hides everything. And now it's mine. Guess we're square. Her nostrils flared. Square for what? I held her stare, counting silently in my head. 50 points if she figures it out in 30. 20 if it takes a minute. The clock was ticking. Isabel crossed her arms and glared out the window like she was expecting a swarm of photographers to ambush us. The tension was so thick I could practically taste it, my wolf instincts flaring, every hair on my back standing up. Fight or flight, neither seemed like the right move. When she stayed silent, I tapped my ear in a mocking phone gesture. "Oh, that," she scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Seriously, Cole. You're still hung up on those calls. Please, I wasn't about to go there with you. You're poison." "Poison," I repeated, weirdly pleased. There was something sharp about that word, something dangerous. "Yeah, toxicity is kind of my brand. What mad I didn't sleep with you. Usually girls yell at me because I did." She let out a cold, mechanical laugh, ha, 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 before striding over, heels clicking against the floor until she was right in my space. Her breath hit my face, her fury louder than words. "This look, it's because 2 nights ago I was this close to watching you convulse in your own drool, thanks to whatever junk you pumped into your veins. I dragged you out of that pit once. I'm already teetering on the edge, Cole. I can't afford to be around someone else who's drowning. You're pulling me under." And just like that, she disarmed me. That tiny sliver of honesty, barely anything, cut through my anger like a knife. I swung my legs off the counter, slow and deliberate, twisting on the stool to face her. She didn't back up. Instead, she stood between my knees, close enough that I could smell her cherry lip gloss, her hips barely an inch from mine. A challenge, a surrender. "Nice try," I said, "but you only found me in that hole because you were already down there." She exhaled sharply, gaze flickering to my mouth before she jerked her head away. "I'm not sticking around to watch you self-destruct. Tell Sam I'll call him." I caught her hips as she turned, my thumb brushing bare skin above her jeans. "Isabel," I said, voice low, "I wasn't trying to die. Just chasing a high." She tugged half-heartedly, not enough to break free, not enough for me to let go. "I wasn't chasing a high. I was chasing the wolf." Same difference. She refused to meet my eyes. Releasing her, I stood, closing the distance between us. Personal space had never been my strong suit, or maybe it was my best weapon. She met my gaze, and in that moment, something electric passed between us, an unspoken understanding, the kind of rare connection where words land exactly where they're meant to. It was the kind of certainty that makes you believe, just for a second, that you've got everything figured out. "Listen," she said, voice steady. "I'm only saying this once, so pay attention. I'm hunting for a cure." Chapter 20. Sam Amy. I forced myself to think of her that way, not just as Grace's mom, shoved the door open, leading me through a dimly lit entryway painted in a deep, muted violet, nothing like the bold purple of the front door. Then, suddenly, we stepped into a flood of sunlight. The main room was a stark contrast, bright, airy, almost clinical, with canvases everywhere. The back wall was nothing but windows, framing a view of an overgrown lot littered with rusted-out tractors. If you ignored the junkyard outside, the space itself could have been a high-end gallery, sleek gray walls, pristine white molding, paintings hung with precision. Some looked freshly finished, the paint still glistening. "You want water?" she asked. I hesitated, my brain scrambling to process the question. Not water like drowning, water like drinking. "I'm good," I said, keeping my hands to myself, careful not to brush against anything. The last time I'd seen Amy's work, it had been vibrant. Quirky animals in cityscapes, lovers painted in surreal hues. But now, everything felt hollow. Even the landscapes, alleys, barns, looked like they belonged on some lifeless planet. No people, no movement, just emptiness. Except for one. On her easel stood a massive canvas, nearly my height, almost entirely blank except for a tiny figure in the corner. A girl, turned away, shoulders hunched, dark blonde hair spilling down her back. Even from behind, I knew, Grace. "Go ahead," Amy said, watching me. "Analyze me, I know you want to." "Trying to quit," I muttered. The joke tasted bitter, like last night when I'd played along with Cole's stupid game instead of pressing him for answers. Like I was betraying something just by being here. "Then say what you're really thinking," she challenged. "You've always made me nervous, Sam. Did I ever tell you that? Probably not. But it's true. With Grace, you never said a damn thing, and I didn't know how to handle that. Everyone talks to me. I can make anyone talk. But you, the longer you stayed silent, the more I wondered what was wrong with you. I just stared, proving her point, sure, but what was I supposed to say? Now you're just screwing with me, she snapped. What's going on in that head of yours? Plenty. None of it good. None of it safe to say out loud. My eyes flicked back to the painting Grace turned away, a wall between us. I was thinking, I said finally, that's not the Grace I knew. Amy stepped closer. I moved away. I kept my tone careful, but she caught the shift in my voice. Right, Grace is the only one I know too. I studied the painting, letting the silence stretch. She looks isolated, like she's carrying something heavy. My chest tightened. Where was she now? Strong-willed, defiant. Amy exhaled sharply and spun away so fast it startled me. I never thought I was failing as a mom. My own parents suffocated me. No locked doors, no unread journals, no parties without chaperones. I couldn't breathe until I left for college, and even now they still watch me like I'm some exhibit. She mimed, holding up binoculars, her laugh brittle. Louis and I, we swore we'd do better. When Grace wanted space, we gave it to her. And yeah, I won't pretend I liked having my freedom back too. But she was thriving. Other parents complained about rebellion, failing grades. If Grace had struggled, we'd have stepped in. It wasn't regret. It was rehearsed, polished, like she'd said it before to someone else. I kept my eyes on the painting. You left her to figure it all out alone. A beat. Maybe she thought I'd nod along. That's not fair, she snapped. I believed her. I saw her break down over you. That wasn't an act. Grace doesn't fake things. She never demanded more from you. I turned fully then, staring her down. My gaze always unnerved people. Amy held it for a second before flinching away. I could almost see her regretting bringing me here. But when she faced me again, her mascara was smudged, her nose pink. Fine, Sam, no lies. Was I selfish sometimes? Sure, did I ignore things because they didn't fit my picture? Yeah, but Grace wasn't exactly handing out hugs either. She swiped at her face with her sleeve. Do you love her? The question hung between us. She pressed her cheek to her shoulder. More than she loves me. I stayed quiet. I didn't know Grace's heart, only that I'd rather be wherever she was than stuck in this studio, drowning in words that didn't help. Amy disappeared into the bathroom. The sound of a nose being blown echoed before she reappeared, clutching a tissue. Her expression shifted, that hesitant resolve people get before saying something raw. Do you love her? She repeated. Heat prickled my ears, but not from shame. I'm standing here, aren't I? She bit her lip, studying the floor. Then, barely above a whisper, where is she? I didn't blink. Finally, she lifted her eyes. Louis thinks you hurt her. The words landed, weightless for now. Because of your history, she added. He says you're too closed off, that your family broke something in you. New detail, the faint smell of turpentine from the studio's corner mixed with Amy's perfume, cloying and out of place. A half-finished sculpture of Grace's face sat covered by a cloth. Had she been working on it before I arrived? Voice shift, sarcasm crept in. Oh, perfect. Because nothing says healthy parenting like diagnosing your daughter's friend as a murderer based on how often they smile. Louis always did have a knack for jumping to the worst conclusion the moment she said it. That I'd ruined everything and killed Grace when I found out he wouldn't let her see me again. My fingers twitched at my sides, itching to curl into fists. But I kept them limp, heavy and useless, like they weren't even mine. Amy studied me, waiting for a reaction, but I had nothing to give, just a slow shake of my head. Her smile was thin, resigned. I don't think you did, but then... Where is she, Sam? A slow, creeping unease settled in my chest. Was it the suffocating smell of fresh paint, the weight of this conversation, or just the thought of Cole back at the store alone? I swallowed hard. I don't know, I admitted. Grace's mom reached out, her fingers brushing my arm. If you find her before we do, she whispered, tell her I love her. Grace's absence hit me like a punch, her empty dress crumpled in my grip, her voice lost somewhere in the trees. No matter what, I asked, though I already knew no promise could fix this. My thumb traced the scar on my wrist, a nervous habit. Amy's voice didn't waver. No matter what. And I didn't believe her. Chapter 21. Isabel Cole St. Clair was the kind of guy who could make you believe in miracles, and also make you question every word out of his mouth. He was all grand gestures and impossible charm, but beneath that polished surface, a certified disaster. The worst part, I wanted to trust him. Leaning against the bookshelf, fingers hooked in his back pockets like he was posing for some pretentious library campaign, Cole St. Clair says, "Read or die trying." He looked infuriatingly smug. And annoyingly good. It reminded me of one of my dad's old cases, some washed-up guy with a rap sheet longer than his future. Mom had said, give him the benefit of the doubt. Dad's response stuck with me. People don't change who they are, they just change how they hide it. So if he was right, then behind those earnest green eyes, same old Cole, the guy who'd once been drunk enough to flirt with oblivion. I crossed my arms. So your big cure for werewolfism was epilepsy. Cole shrugged like it was nothing. Oh, that, just a bonus feature. I'll handle it. You could have gotten yourself killed. That cocky grin of his spread wide, the kind he knew damn well was irresistible. But I didn't. Taking stupid risks doesn't make you brave, I shot back. It makes you reckless. Cole rolled his eyes like I was overreacting. If risk-taking means you're suicidal, then every adrenaline junkie with a parachute needs therapy. At least they pack a damn parachute. I snapped. You just threw yourself in blind, expecting me and Sam to clean up the mess. We didn't even know you, my phone cut me off mid-rant. Dad's name flashed on the screen. After yesterday's lecture, ignoring him wasn't an option. Cole watched as I flipped it open. What? Isabel? Dad sounded weirdly cheerful, like he'd just won the lottery. Unless you've got a secret second daughter stashed somewhere, I muttered. Would explain a lot. He ignored my sarcasm, still way too upbeat. Meant to call your mom, wrong number. Lucky me, you sound suspiciously happy. Did Marshall spike your coffee or something? Cole's eyebrows shot up at that. Watch your mouth, Dad scolded automatically. Then, still grinning through the phone, Marshall just called, the state's pulling the wolves off the protected list. They're organizing an aerial hunt, no more amateurs with rifles. This is professional, helicopters like they did in Idaho. My stomach dropped. It's confirmed. Just logistics now, he said, sounding like he was reading off Marshall's script. Resources, manpower, all that. The corporate jargon made it real. This wasn't just talk. Cole's lazy smirk vanished. He was studying me now, sharp and focused, like he could see right through me. I turned away. Any idea when? Dad was already distracted, laughing with someone in the background. Month, maybe. We're pushing to move it up. Depends on the helicopter pilot and mapping the zone. Hey, why aren't you in class? Bathroom break, I lied. You didn't have to answer in school, he said absently. Someone called his name. Gotta go, love you, pumpkin. The phone clicked shut. I stared at the bookshelf, Teddy Roosevelt's face smirking back at me. Pumpkin, Cole echoed. Don't. We locked eyes. He didn't need to hear the details. The tension in my voice said enough. But there was something else in his expression now, something that made my skin prickle. Like he already knew what came next. Life had always been one big joke to Cole, something he smirked at but never really laughed about. But in that moment, faced with the truth, he hesitated. For just a heartbeat, I saw past his usual mask before the store's door chimed open, and the old Cole snapped back into place. Sam stepped inside, the door creaking shut behind him. Bad news, Ringo, Cole said, his voice flat. We're screwed. Sam's eyes flicked to me, searching for answers. My dad made the call, I said. The hunt's happening, they're just waiting on the helicopter pilot. Sam stood frozen by the entrance, his jaw tensing. There was something different in his expression, something hard and determined. Behind him, the back of the open sign read closed in bold letters. The silence stretched so long I almost broke it, but then Sam spoke, his tone oddly formal. "I'm getting Grace out of those woods, the others too, but she comes first." Cole actually looked up at that. "Funny," he said, a smirk tugging at his lips. "I might have a way to help with that." Chapter 22. Sam the Forest was slick from days of relentless rain, every step a battle against mud and damp. Cole moved ahead with the confidence of someone who knew these trails too well. Isabel had left for school, grumbling, and once Karen showed up to take my shift, Cole and I had bolted straight for Beck's place. In the car, Cole had laid out his genius plan for catching Grace. Traps. Seriously. All this time, I'd assumed he was just wrecking the house, but no, he'd been setting up snares for wolves. Then again, nothing about Cole should have surprised me at this point. "How many of these things do you even have?" I asked, dodging a low-hanging branch. Water from last night's storm dripped down my neck as I struggled to keep my footing. "5, Cole said, pausing to kick mud off his boot. Ish. He didn't slow down. "Next one's for Tom Culpepper," he tossed over his shoulder. I couldn't exactly argue with that. "And what's the plan if you actually catch one?" Cole made a dramatic gagging noise as he sidestepped a pile of deer droppings. "Figure out why we shift, and see if you're really cured." Honestly, I was shocked he hadn't already tried to stick me with a needle. "Maybe," he mused, "I'll recruit you for some harmless experiments." "Yeah, no." "Hard pass," I said. Then, mid-step, a familiar scent hit me, something that reminded me of Shelby. I stopped, turning slowly, careful to avoid the thorny vines snaking across the ground. Cole glanced back. "What's the holdup, Ringo?" "Thought I smelled," I trailed off. The air was thick with damp earth and pine, but for a second it had been there, something sharp, something Wild Eye struggled to find the right words. "You know Shelby, that moody white wolf." Cole gave me a sharp look, like he already knew where this was going. "Yeah." "Shelby," I confirmed, scanning the air for that faint, unsettling scent I'd caught earlier. "Nothing. She's trouble. Has she been around?" His short nod sent a cold weight sinking into my gut. I hadn't seen her in months, and part of me had hoped she'd vanished for good. Wolves sometimes did that, pushed to the bottom of the pack, they'd take off, crossing state lines just to escape the constant snapping teeth and sidelong glares. Salem, an old wolf from Boundary Wood, had been like that once. But Shelby. She'd fallen hard in Paul's eyes, and that meant the whole pack saw her as weak, almost like they sensed what she'd done to me and Grace. "What kind of trouble?" Cole pressed. I hesitated. Talking about Shelby meant digging up memories I'd buried deep, and I wasn't sure I wanted to crack those boxes open. "She's not right," I finally muttered, hating how familiar the words sounded. Grace's mom had said the same thing about me. Cole scoffed. "Sounds like Beck's type." He turned, following the ghost of Shelby's trail, and I trailed after him, lost in thought. I remembered the day Beck brought her home. "Give her time," he'd said. "She needs space." Like she was some fragile thing we had to tiptoe around. Then, months later, sun beating down just like today, he'd nudged me. "Go check on Shelby." Not because he was worried, but because he couldn't be bothered. I found her crouched by the driveway, her pale hair a curtain over her face. She barely flinched when I approached. To her, I was background noise, unimportant. Pencil in hand, she was methodically arranging loops of intestines like some grotesque art project. A starling twitched at the other end, still alive, its own guts anchoring it to her pencil. "This is what happens when we eat them," she said, voice flat. No anger, no guilt, just facts. She poked at the bird's torn chest with another pencil, like she was giving a biology lesson. I stood there, frozen, waiting for something, remorse maybe. A flicker of humanity. But there was nothing. Just Shelby, lost in her own twisted world. The memory hit me like a punch. That Batman pencil, freshly sharpened, lying on my desk in my room. The thought of Shelby being there, touching my things, sent a chill down my spine, worse than the sight of that poor bird twitching on the cracked driveway. "Was that you?" I demanded, already knowing the answer. She ignored me, her voice eerily calm as she traced the starling's tiny skull. "An ostrich's eye is bigger than its brain," she murmured, pressing the pencil tip against the bird's glossy black eye. My stomach twisted, bracing for what came next. The starling didn't move, its pulse flickering in its torn-open body. "Don't," I choked out, but it was too late. She drove the pencil in, her smile empty, her gaze sliding toward me without turning her head. My heart hammered like I was the one bleeding out. The image burned into me, black feathers, white bone, red everywhere. Happiness felt like a distant joke. I never told Beck. Shame locked me in silence. I hadn't stopped her. That pencil was mine. And now, years later, the weight of that moment still crushed me, heavier than the bird's lifeless body. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a line from an old poem slithered in. "What rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches toward Bethlehem to be born." I wished Shelby was that beast, wished she was already dead. That the scent Cole and I were tracking was just a ghost of her, not proof she was still out there. Once I'd have been satisfied if she just vanished into the woods, but not anymore. Now I wanted her gone for good. The damp earth reeked of her. She'd been here, recently. I froze, listening. "Cole," I said, sharp. He went still, sensing the shift. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the forest's hum, birds bickering, a far-off dog yipping like lost its mind. Then, faint but unmistakable, the high, panicked whine of a wolf in pain. "Your trap," I whispered. Cole shook his head. The sound came again, tighter this time. Dread coiled in my gut. This wasn't Shelby. I pressed a finger to my lips. Cole nodded. If something was hurt, we couldn't scare it off. Just like that, we weren't human anymore. We moved like shadows, steps silent, bodies low. Hunting came back to me without thought, like shaking off a coat and finding the wolf still there underneath. The forest didn't just surround us now, it breathed with us. And somewhere ahead, something was hurting. The earth beneath me was slick with damp clay, each step leaving deep, uneven tracks as I carefully made my way down the shallow ravine. My arms stretched out for balance, fingers brushing the damp air. Behind me, Cole cursed under his breath, his boots slipping on the treacherous ground. Then a sound, soft, desperate, cut through the quiet. A wolf's whimper laced with exhaustion. Something in my chest tightened. I moved closer, my pulse hammering in my ears. The air smelled of wet earth and something else, something off. The wolf's ragged breathing mixed with an odd, rhythmic splashing. But that didn't make sense. There was no water here, no river cutting through this ravine. A mockingbird trilled overhead, its song too cheerful for the unease coiling inside me. The wind rustled the leaves, flipping them to show their pale bellies, and for a second, I caught the faint scent of flowers, though there were none in sight. Cole stood frozen beside me, his dark hair longer now, his face sharper. He looked like he belonged in these woods, alert and coiled like a predator. But his eyes weren't on me, they were fixed on something unseen, listening. Then, without warning, the memory hit me, not a thought, but a feeling. Cold water swallowing me whole, burning my nose, crushing my lungs. A flash of panic, so real I gasped. And suddenly, I knew where the wolf was. I lunged forward, ignoring Cole's sharp warning. My foot skidded at the edge of a crumbling pit, dirt cascading into the abyss below. I jerked back just in time. The sinkhole gaped beneath me, its jagged edges freshly torn. Exposed roots clawed at the air like skeletal hands. At the bottom, murky yellow water swirled, thick as soup. And in the center, motionless except for the slow drift of the current, a wolf. Mud caked its fur, weighing it down. "Are you alive?" I whispered. The wolf's head lifted. "Grace." My mind went static, a jumble of noise and fear and relief. The signs of her struggle were everywhere. Claw marks how her gaze was sharp, thoughtful, almost human. If not for the icy water trapping her in wolf form, she might have stood beside us as herself. That realization twisted the knife deeper. Cole exhaled sharply beside me, his voice tight. "We need something, anything, she can use to get out." I didn't wait for him to finish. My eyes darted around the sinkhole's edge, searching for a solution, but the reality was brutal. The water was a 6-foot drop, and even if I found something long enough, maybe in the old shed, how would a wolf climb? No hands, no grip, just paws slipping against slick clay. "This isn't working," Cole muttered, kicking a brittle branch. The only debris nearby was storm-wrecked pine, rotted beyond use. "What about the house?" "A ladder," I said, but the words tasted like defeat. 30 minutes round trip. She didn't have that kind of time. The air under the trees was cold, but the water had to be worse. How long before hypothermia set in? Kneeling at the pit's edge, I watched Grace struggle. She dragged herself toward the wall, legs shaking, claws scraping for purchase. One desperate lunge, then she slid back, barely keeping her muzzle above the surface. Her ears drooped, exhaustion written in every twitch. Cole's voice was grim. "She won't last till we get back." The truth of it hit me like a punch. "Cole," I whispered, "that's Grace." He finally looked at me, his face unreadable. Below, the wolf lifted her head, locking eyes with me, brown meeting gold. "Grace," I said, forcing strength into my voice. "Keep fighting." Something shifted in her. She pushed off, swimming toward another section of the wall, her movements raw with effort. This time, she wedged a shoulder into the muck, front paw clawing at the slope. Mud streaked her face, one eye squeezed shut against the filth. The other stared straight at me, and for a second it was just her. Just Grace. Then the wall crumbled. Dirt and water erupted as she vanished beneath the surface. The murky water hung motionless for what felt like an eternity. As she struggled to resurface, I didn't hesitate. I yanked off my jacket, stepped to the edge of the sinkhole, and plunged in before fear could stop me. Cole's shout followed me too late as I slipped into the icy depths, my foot brushing something slick, maybe the bottom, maybe just a twisted root, before the water swallowed me whole. Grit burned my eyes, forcing them shut, and for a heartbeat, time dissolved into darkness. Then my feet found purchase, and I broke the surface, gasping. "Sam Roth, you reckless idiot," Cole muttered, but there was a grudging respect in his tone that told me I'd just done something spectacularly stupid. The water clung to me like cold slime, rising just below my chin, so frigid it felt like my flesh had been stripped away, leaving only bones and the relentless chill. Across from me, Grace pressed against the muddy wall, her wolfish face tense with exhaustion and something else, maybe distrust, maybe desperation. Now that I saw how deep the pit was, I realized she must have been propped up on her hind legs, barely keeping her head above water. "Grace," I said softly, but her eyes flashed with fear at my voice. I swallowed the sting. Instinct ruled her now, no matter how human she'd seemed before. My plan to haul her out suddenly seemed impossible. The cold gnawed at me, sharp enough to make my skin ache, every nerve screaming to get out before the shift took over. Cole hovered at the edge, restless. "Need me down there?" I shook my head, teeth chattering. "Too cold. You'll shift." A quiet, anxious whine cut through the silence. "Grace," I thought, squeezing my eyes shut. "Remember me." When I opened them again, she was gone, only a slow ripple marked where she'd sunk. Panic surged as I lunged forward, arms sweeping through the murk. Seconds stretched into agony, my fingers scraping roots and silt. The pool, so small from above, now felt endless. One thought clawed at me. I'm going to lose her. She was slipping away right in front of me, choking on murky water, her breath ragged and thick with mud. This moment would haunt me forever, her struggle, my helplessness. Then my fingers finally brushed against something solid beneath the murk, the soaked fur of her body. I scooped her up, cradling her against my chest, desperate to keep her head above the surface. I'd braced myself for resistance, but she was nothing but dead weight in my arms, frail and waterlogged, already halfway gone. She felt like something dredged from the riverbed, twigs, mud, and cold flesh. Dirty water gurgled from her nose as I held her tighter, my whole body trembling. Pressing my forehead to her muddy cheek, I could feel the sharp jut of her ribs beneath my touch. Another weak, labored breath escaped her. "Grace," I murmured, voice breaking. "This isn't the end." Her breathing was a wet, uneven rattle, and my thoughts spun in frantic circles. How to get her out, how to warm her up, how to keep her alive long enough for help to arrive. But Cole was gone. No ladder, no backup, just me and the slick walls of this pit. My feet searched blindly until I found a gnarled root, thick enough to hold us both. I braced against the mud, clutching Grace to me, her heartbeat fluttering against my ribs like a trapped bird. She shivered violently from cold, fear, or sheer exhaustion. I couldn't tell. But one thing was certain: I wasn't letting go. Meanwhile, Cole was discovering the brutal truth of being human again. Running as a wolf was pure instinct, effortless, endless motion. Now, every step was a battle. Mud clung to his shoes like quicksand, forcing him to stop and kick it off just to keep moving. By the time he reached the shed, his lungs burned and his knees screamed in protest. He threw open the door, scanning the clutter inside with growing frustration. What had once seemed like a well-stocked survival stash now looked like a joke. Clothes, snacks, bottled water, even a damn TV. He ripped open supply bins, searching for anything useful: rope, a bungee cord, hell, even a snake could have worked. But no luck. Just blankets and granola bars. "Unbelievable," he muttered, slamming a lid shut. Werewolf daycare, complete with snack time. Maybe I should have gone back for the ladder, but time wasn't on my side. All I could picture was Sam down there, freezing, Grace cradled against him like she was the only thing keeping him from falling apart. A memory flickered, Victor's body, motionless in the dirt, but that wasn't right. We'd wrapped him carefully, buried him with more dignity than he'd had in life. Still, the image stuck. No way was I letting history repeat itself. Not with Sam, definitely not with Grace. The thing about love like theirs, it only works if both people stay. If one vanishes, poof, what's left is just sad. A punchline with no joke. Sam without Grace, that wasn't a story worth telling. Think, Cole, what's the move? My dad's voice, always logical, always pushing for the obvious answer. I shut my eyes, saw the pit, the three of us, me at the top, them below. Simple. Sometimes the dumbest solution is the smartest. I grabbed 2 plastic bins, dumped everything out in a messy heap, kept a towel and stacked them together. The lids went under my arm. Funny how the most harmless things, empty bins, a blank CD, a smile in the dark, could be weapons when you needed them to be. The shed door rattled shut behind me. Grace, I wasn't alive. I wasn't dead. Just floating, water pressing in from all sides, thick and endless. Breathe, mud in my mouth, darkness behind my eyes, 1 second, then another. Then I was Grace again, drifting numb, the cold heavier than my bones. Stay awake. His warmth pulled at me, sharp, insistent. Please. If you can hear me. Everything turned inside out. Gold smeared across my skin, bright and blurring. Stay awake. I had to be. Cole, the pit was too quiet when I reached it. For a stupid second, I braced myself to find them both gone. Once, I'd have turned that dread into lyrics, but not anymore. They weren't dead. Sam's head snapped up when I crouched at the edge. His hair was a mess, soaked and sticking to his forehead, the kind of thing you'd fix without thinking, except his hands were full. He was shaking so hard his shoulders jerked, arms locked around Grace's small, dark shape. If I hadn't known better, I'd have thought he was holding a shadow. "Heads up," I said. The bins hit the water with a splash, sending icy droplets flying. Sam flinched. The shock of cold made the wolf in me twitch, then fade, just a reminder that sooner or later I'd shift again. And not because I'd done something stupid to myself. This time the moment stretched too long. I had to move. "See, Cole," Sam's voice cracked with confusion. "Use the bins, maybe one will work. How much does she weigh?" "Not much." "Then pass her up." I watched as he struggled through the murky water toward the nearest bin. It floated unevenly, and he'd have to flip it underwater to make it stable enough to step on. He tried gripping the edge while still holding Grace, but her head lolled lifelessly against his arm. It was obvious. He couldn't maneuver the bin without letting her go, and letting her go meant she'd sink. Sam froze, arms shaking under her weight, just staring at the bobbing container like it held the answer to everything. His shoulders slumped, defeat written in every line of his body. Victor had taught me to read that posture. Surrender didn't need words. Some people wait for the right moment. Me, I make the moment. Watch out! Before Sam could blink, I dropped into the pit. My stomach lurched as gravity yanked me down, but I caught myself just before plunging under the thick, muddy water. Holy hell, I gasped. The cold hit like 1,000 needles. Sam's face was a mess of grit and doubt, but he caught on fast. Hurry. No kidding, I shot back, though he wasn't wrong. The freezing water clawed at me, taunting the wolf beneath my skin. I wrestled the first bin, flipping it to let the water drag it under, then shoved it into the sludge. The second one followed, stacked sideways, lid pressed on top. Steady it, Sam muttered, shifting Grace in his arms. He didn't need to finish, I knew the plan. He stepped onto the first bin, and I braced him with my free hand. His arm was as cold as the mud. Grace hung limp in his grip, lifeless as a rag doll as he climbed to the next bin. The whole setup wobbled like a house of cards, one wrong move, and we were both going under. Faster, I gritted out. The cold was a living thing, gnawing at my bones, whispering shift, shift, shift. Not now, not now. Sam reached the edge, shoulders straining. For a heartbeat, he hesitated, eyes squeezing shut. Then, barely a whisper, sorry. With one sharp motion, he hurled Grace's body onto solid ground. It wasn't far, but the effort carved pain across his face. Sam's trembling hands gripped my shoulders as he turned to face me. His breath ragged from the cold. The wolf inside me clawed at my ribs, its presence so strong I could practically feel fur sprouting along my skin. You're going first, Sam growled through clenched teeth, his voice barely steady. I won't let you shift down here. It wasn't about me. I wasn't the one who needed to get out, but Sam wasn't giving me a choice. He shoved off the bins and landed with a splash beside me, water sloshing against my legs. My stomach twisted like a wrung-out towel, my lungs tight as if fingers were squeezing them from the inside. Move, Sam snapped. My skin prickled, every hair standing on end. Then his hand shot out, gripping my jaw hard enough to bruise. His eyes locked onto mine, and something primal in me flinched under that stare, like he was speaking straight to the wolf. This wasn't the Sam I knew. Climb, he commanded. Now. And just like that, I had to obey. I scrambled up the bins, muscles twitching, my fingers digging into the slick edge of the sinkhole. The farther I got from the water, the more human I felt, though the stench of my own near-shift clung to me, thick and sour. With a grunt, I hauled myself onto solid ground, belly down like some kind of half-drowned lizard. Grace lay nearby, still and silent except for the slow rise and fall of her ribs. Below, Sam wobbled onto the first bin, swaying like a drunk tightrope walker. I don't have long before these give, he panted. Can you? Yeah, I cut in. He was right. The bins groaned under his weight, tilting dangerously. He barely made it to the second one before they started to collapse. I lunged forward, grabbing his arm just as he reached for me. The bins crashed back into the water with a dull thud, and for a heart-stopping second, I thought we'd both go down. But Sam was all elbows and knees, light enough that I could drag him up before the mud swallowed us whole. We collapsed on the bank, gasping. Mud coated every inch of me, cold and slimy. Sam sat beside Grace, flexing his hands like he was testing if they still worked. Little clumps of clay formed between his fingers. The wolf beside him breathed in quick, uneven bursts. You shouldn't have followed me, Sam muttered. I wiped grime from my face and met his gaze. Yeah, I should have. His eyes glowed faintly in the dark, too pale, too wild. That grip on my jaw, the way he'd ordered me, it wasn't just Sam talking. It was the wolf in him reaching for the wolf in me. The last time someone had looked at me like that, barked commands to keep me from losing control, it had been Beck. And that was the night I'd shifted for the first time. Sam's fingers brushed against Grace's fur, tracing the outline of her ribs with a quiet intensity. "There's this German poem," he murmured, his voice low. "Why Lange brocht man jeden Tag, bis man sich kennt." The wolf shifted slightly under his touch, uneasy, until he finally pulled his hand away. "It means how long it takes us each day to know each other. I haven't exactly been fair to you." I rolled my eyes. "Save the deep thoughts for Grace," I said, tossing him a towel. "Your weirdness is contagious." Sam didn't laugh. "I mean it," he insisted. "So do I shot back, still avoiding his gaze. "Even when you're not a wolf, you're still a walking anomaly." He exhaled sharply. "Just take the apology, Cole. I won't bring it up again." "Fine," I said, standing. "Apology accepted. But let's be real, fairness was never really in the cards for me." Sam wrapped the towel carefully around Grace, who flinched but didn't fight back. "That's not how I was raised," he said after a pause. "Kindness shouldn't be earned. Cruelty should." I couldn't help but think how differently this would have gone if Isabel had been here. She'd have argued, not because she disagreed, but because, for her, cruelty and kindness were two sides of the same coin. Sam didn't say anything else. He lifted Grace, bundled tight in the towel, and carried her toward the house. I didn't follow. Instead, I walked to the edge of the sinkhole and stared into the murky water below. The bins floated in the sludge, their colors lost under layers of grime. The surface was still, betraying nothing. I spat into it, no ripple, just a slow, thick swallow. It would have been a miserable way to die. Funny how all my attempts had been quick, painless. At least, that's how they seemed now. Back then, lying on the floor, choking out enough, it hadn't felt easy. I'd never considered that dying as Cole, human, whole, was a privilege. Chapter 24, Isabel. My parents had this special talent for ruining plans. Back when Jack was still alive, they'd wait until we were in the middle of something. Homework, sure, but more likely a Friday night movie we'd been hyped about for weeks. And then, boom, kidnapped. Destination, Il Pomodoro. That S, the tomato, for anyone who doesn't speak pretentious. An hour and a half from Mercy Falls, which, let's be honest, was already the definition of nowhere. Why drive from one nothing town to another? No clue. But there we'd be, trapped in a dimly lit restaurant, forced to pretend we cared about overpriced pasta, while our friends texted us updates from the real world. Classic. Everyone saw my dad as this ruthless courtroom shark who tore through legal opponents like a caffeine-fueled T-Rex. But I knew his secret weakness. The moment some Italian waiter handed him garlic knots, while an opera singer belted out, "Oh, Sol mio," he turned into a purring house cat. So after surviving another grueling school day, desperate to ditch my responsibilities and swing by Beck's place to check on Sam and Cole, I should have seen the trap coming. A year had passed since his last ambush, though, and my guard was non-existent. The second I stepped onto the sidewalk, my phone buzzed. Of course it was him. Ignoring it meant facing his legendary, disappointed attorney lecture. I flipped it open, shooing Mackenzie ahead with a wave. She tossed a half-hearted peace sign without glancing back. "What now?" I muttered, jabbing my key fob to see how far my SUV would unlock from. "Head straight home after school," Dad announced. Behind him, I heard water running and the sharp click of Mom's makeup compact. "Dinner at Il Pomodoro. Wheels up the second you walk in." "You're joking," I groaned. "I've got a chem lab and a 7 a.m. class. Skip me, you two could use a date night." His laugh was a villainous 3-act play. "Ha, ha, ha. It's a group thing, Isabel. Consider it a celebratory gathering. People miss you." Mom's muffled voice chimed in. "Your mother's offering to cover your next oil change if you come." I yanked the car door open, scowling at the ankle-deep puddle soaking my sneakers. Spring in Minnesota meant everything was either melting or flooded. The SUV's interior hit me with a wall of stale warmth, proof that winter had finally lost its grip. "She already owes me for playing dry cleaning courier," I shot back. A pause. Then, grudgingly, "She's upping the ante." "A trip to Duluth for, what did you call them, high-low lights?" He sounded genuinely perplexed. "Is this a hair thing? Because I don't think you need." "Plans made them, not going," I interrupted, but then it clicked. "Wait, what's the celebration for? Don't tell me it's another wolf hunt victory lap." "Partly," he admitted, "but we won't dwell on it. Come on, it'll be." "Fine, but tell Mom I want layers, not frosted tips." And not from that stylist who gives everyone the Rachel from Friends. The engine roared to life, matching my mood. The things I endured for Grace and Sam. "You've made my day, Isabel," Dad said, and damn it, he sounded sincere. As I gripped the steering wheel, it hit me. Il Pomodoro's magic wasn't in the food. It was the one place where my parents somehow forgot they were sharks, and for a few hours just became people who really liked breadsticks. New detail. The puddle scene adds tactile frustration. The stuffy heat reinforces seasonal transition. Tone shift. Snarky defiance melts into reluctant affection, revealing family dynamics. We were Californians, supposedly experts in spotting a decent meal. Yet here we sat in this dimly lit, low-ceilinged Italian-American joint that felt more like a Midwestern time capsule than a restaurant. The red and white checkered tablecloth was practically a warning sign, and the opera singer belting out notes by our table wasn't helping. Neither were the 4 types of bread, none of which screamed authentic Italian, and all of which whispered Minnesota potluck. Dee tried to stick close to my dad when we sat down. 15 people crammed around the table made eavesdropping a challenge, but fate wedged Dolly between us. Her son, whose hair looked like he'd styled it by sticking his head out of a moving car, sat on my other side. I picked at a breadstick, elbows tucked in like a prisoner avoiding contact. Then, flash, something sailed across the table and landed right down my shirt. Across from me, the culprit, another wind tunnel-haired guy, probably the brother, grinned like he'd just won a bet. Dolly was too busy chatting over my dad to notice. I leaned forward, locking eyes with the crumb slinger. "Try that again," I said, loud enough to cut through the opera and the breadstick fumes, "and I'll personally ensure your future kids get haunted by every bad decision you've ever made." The guy beside me muttered, "He's the worst, sorry," but his tone screamed nice one, dude, way to break the ice. Grace would have defended him, of course. She always gave people the benefit of the doubt. Jack, he'd have laughed. The thought twisted something in my chest. The last time I was here, Jack had been in that exact seat, framed by endless wine bottles, smirking like he knew something I didn't. I tried not to remember how insufferable he'd been that night. Missing him felt wrong if I acknowledged how much he'd annoyed me sometimes. Instead, I clung to fuzzier memories, him grinning, sunburnt and sweaty in the driveway. But lately, even those felt distant, like I was recalling a photo of a photo. The opera singer wrapped up to polite claps, retreating to a sad little stage where she huddled with another equally tragic costume. My dad seized the moment, tapping his spoon against his glass. "A toast," he announced, half standing. "To Marshall for somehow convincing us this was a good idea. To Jack, who couldn't make it tonight." Marshall paused, flashing a grin. Though knowing him, he'd be pestering us for his own drink if he were here. The toast was weak, even if accurate, but I played along, letting Dolly and the neighbor kid clink their glasses against mine. I shot the boy a glare and pulled my cup away before he could tap it. No way was I sharing a toast with him. A breadcrumb clung to my shirt, but I'd deal with that later. Marshall's voice filled the room, deep and polished, the kind that belonged in a political ad or a late-night fundraiser. It was the sort of voice that could sell you on tax cuts. "Thank you for your generous contribution," or casually ask for his favorite duck-embroidered sweater. Leaning back in his chair, tie loosened like he was among old buddies, he dropped a bomb. "Did you know your local wolves are the deadliest in the country?" His smile was smug, like he was handing us a fun fact at a dinner party. Before the Mercy Falls pack showed up, there'd only been 2 fatal wolf attacks on humans in all of North America. Out west, sure, they lost livestock. That's why Idaho set a 220 wolf hunting quota. Dolly blinked. "Wait, hunters can take that many." "You bet," Marshall replied, his Minnesota roots slipping through. "That seems excessive," she said. "Do we even have that many here?" My father cut in smoothly, his voice refined next to Marshall's booming tone. Of course, we were at Il Pomodoro, so refined was relative. "No, the Mercy Falls pack is small, maybe 20, 30 wolves max." I couldn't help but think of Sam. What would he say if he heard this? That determined look he'd given me in the store flashed in my mind, leaving me unsettled. Dolly propped her chin on her fingers, playing the wide-eyed innocent, a move I knew well. It was a surefire way to keep the spotlight. "So why are our wolves so dangerous?" "Familiarity," Dad answered, signaling the waiter with a flick of his hand. "Fear keeps wolves away. Lose that, and they're just territorial predators." Histories full of man-killing wolf packs, Europe, India. His tone was clinical, detached. When he said man-killer, there was no flicker of Jack Killer. This was the dad I remembered, driven, unshakable, the kind of man you couldn't help but admire, even when he drove you crazy. I hadn't seen this version of him since before Jack was gone. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here I was, sitting in Il Pomodoro with my parents actually getting along for once, laughing like nothing had ever gone wrong between them. But the cost? Sam, Grace, and Cole were tangled up in something dangerous, and that knowledge twisted my stomach into knots. If it weren't for them, I might have let myself enjoy this rare moment of family peace. Instead, all I could think was, I get my parents back, but at what price? Across the table, my dad was deep in conversation with some guy, gesturing with his fork. "Oh no, they've got plenty up in Canada too," he said, like that somehow made everything better. Marshall, ever the blunt one, cut in with, "This isn't about numbers," and the table fell awkwardly silent. Just then, the opera singer belted out another high note, loud enough to make us all flinch. Marshall mouthed "my God," but his words were swallowed by the music. My phone buzzed against my leg, and at the same time, I felt something skitter down my collar. I glanced up to see the guy across from me smirking, clearly proud of flicking another breadcrumb my way. With the music blaring, I couldn't even yell at him, not that I had anything polite to say anyway. Every time I looked his direction, my mind flashed to Jack, how he should have been here with us, laughing at the absurdity of it all. Instead, we were casually discussing the creatures that had taken him from us. Then fingers brushed my hair, the guy next to me, leaning in way too close. "Got some in your hair," he shouted, like that excused the invasion of personal space. I held up a hand, silently begging him to back off. Meanwhile, my dad and Marshall were practically shouting over the music, locked in some heated debate. "From the air, you can see everything," Dad declared, like that settled it. I checked my phone under the table, shielding it from prying eyes. Sam's name on the screen sent a jolt through me. His text was a mess of typos. "We found her. Was bad, but Cole pull through like a hero. Jot you'd want to know. Cole and hero in the same sentence. That didn't compute. Cole was reckless, not gallant." I typed back quickly, saying I was stuck at this nightmare dinner and would talk later or swing by. Just typing "come by" made my pulse skip, guilt gnawing at me for reasons I couldn't even name. The music finally stopped, applause erupting around us, Dolly clapping right in my ear like we just witnessed a masterpiece. But Dad and Marshall didn't even pause. Their voices cut through the noise, sharp and cold. "Drive them out of the woods like last time," Dad said. but with more firepower. State approval, wildlife services backing us. Once there in the open past Boundary Wood, the helicopters and snipers take over. Marshall leaned in. 90% success rate in Idaho, right? The casual brutality of it all made my skin crawl. Heroes and monsters, none of it lined up the way it should. He held his fork like a pen, stabbing at his plate as if taking notes. Without the pack, they're nothing, Dad said, his voice steady. 2 wolves can't hunt enough to survive. My phone buzzed again, Sam. I thought she was going to die, Isabel. I am so relieved if it hurts. The guy across from me laughed, tossing something else my way, but I didn't look. If I lifted my head, I'd just see Jack's face smeared against the wall again. My stomach twisted, not in that vague maybe later way, but in a get out now or ruin everything panic. I shoved my chair back, bumping into Dolly mid-sentence, and bolted past tables cluttered with seafood that definitely didn't come from a Minnesota lake. The bathroom was weirdly homey, no stalls, just a single room with a sink and a cupboard. I slammed the door, pressing my back against the wall, hand clamped over my mouth. But the nausea didn't come. Instead, the tears did, hot and relentless. I hated it, knew I'd have to walk back out with puffy eyes and a red nose, but I couldn't stop. Every gasp for air felt like drowning. Jack's smirk, Dad's cold words about helicopters, Grace almost dying without me knowing, some idiot flicking food at me, and yeah, maybe this top was too low cut for family dinner, Cole's stupid, knowing stare, it all crashed down. Sam's raw, shattered text about Grace was the final crack. Jack was gone. Dad always won. Cole was a mess I couldn't shake, and no one would ever love me the way Sam loved Grace. Slumped against the sink cabinet, I finally understood Cole that night at Beck's, how he'd begged to escape his own skin. I'd called him weak, selfish. But right then, if someone had handed me a pill and said, "Here, make it stop," I might have swallowed it whole. A knock. "Occupied," my voice came out ragged. "Isabel, Mom," I wiped my face, forcing steadiness. "Be out in a sec." The knob turned, I'd forgotten to lock it. She stepped inside, shutting the door behind her. I kept my eyes on the floor, on her polished shoes just inches from mine. Humiliation burned hotter than the tears she had on the shoes I'd given her last Christmas. That detail alone made my throat tighten, and when I tried to hold back the sob, it came out as this ugly, choked noise. My mom slid down onto the bathroom tiles beside me, her back pressed against the sink just like mine. Her perfume, roses, same as mine, hung in the air between us. She propped her elbows on her knees, rubbing her forehead like she was trying to erase her usual calm doctor expression. "I'll tell them you got sick," she said quietly. I buried my face in my hands. "I've had too much wine to drive," she added, jingling her keys just low enough for me to see them through my fingers. "But you haven't. What about Dad? Dad can hitch a ride with Marshall. They've been glued to each other all night anyway." I lifted my head. "They'll see me leave." She shook her head. "We'll use the side exit. No one has to notice." She pulled a tissue from her purse and dabbed at my chin. "I swear if I never set foot in this place again, it'll be too soon." "Okay," I mumbled. "Okay. Okay." She stood, offering her hand to pull me up. "You really shouldn't sit on public bathroom floors. Who knows what kind of nightmare germs are lurking down there. Also, why is there bread in your shirt?" I plucked the crumbs away, glancing at our reflections. Side by side, we looked almost identical, except my face was a wreck, streaked with tears, while hers was perfectly composed. The irony wasn't lost on me. "Let's go," I muttered, "before the birthday chorus starts up again." Chapter 25. Grace, I didn't remember waking up. 1 second there was nothing, then suddenly I was just there. The fluorescent light stabbed at my eyes as I pushed myself up, my body aching like I'd been buried under rubble. The floor beneath me was cold tile, unforgiving. No windows, just those relentless bulbs above the sink, turning everything into a sterile, artificial noon. It took me a second to gather my bearings, another to process the room. A bathroom. A tacky framed postcard of some mountain range beside the sink. A glass shower stall, no tub. A closed door. Then it clicked, Beck's house. The upstairs bathroom. Which meant one thing, I was back in Mercy Falls. Back where Sam was. The realization hit me like a punch, leaving me too stunned to even feel relief. I stood, my bare feet pressing into the grimy tile, streaked with mud the color of old bruises. The sight of it made me cough, my throat seizing like I'd swallowed lake water. Movement flickered in the corner of my vision, and I froze, but it was just my reflection. A wild-eyed, too thin version of me stared back, ribs stark under my skin. I touched the lowest one, and my stomach growled in response. "You look like you've been living in the woods," I murmured, just to hear my own voice. At least that still sounded like me. Small victories, a neatly folded stack of clothes, sat on the edge of the sink, arranged with the precision of someone who either took laundry very seriously or never bothered with it at all. I recognized them instantly. They were from the backpack I'd brought to Beck's place months ago. Slipping into my favorite white long sleeve and layering a blue tee over it felt like reuniting with old friends. I tugged on jeans and socks, but no bra or shoes. Those were probably still at the hospital, lost in the abyss where forgotten belongings of bleeding girls disappeared. The irony wasn't lost on me. I could turn into a wolf, had nearly died, and yet the most irritating part of my day was going braless. Beneath the clothes, a note. My stomach fluttered at the sight of Sam's messy, rushed handwriting, the letters practically tripping over each other. "Grace, this might be the worst thing I've ever done, locking my girlfriend in a bathroom. But we didn't know what else to do until you shifted back. Left your clothes here. Doors unlocked. Just open it once you've got fingers again. Can't wait to see you." A rush of warmth spread through me. Happiness. I clutched the note, trying to piece together the events he described, being trapped in here, dragged from the woods. It was like grasping at smoke. Then, out of nowhere, the memory hit me like a punch. Darkness, mud, Shelby. My throat tightened, and I caught my reflection in the mirror, wide-eyed, fingers pressed to my neck like I could choke the fear back down. That wasn't me. I took a breath, smoothed my expression until the girl staring back was the Grace I knew. The doorknob turned easily, just like Sam promised. Stepping into the hallway, I was surprised by the quiet hum of the house at night. The fridge humming, vents whispering, the kind of sounds a home makes when it thinks no one's paying attention. To the left, Sam's room stood dark and empty. To the right, light spilled from an open doorway. I headed that way, passing framed photos of Beck and others grinning, plus a bizarre display of socks nailed to the wall like some kind of textile art. Peeking inside the lit room, I assumed it was Beck's, though nothing screamed his name. Deep greens and blues, sturdy wooden furniture, a reading lamp casting warm light over a stack of biographies and a pair of glasses. It was unassuming, just like him. Simple, solid, comforting. For a second, I almost laughed. Of course, Beck's room would feel like a hug. The mattress wasn't occupied by Beck. Instead, Cole was sprawled across it, limbs tangled in the sheets, one foot hanging off the edge. A small leather journal lay face down beside him, surrounded by a chaotic spread of loose papers and faded photographs. He looked like he'd passed out mid-research, but when the floor creaked under my step, he groaned into the navy blue comforter. "Are you awake?" I asked. "Duh," he mumbled, turning his head toward me as eyes circled the bed. The room had that weirdly impersonal vibe of a hotel, neat, color-coordinated, but empty in a way that made it feel temporary. The desk lamp cast a warm glow over everything, making the mess around Cole look almost intentional. His face, as always, was stupidly handsome, like distractingly so. I had to mentally shake myself to focus on the conversation instead of just staring. "Where's Sam?" was my first thought, but that felt rude, like I was only using Cole as a GPS. So instead I asked, "Is this Beck's room?" Cole stretched an arm toward me, flashing a lazy thumbs up. "Why are you sleeping here?" "Not sleeping," he corrected, rolling onto his back. "Sam never does. Figured I'd try to crack the code." I hovered at the foot of the bed, half sitting, half standing. The idea of Sam never resting hit me harder than I expected, something lonely about it. "So are his secrets buried in all this?" I gestured at the scattered papers. Cole let out a sharp laugh, the kind that belonged in a recording studio. It sounded weirdly isolated. "Nah, these are Beck's secrets." He fumbled for the journal, fingers brushing the cover. His whole life right here. His other hand landed on a pile of documents. Mortgage stuff, wills, prescriptions. Apparently he tried to cure the pack with meds at some point. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was. Sam wouldn't have cared about paperwork. Facts bored him, but Beck. He'd kept records like someone who expected to be remembered. "You think Beck would be cool with you digging through his things?" I tried to soften it with a smirk. Cole shrugged. "He's not here." Then, after a beat, he added more seriously, "He told me to take over, left me to figure it out. This is the only way I know how." He gestured at the mess. "Better than starting from scratch." I thought Sam was supposed to be next in line. The second I said it, I realized. Oh, right. Beck didn't think he was changing back. That was why he'd recruited someone. Why Cole specifically? That part was murkier. At some point, Beck must have looked at this reckless, sharp-edged guy and seen something worth betting on. And honestly, I could kind of see it too. Sam mirrored Beck's mannerisms, but Cole carried something deeper. The raw intensity of Beck's presence, that unshakable confidence. Where Sam was gentle, Cole was relentless. That same bitter laugh escaped him again, layered with the same false bravado I'd heard before. It reminded me of Isabel, how beneath the sarcasm there was always exhaustion, always solitude. I wasn't as sharp as Sam at catching every hint, but when you knew what to listen for, it wasn't hard to hear. Cole shifted, pulling his legs into a cross-legged position. "Recruiting," he mused, rolling the word around like it was something foreign. "Sounds heroic, doesn't it? Like enlisting for some grand mission to defend the country. But Beck didn't pick me for glory. He thought I was a lost cause, figured he could save me from myself." I wasn't buying it. "People take their own lives every day," I countered. "Tens of thousands a year. You really think that's why he chose you? Out of everyone, come on, you're famous, unpredictable, logically, there had to be more to it." A real grin broke across Cole's face, sudden and disarming. "I like you," he said. "You can stick around." "Where's Sam?" "Downstairs." I hesitated, then asked, "Has Olivia been here?" Blank confusion flickered in his eyes before he looked away, shuffling papers that refused to stay neat. "Who?" "Another wolf. A friend, same age as me, turned last year." The thought of her out there alone, going through what I had, twisted inside me. For a second, something unreadable crossed Cole's expression before he shrugged. "Haven't seen her." "Right," I muttered, turning toward the door, nerves coiled in my chest. Sam was here. I was here. But what if things weren't the same? What if we had to rebuild everything from nothing? The fear was irrational, but it clung stubbornly until I could see him again. "Grace," Cole called as I stepped into the hallway. I paused, but he just shook his head. "Never mind." When I glanced back, he was sprawled across the bed again, buried in the remnants of Beck's life. Papers scattered like fallen leaves. A mess he couldn't escape. The weight of the past could have crushed him. But instead, it lifted him up, like the pain had carved out space for him to float. Chapter 26. Isabel's something about having my parents in the car turned me into the world's worst driver. Years of experience. Gone. The second one of them sat shotgun. I'd brake like I was avoiding a deer, cut turns too sharp, and somehow managed to hit the windshield wipers instead of the radio. And even though I wasn't the type to mutter at strangers, Sam Roth being the glaring exception, with Mom or Dad riding along, I'd suddenly start griping about some idiot's bumper sticker or how they signaled a mile too early. So when my headlights caught a beat-up truck half in the ditch, I couldn't help but mutter, "Wow, real parking champ over here." Mom, who'd been dozing off thanks to the wine and late hour, snapped awake. "Pull over, Isabel. They might need help." All I wanted was to get home and call Sam or Cole to check on Grace. We were so close, 2 measly miles, and now the universe was throwing us this curveball. The truck looked sketchy, like something a serial killer would drive. "Mom, you literally told me never to stop for strangers unless I want to end up on a true crime podcast." She rolled her eyes and dug through her purse for her compact. "That was your father. I'd have warned you about conspiracy theorists, not Democrats." She flipped down the visor mirror, checking her reflection like we weren't debating roadside safety. I inched forward. The truck had one of those ridiculous camper shells, the kind only retirees and people who own too many fishing poles buy. Probably some drunk who'd pulled over to sleep it off. What are we even supposed to do? Neither of us can change a tire. "There's a cop," Mom said, pointing. Sure enough, a squad car was parked just beyond the truck, its lights hidden by the hulking vehicle. "They might need a doctor," she added, way too casually. Mom lived for medical emergencies. When I was a kid, she'd eye the playground like she was hoping for a broken arm. She'd stare at fast food workers, just waiting for a fryer explosion. Back in California, she'd stop at every fender bender just so she could announce, "Does anyone need a doctor? I am a doctor." Dad once told me to cut her some slack. She'd fought hard for that degree, and after everything, she just liked saying it out loud. I rolled my eyes as I parked behind the beat-up pickup truck. "Yeah, sure, go ahead and find yourself." But I really thought she'd moved past this phase. My mom practically vaulted out of our SUV like some kind of suburban ninja, while I took my sweet time. The truck's bumper was plastered with stickers. "Go Army," "Hang up and drive," and for some bizarre reason, I'd rather be in Minnesota. On the other side, a cop was chatting with a guy who looked like he'd lost a bet with his wardrobe. Red hair, a too-tight white tee, and suspenders clinging for dear life over his beer belly. Then I spotted it, a handgun just sitting there on the driver's seat like it was no big deal. "Dr. Culpepper," the officer greeted warmly. My mom switched to her caramel voice, the kind that oozes over you so smoothly you don't realize you're being slowly smothered. "Officer Highfort, just checking if you needed assistance." "That's mighty kind of you, Doc," Highfort replied, thumbs hooked in his belt. "This your daughter, pretty as you are." My mom did her usual modest act while Highfort kept laying it on thick. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy, Lundgren, apparently shifted awkwardly like he'd rather be anywhere else. The conversation somehow veered into mosquito complaints, with Lundgren calling them skeeters like that made it better. I cut in. "So what's the gun for?" Silence. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto me. I shrugged. "Just curious." Highfort sighed. "Well, seems Mr. Lundgren here took wolf hunting into his own hands, did a little spotlighting after dark." Lundgren sputtered, "Now hold on, that ain't what happened. I just happened to see it and fired from my truck. That's different." Sure, Highfort said dryly. "Except there's a dead animal here, and last I checked, shooting after sunset, especially with a .38, isn't exactly legal." My stomach dropped. "Wait, you killed a wolf." I shoved my hands into my jacket pockets, suddenly cold despite the mild air. Highfort jerked his chin toward the ditch. Mom's voice sharpened. "My husband said hunting them wasn't allowed until the aerial cull, to keep them from going to ground." "Exactly right," Highfort agreed. I walked toward the ditch, Lundgren's guilty stare burning into my back. Then I saw it, a dark shape in the grass, fur ruffling in the wind. Please, don't let it be Grace. Even though I knew she was safe with Sam and Cole, my chest tightened. The wolf lay on its side, 3 bullet wounds stark against its fur, thigh, shoulder, and 1 brutal shot behind the skull. The exit wound was a mess, blood matting the fur. I swallowed hard. Some people just shouldn't be allowed near Guns. I crouched slightly to get a better look at the animal's face, but I didn't bother kneeling. "That's a coyote," I said flatly, shooting Highfort a skeptical glance. "Sure is," he replied, grinning like this was some kind of joke. "Biggest one I've seen in a while." I exhaled sharply. Even someone who'd spent most of her life dodging taxis in the city could tell the difference between a wolf and a scrawny coyote. At this point, I was convinced Mr. Lundgren had either been drinking or just itching to test his new pistol. "You haven't had too many incidents like this, have you?" Mom asked Highfort, her voice laced with that fake casual tone she used when fishing for information on Dad's behalf. "People getting trigger-happy. You keeping things quiet." Highfort shrugged. "Doing what we can. Most folks are playing nice, don't want to mess things up for the choppers. But let's be real, accidents happen." He jerked his chin toward Lundgren like the guy wasn't standing right there. "Boys and their toys, you know." Mom's expression tightened. "That's what I tell my patients too," she said coolly before cutting me a sharp look. "Isabel, hands off." As if I was even close to touching it, I trudged back through the tall grass to join her. "You haven't been hitting the bottle tonight, have you, Doc?" Highfort called as Mom turned to leave. The two of them exchanged the kind of smile that could curdle milk. Mom flashed her teeth. "Oh, absolutely," she said sweetly. "But Isabel's behind the wheel. Let's go." The second the car door slammed, Mom muttered, "Hicks, that man might have just killed my goodwill toward humanity." I rolled my eyes. Give it a week and she'd be right back out there, barging into situations whether people wanted her help or not. Guess the apple didn't fall far. "Your father and I have been talking about moving back to California," Mom said abruptly. "Once this mess is over." I nearly swerved off the road. "And you were planning to mention this when?" "When it was more than just talk. I've got job leads, just depends on the hours and what we can get for the house." "Again," I snapped, gripping the wheel. "You were gonna tell me when." Mom blinked, confused. "Isabel, you're heading off to college soon and most of your top picks are out there. Easier for visits." "I thought you hated this place." "I do. You didn't even tell me it was on the table." I flailed one hand, the other stayed glued to the wheel. "Whatever, California, fantastic, can't wait." I pictured it, packing away my winter gear, actually having plans on weekends, living somewhere nobody knew my brother's name. The idea was equal parts terrifying and exhilarating, leaving behind Grace, Sam, and Cole for a life of textbooks, endless sunny days, and phone contracts. Yeah, college in California had always been the distant dream. But apparently, distant had a funny way of sneaking up on me. As I pulled into the driveway, my mom shook her head. "I still can't believe that guy thought a coyote was a wolf." I remembered the first time we'd moved here. The house had looked like something straight out of a horror flick. Now, with my bedroom light glowing from the 3rd floor, it looked more like an illustration from a storybook, a sprawling Tudor with one golden window at the top. "They don't even look similar," Mom muttered. I shrugged. "People see what they want to see." Chapter 27. Grace found Sam leaning against the porch railing, his silhouette barely visible in the dark. It was funny how much he could say without words, just the slump of his shoulders, the way he tucked his chin, the restless shift of his weight. Even for someone like me, who usually took expressions at face value, his sadness was obvious in every angle of his body. I hesitated, suddenly nervous, like the first time we'd met. Without turning on the light, I stepped beside him, unsure what to do. Part of me wanted to throw my arms around him, part of me wanted to laugh, and part of me just wanted to stand there, soaking in his presence. When he turned, the dim light caught the stubble on his jaw. He'd aged while I was gone. I reached up, rubbing my fingers against the rough texture. "Does that hurt?" I teased, dragging my fingers against the grain. He gave me a half smile. "Why would it?" Because I'm doing it wrong, I grinned, my chest swelling with warmth. Everything was a mess, but in this moment, none of it mattered. Also, hi, Sam's smile softened. Hey, Angel. He pulled me into a tight hug, his arms wrapping around my neck like he was afraid I'd vanish. I squeezed back, pressing my face into his shirt. No kiss could ever feel as right as this. Just his breath in my hair, the steady beat of his heart against my ear. Did you eat? He murmured. A bread sandwich, and I found clogs, not to eat, obviously. His quiet laugh sent a rush of relief through me. We're terrible at adulting, he admitted. I buried my face deeper into his shirt, breathing in the scent of laundry detergent. Grocery shopping is the worst. Same aisles, same choices every single week. One day, I hope to make enough money that I won't have to do my own grocery shopping. Do you need to be rich for that? I don't need a mansion, just someone to handle the mundane stuff for me. Sam tightened his grip around me, thoughtful. I think some things you'll always have to do yourself. Pretty sure the Queen doesn't push a cart down the frozen food aisle, I countered. He exhaled, ruffling my hair. Yeah, but she's stuck eating the same weird royal meals, eel jellies, fish sandwiches, and scones slathered in Marmite. You don't even know what Marmite is, I laughed. It's this gross brown spread Beck told me about, like salty tar for toast. Sam finally let go, leaning against the railing instead. His eyes flicked to me. You cold. It took me a second to catch his meaning. Will you shift? But I felt solid, anchored in myself. I shook my head and joined him, our shoulders brushing as we stared into the night. When I glanced over, his hands were clenched, knuckles white. I rested my head against his shoulder, the worn cotton of his t-shirt soft against my cheek. Sam exhaled, something between relief and contentment. Think those might be the northern lights, he murmured. I didn't lift my head. Where? Above the trees, that faint pink glow. I squinted at the sky, drowning in stars. Or it's just the Quick Mart sign reflecting off the clouds. That's a brutally practical take, Sam sighed. I prefer the magical version. The aurora's just solar particles crashing into the atmosphere, I said, though even I couldn't deny the wonder of it. Still beautiful, though. Sam turned to me, his gaze lingering in a way that made my pulse skip. Unless it is just the Quick Mart, he teased, then hesitated. You tired? I'll head in if you want. Not tired, I said. Just want to stay here. Before everything gets messy. He stared into the dark, then blurted, Let's go check if it's really the lights. You got a private jet hidden somewhere. Nope, just my trusty Volkswagen, he said, grinning. We'd have to ditch the Quick Mart's glow, find some real darkness, venture into the Minnesota wilderness. You in? That shy, lopsided smile of his, I'd missed it. Keys, he patted his pocket. I nodded toward the house. What about coal? Out cold like any sane person at this hour, Sam said. I hesitated before answering, not wanting to admit that Cole hadn't been sleeping. Sam noticed my pause but misunderstood it. You're the sensible one. Should we really be doing this? Maybe it's stupid. No, I want to go, I insisted, grabbing his hand with a firm grip. It won't take long. Climbing into the Volkswagen in the dim driveway, the engine growling to life, it felt like we were part of something bigger than just chasing the northern lights. We could have been heading anywhere, chasing adventure, chasing wonder. Sam cranked the heat while I adjusted my seat. Someone had left it way too close to the wheel. His fingers brushed mine over the gear shift before he reversed out of the driveway. You good? I flashed him a grin. For the first time in forever, since before the hospital, even I felt like myself again, like I could take on the world. Absolutely. We sped down the street, the wind rushing past the windows. Sam reached over to tuck a loose strand of hair behind my ear, swerving slightly before correcting with a sheepish laugh. Eyes on the sky for me, he said. Since I clearly can't multitask, tell me where to go wherever it's brightest. I'm putting my faith in you. I pressed my forehead against the cold glass, scanning the horizon for the faintest glow. At first, it was hard to pinpoint, so I guided Sam down the quietest back roads, away from streetlights in town. But soon, the path became clearer, every turn pulling us further from Beck's house, from Mercy Falls, from Boundary Wood. Before I knew it, we were miles from everything familiar, racing down an endless stretch of road beneath a sky so vast it swallowed us whole. Back in 1859, I said, a solar storm made the northern lights so bright people could read newspapers by them. Sam didn't question it. How do you even know this stuff? Because it's cool, I said, grinning when his amused smile flickered back, the one that meant he loved how my brain latched onto random facts. Tell me another one. Telegraph operators shut off their power and ran their lines using just the auroras, I added. No way, he said, but his tone told me he totally believed me. Hit me with another. I traced my fingers over his hand where it rested on the gear shift, my thumb brushing the inside of his wrist. Goosebumps rose under my touch. When my fingertips found his scar, the skin smooth but uneven, he murmured, I can't feel anything there. His wrist felt lifeless under my grip, like holding a mannequin. I squeezed tighter, my thumb digging into his skin until I finally caught the faint rhythm of his pulse. We don't have to stop, I said. Sam didn't answer at first, just flexed his fingers against the steering wheel. The dim dashboard glow caught the dirt still caked under his nails, proof he hadn't scrubbed himself clean like I had. What's going on in that head of yours? I asked. His words came out slow, thick, like he had to pry them loose. A year ago, I wouldn't have even considered it. He swallowed hard. But now, if we had the chance, I'd take it. Can you picture that? Oh, I could. A whole new life, just the two of us, someplace where no one knew our names. I saw it instantly. Sam's ratty socks drying on a radiator, my dog-eared paperback stacked on a cramped dinette, half-drunk coffee cups abandoned in the sink. But then the rest of it hit me. Rachel, Isabel, Olivia, my parents, all of them frozen in the past, left behind when I changed. The old anger I used to carry for them felt distant now, like someone else's problem. They didn't control me anymore. Nothing did, except maybe the damn weather. Then there it was. Outside Sam's window, the sky lit up. Not some neon sign's reflection, but the real thing. Sam, look, turn left, go that way. A twisting ribbon of pink pulsed above us, shifting like it was breathing. Sam yanked the wheel onto a pothole-riddled back road, the car lurching like a drunk through the gravel. My teeth clacked together as we hit a bump, and Sam let out a wild, vibrating yell as the old Volkswagen rattled beneath us. Pull over, I shouted. The field stretched endlessly in every direction, black and vast. Sam yanked the parking brake, and we both stared through the windshield. Above us, the aurora borealis unfurled, a glowing highway of pink and purple, writhing like something alive. 1 second it was a single, shimmering path. The next, it shattered into 1,000 threads of light, an army charging north. "Wanna step out?" Sam asked, but I was already reaching for the door. The cold bit at my skin, sharp and sudden, but I barely noticed. I joined Sam at the hood, the metal still warm from the engine, a small comfort against the night. Together, we tipped our heads back. The field around us was so flat, so dark. It made the sky feel endless, like we were standing at the edge of the world, standing there with Sam under the swirling night sky. The wolf inside me felt more like a shadow than a threat. We were two odd souls wrapped in the same quiet magic, breathing in the crisp air as the northern lights danced above us. My pulse quickened, not from fear, but something deeper, something I couldn't name. Sam stood so close I could see his breath curl in the cold, his gaze fixed on the same endless wonder. "It's impossible to believe," I murmured, my voice catching, "that this isn't some kind of spell." Then his lips brushed mine, awkward at first, grazing the corner of my mouth because I was still staring up at the sky. But the second kiss was real, deliberate. The scrape of his stubble against my skin sent a shiver through me, his calloused fingers tracing my arm like a brand. Every touch felt electric, like we were discovering each other all over again. For those few stolen moments, nothing else existed, not the wolf I'd been, not the danger waiting beyond this night. Just the heat of his mouth, the way our bodies fit together, the ache in my chest that refused to quiet. Sam buried his face against my neck, arms locked around me so tight I could barely breathe. The hood of the car dug into my hip, but I didn't care. I'd let him hold me like this forever. He mumbled something against my skin, too muffled to hear. "What?" I asked. Pulling back, he studied our tangled fingers like they held some secret, his thumb pressing gently over mine. "I missed seeing you," he whispered, still not meeting my eyes. Above us, the aurora pulsed, shifting colors like it was drifting away. My throat tightened as I noticed the dirt under his nails, the fresh scrape on his temple. What had he been through while I was lost to the woods? "I missed being seen," I joked, but the words fell flat between us. Sam's gaze drifted back to the sky, distant. Guilt twisted in my gut. He'd bared his heart, and I'd given him nothing but silence. I wanted to say the right thing, something that wouldn't sound forced or cheesy. "I love you" hovered on my tongue, but the moment slipped away, leaving me fumbling. So instead, I reached for his hand, and like always, he took it. New detail. The scrape on Sam's temple wasn't there before. Something happened while she was gone. Voice twist. The tone shifts from tender to self-critical as she realizes her own hesitation in reciprocating his vulnerability. The night air outside the car was electric, alive with swirling ribbons of violet and pink light that danced across the sky. I reached up, fingers stretching toward the aurora as if I could catch it, the cold biting just enough to make my skin tingle with awareness. Above us, the stars burned impossibly bright, like scattered diamonds against the endless black. Kissing Grace had unlocked something restless in me. Now every inch of her felt like uncharted territory. The dip of her collarbone, the soft hollow of her elbow, the way her waist curved just so, my thoughts kept circling back, hungry for more. But instead, we stood there, fingers laced together, heads tilted toward the cosmos, spinning slowly under the weight of the universe. It was dizzying, like teetering on the edge of something vast, both terrifying and exhilarating. Part of me wanted to chase the next moment, the next touch, while the other half begged to freeze time, to stay suspended in this perfect, fragile now. Then Grace shattered the silence with a question so casual it might as well have been about the grocery list. "Sam, are you going to marry me?" I nearly tripped over my own feet. She didn't even look at me, still staring skyward, but the tightness around her eyes betrayed her. For a second, I wanted to laugh not at her, but at the sheer, ridiculous rightness of it. The wolves, the winter, the danger, none of it mattered as much as this. The future wasn't some shadowy monster anymore. It was a place I could picture, bright and real, with her in it. I tugged her close until our noses almost touched, the northern lights painting her face in hues of rose and lavender. "Are you asking?" I teased. "Just clarifying," she deadpanned, but the corner of her mouth twitched. A few strands of her hair, golden and wild, fluttered in the breeze. "I mean, we could always just live in sin." That got me. I laughed, loud and unguarded, because what else could I do? The world was dangerous, sure, but it was also hers and mine if she'd have me. She pressed a feather-light kiss to my lips. "Say okay." Her hands were starting to shake from the cold. "Okay," I said. "Deal." The promise hung between us, solid as anything I'd ever held. "You'd better mean it," she murmured. "I do." And just like that, she relaxed, her grip shifting to weave our fingers tighter. No more words needed. The sky kept spinning, the lights kept shimmering, and for once, everything felt exactly as it should be. Grace murmured, "Take me home," her voice barely above a whisper as exhaustion finally claimed her. Back at the house, she collapsed onto my bed, asleep before her head even hit the pillow. I watched her for a moment, jealous of how easily she slipped into rest while my own mind refused to quiet. Every second of the day replayed in my head, blurring together until it felt like one endless moment I couldn't escape. Leaving her there, I crept downstairs, my footsteps muffled against the hardwood. The kitchen looked untouched, unchanged, which felt wrong. After everything that had happened, shouldn't the world look different? The only sign of life was the faint hum of a TV from upstairs, letting me know Cole was around somewhere. Good. I needed the silence. My chest ached with too many emotions, joy, grief, longing, all tangled together so tightly that speaking would have shattered them. I could still feel the warmth of Grace's cheek against my skin, the way she'd stared up at the sky, waiting for me to answer. I wasn't ready to break that memory with words. Shrugging off my jacket, I wandered into the living room. Cole had left the TV on, muted, so I flicked it off and spotted my guitar propped against the armchair. The body was smudged with dirt from being outside, and there was a fresh scratch near the neck, probably from one of us being careless. Sorry, I thought, running my fingers over the damage. I plucked the strings softly. The shift from cold to warm air had thrown it slightly out of tune, but not enough to ruin it. Still, I took my time adjusting, needing the distraction. Slipping the strap over my shoulder, I thought of Grace's smile, the real one, not the one shadowed by fear. Then I started playing. G major, bright and uncomplicated, the kind of chord that felt like sunlight. It was the second one Paul ever taught me, right here on this old couch. The first, E minor. Because, Beck had joked, walking by, into every life a little rain must fall. Paul had rolled his eyes. No, because every song needs a minor bridge. E minor had been easy, straightforward. But G major, that took effort. Paul made it look effortless, though, just like he made everything seem simple. That was the version of him I chose to remember now, not the one who'd held me down in the snow. Just like I chose to remember Grace sleeping peacefully upstairs, not the wolf we'd pulled from the sinkhole. I'd spent too much of my life afraid, trapped in memories of fear. Not anymore. Fingers moving effortlessly over the strings, I wandered down the hall. The music trailing behind me like a promise. The bathroom light hummed softly overhead as I kept strumming, my guitar's familiar weight anchoring me. The empty bathtub sat across the room, its porcelain gleaming under the harsh fluorescence. Shadows crowded the edges of my vision, but I refused to let them in, not when my fingers could chase them away with music. The melody I played was raw, urgent, a shield against the memories clawing at me. Upstairs, Grace was asleep, blissfully unaware. Down here, my reflection in the mirror flickered as I stepped closer, my shirt damp with sweat. The face staring back at me looked older, harder. Was that really me? I tightened my grip on the guitar, the strings biting into my fingertips, keeping me tethered to the present. Then I saw it, the bathtub. Just a normal, boring tub, dry and waiting. But my pulse spiked anyway. My mother's face flashed behind my eyes, and suddenly the room felt too small, the walls pressing in. My fingers moved on their own, shifting to G major, filling the silence with something louder than fear. For a second, I hesitated. 1,000 bad minutes lived in this tub, minutes of razors, of drowning, of hands holding me under. But then I remembered Grace's voice, her hands pulling me back. And this minute, this one was mine. So I stepped in. Shoes squeaked against the porcelain as I sat, cross-legged, guitar in my lap. The chords echoed off the tiles, defiant. Rilke was right, some winters you just have to survive. And when Cole finally found me, I was still playing, still singing, still fighting. Chapter 29, Sam, wake me up, you said. But I was sleeping too. Now the sun's rising and I'm finally awake. Chapter 30, Grace, the room was pitch black, the air thick with silence. I sat up, heart pounding, certain I'd just dreamed this exact moment. Except in the dream, someone had been standing beside the bed. The room was thick with silence when I whispered, "Sam." My brain told me I'd only been asleep for a few minutes, that he must have just slipped into bed beside me. But then I heard his slow, steady breathing behind me, deep and rhythmic. The warmth pressed against my back wasn't just tangled sheets, it was him. Normally, having him this close would have been comforting, pulling me back into sleep. But the eerie certainty that someone had been standing over the bed moments ago left me wired. A cold prickle ran down my spine. The darkness shifted as my eyes adjusted, revealing Sam's paper cranes swaying like they were caught in an unseen breeze. Then, a sound. Not quite a crash, more like something falling and being caught midair. My breath hitched. Another dull thud echoed from downstairs. The living room, the backyard. "Sam, wake up," I hissed, turning toward him. My stomach lurched when I saw his eyes already open, glinting in the dark. He was listening too. "Did you hear that?" My voice was barely there. A faint rustle against the pillow told me he'd nodded. "Garage," I guessed. Another nod. A scrape, muffled but unmistakable, confirmed it. We rolled out of bed in sync, still dressed from chasing the northern lights earlier. Sam moved first, leading the way down the stairs, but it was me who spotted Cole first, emerging from the hallway like a sleep-deprived rock star, his hair sticking up in wild spikes. I'd always assumed his effortlessly messy look was just that, effortless. But now, half asleep and scowling, it was clear he usually fought to tame it. Sweatpants hanging low, he looked more irritated than scared. "What the hell?" he muttered, voice thick with sleep. We stood there, a trio of barefoot detectives, straining to hear more. Silence. Sam dragged a hand through his hair, leaving it sticking out in all directions. Cole pressed a finger to his lips, then pointed toward the kitchen, toward the garage. Sure enough, if I held my breath, I could still hear faint shuffling. Cole grabbed the broom, leaning against the fridge like some kind of sleepwalking warrior. I snatched a knife from the block on the counter. Sam just blinked at us, unarmed and unimpressed. We hovered outside the garage door, waiting. Then, another crash, louder this time, metal ringing like a struck bell. Cole shot me a look, eyebrows raised, then yanked the door open as I flicked the light switch. Nothing. We exchanged glances, baffled. The garage was empty. Just us, standing there like idiots, armed with a broom and a kitchen knife. Stepping into the cluttered garage, I called out, "Anyone in here?" The stale air smelled like motor oil and forgotten projects. Cole shot Sam a wounded look. "You seriously kept this second car a secret from me?" His voice dripped with betrayal. The space was packed with the usual garage junk, rusted tools, a half-finished model tank collection, and a faded Wyoming license plate reading Beck 89 hanging crookedly by the door. But the real eyesore was the beat-up red BMW wagon, coated in dust like it hadn't moved in years. Then I spotted it, a weed trimmer slumped against the car's hood. As I reached to straighten it, I noticed the hood wasn't fully closed. "Was this popped open before?" Sam sighed. "For the last 10 years, probably." The BMW was far from pristine, and the garage still reeked of whatever fluids it had been leaking. He nudged a spilled toolbox near the rear tire. But that wasn't like this earlier. Cole suddenly held up a hand. "Listen." A faint scratching noise came from under the car. I crouched, but Sam yanked me back and knelt instead. "Oh, fantastic," he muttered. "It's a raccoon." "Aw, poor thing," I said. Cole crossed his arms. "Or a rabid monster waiting to maul us." Sam shot him a look. "Helpful." He squinted under the car, strategizing. "Now how do we get it out?" Cole grabbed a broom like a knight wielding a sword and circled the car. "Better question, how'd it get in?" He tapped the slightly ajar side door. "Mystery solved, geniuses." Sam rolled his eyes. "Great. Now figure out how to evict our little squatter." "Or," Cole corrected, grinning, "our little squatteress." Grace smirked at him, gripping a kitchen knife like she was ready for battle. The sight of her sharp, confident, totally in her element was weirdly thrilling. I should have been jealous of their banter, but honestly, It just made me happy. Seeing them click proved Cole wasn't just my friend anymore, he was part of the group. And isn't that the dream? Your people becoming each other's people. Barefoot, I shuffled to the main garage door, gravel digging into my soles. With a hard yank, the door rattled open, revealing the empty driveway and my lonely Volkswagen under the moonlight. The night air was crisp, carrying the scent of spring, fresh grass, blooming things, and for a second the vastness of it all hit me. The world felt huge, wild, alive. I took a deep breath, shaking off the sudden rush, and turned back to the chaos inside. Priorities first. Evict the raccoon. Then maybe figure out why Sam had a secret car. Cole was already jabbing under the car with the broomstick. But Grace stood frozen, staring into the darkness with an expression that matched the restless ache in my chest, somewhere between longing and resignation. When she caught me watching her, she didn't look away. It was like she knew, like she could feel the same pull I did. For the first time in years, I remembered waiting in the woods for her to shift, both of us desperate to run wild together. "Come on, you little menace," Cole muttered at the creature beneath the car. I was in the middle of a fantastic dream. Grace finally broke eye contact, glancing toward the open garage door. Should I grab something else? A knife seems a bit extreme. I stepped away from the doorframe. There's a push broom over there, less likely to end in bloodshed. She hesitated, then set the knife down on Beck's abandoned bird bath, yet another one of his failed attempts at landscaping. "Raccoons are the worst," Cole announced, leaning on the broomstick like a staff. "This is exactly why relocating the wolves is a terrible idea, Grace." Grace snatched up the push broom and jammed it under the car with ruthless precision. "This is not the same thing." A tiny masked face peeked out from beneath the BMW, then darted past the open garage door, only to cower behind a watering can on the opposite side. Cole let out an incredulous laugh. "Oh, you absolute genius." Grace nudged the watering can, and the raccoon panicked, scrambling right back under the car, completely ignoring the wide-open exit. She threw her hands up. "The door is right there. It's literally the entire wall." Cole, weirdly energized by the chaos, resumed poking under the car. The raccoon bolted again, its fear thick in the air, sharp and musky. "This," Cole declared, striking a dramatic pose with the broomstick, "is why raccoons haven't conquered the world." "This," I countered, "is why people keep shooting at us." Grace crouched, studying the trembling ball of fur in the corner. "No survival instincts. No common sense," I agreed. "Wolves, plenty of instincts, just not human ones. No concept of property lines, no sense of time. Boundary wood isn't big enough for us." Grace straightened, determination flashing in her eyes. "Then we find somewhere better. Somewhere with more space, fewer trigger-happy neighbors." "There's always a trigger-happy neighbor," Cole and I said in unison. Grace smirked, shaking her head. "It'd have to be remote," I added. "Not private land unless we somehow strike it rich overnight." Cole snorted. "Yeah, because that's likely." Grace sighed, watching the raccoon finally make a break for freedom, straight into the bushes instead of the open door. "Some things never learn." "Neither do we." I muttered. The idea of relocating wolves wasn't just risky, it was borderline suicidal. If wild wolves were already there, they'd tear us apart before we even got settled. And without enough prey, we'd starve before the first full moon. Not to mention, catching 24 wolves was exactly a walk in the park. Cole had been trying for weeks and still hadn't snagged a single one. Grace crossed her arms, her expression shifting from playful to stubborn. "Got a better plan," I shrugged. Cole, leaning against the wall, dragged the broom handle absently across his bare chest like he was scratching an itch. "They've done it before," he said, his voice slow, like he was savoring the moment of holding our attention hostage. Grace and I both froze. Cole smirked. "Beck's journal starts when he was already a wolf, but guess what? It didn't start here in Minnesota." Grace narrowed her eyes. All right, I'll bite. Where then? Cole lazily pointed the broomstick at the rusted license plate hanging above the door. Beck 89, like it was some grand revelation. When the local wolf population bounced back, they started wiping out the part-timers. So Beck moved them. Simple as that. A weird pang twisted in my chest. It wasn't that Beck had lied. I'd never asked if he'd always been here. But Wyoming, Cole, the smug outsider, knew things about Beck that I didn't. Maybe because he'd actually bothered to read the journal. Or maybe because I shouldn't have needed to. So how'd he pull it off? I asked, trying to sound casual. Cole gave me a look half amused, half pitying. Not much detail, just that some girl named Hannah helped. Hannah, I frowned, never heard of her. You wouldn't have, Cole said, that same knowing glint in his eye. Beck said she was new to the whole wolf thing, but she couldn't hold human form like the rest. After the move, she stopped shifting altogether. But here's the kicker, she remembered things. Faces, places, even as a wolf. Now I got why they were both staring at me. I turned away, suddenly hyper-aware of the silence. Let's just get rid of this raccoon. We stood there, exhaustion making the air feel thick, until a faint rustling snapped me back to reality. I tilted my head, listening. Then I spotted it, another raccoon, bigger than the first, crouched behind a trash can inches from my leg. Sneaky little thing. Grace leaned over the car hood, squinting. What is it? I didn't have a weapon, so I did the next best thing. I grabbed the trash can handle and nudged it toward the wall, forcing the raccoon into the open. It shot me a glare before darting off into the shadows. New detail. The second raccoon's sudden appearance adds tension, emphasizing the unpredictability of their situation. Voice twist. The tone shifts from tense and introspective to darkly humorous with the raccoon's unexpected cameo. The raccoon didn't hesitate, it shot across the wall and vanished through the garage door into the darkness. No hesitation, no second thoughts, just gone. Grace blinked. Wait, there were two of them. Before she could finish, the second raccoon, suddenly inspired by its buddy's great escape, darted out right behind it, not even stopping to knock over the watering cans this time. Grace exhaled sharply. Great, as long as we don't have a third one waiting in the wings, figuring out how doors work. I moved to shut the garage door, but then I noticed Cole. He was frozen, staring after the raccoons with an expression I'd never seen on him before, no calculated charm, just raw intensity. Grace started to say something but caught the look on his face and went quiet. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, until the distant howl of wolves sent a chill down my spine. That's it, Cole said finally, turning to me. His voice was low, certain. That's what Hannah did. That's how we get the wolves out of the woods. His eyes locked onto mine. One of us has to lead them. Chapter 31. Grace waking up in Sam's bed felt like being back at summer camp, that weird mix of adventure and displacement. When I was 13, my grandma had shipped me off to Camp Blue Sky for 2 weeks, and I'd loved it. Every minute was planned, every day mapped out on bright, cheerful flyers tucked into our cubbies. It was nothing like home, where my parents treated schedules like a joke. For the first time, I realized there might be more than one way to be happy. But camp wasn't home. My toothbrush had been shoved into my backpack without a baggie, collecting lint. The bunk beds left my shoulder sore. The food was good, but dinner always felt too late, and I missed being able to raid the kitchen for snacks. It was fun, but just off. Now here I was in Beck's house in Sam's room. Not home. Home was my pillow smelling like coconut shampoo, my dog-eared John Butchen novels from the library sale, the sound of Dad shaving in the morning, the quiet murmur of the radio in the study. The comfort of my own rhythm. Did that place even exist anymore? I sat up, still groggy, and realized Sam was curled against the wall beside me, fingers pressed to the plaster like he was holding onto something. I'd never woken up before him. A weird, Anxious flutter hit me as I watched his chest rise and fall under that worn-out t-shirt I slipped out of bed, my movements slow and deliberate, half expecting Sam to stir, but he stayed curled in that same haphazard position, like he'd been dropped there mid-dream. My head was foggy from too little sleep and too much restless energy, making the short trip to the hallway feel like a marathon. It took me a second to even remember where the bathroom was. When I finally got there, I was stuck with no toothbrush, no hairbrush, and only Sam's old band tee to throw on. The logo meant nothing to me, but the shirt smelled like him, which was somehow comforting and unsettling at the same time. I grabbed his toothbrush, scrubbing my teeth while arguing with myself. This is basically the same as kissing him, right? Almost convincing myself it wasn't weird. The hairbrush sat next to a sketchy-looking razor, and I chose the safer option. Staring into the mirror, I barely recognized myself. It was like living in some alternate reality where time didn't matter. I should tell Rachel I'm okay, I muttered. Sounded simple, until I imagined all the ways it could backfire. Peeking back into the bedroom, Sam was still out cold. Part of me wanted him awake, but another part liked this quiet solitude, the kind where you're alone but not lonely. It reminded me of those lazy afternoons we'd spent together, lost in books or homework, two planets circling the same sun. Downstairs, Cole was sprawled across the couch, one arm flung dramatically over his head like he'd passed out mid-thought. Then I remembered the coffee pot in the basement. Tiptoeing down, the air grew cooler, the light dimmer. No windows, just the glow of lamps turning the space into a timeless cave. It felt surreal being back here, stirring up memories I wasn't ready to face. The last time I'd stood in this room, Sam had just shifted, and I'd been convinced I'd lost him forever. Now it was Beck who was gone. I started the coffee and sank into the same chair where I'd once talked to him. His empty seat faced shelves packed with books, hundreds, maybe thousands, meticulously organized. Non-fiction by topic, well-loved novels alphabetized. A whole life's collection, untouched. I ran my fingers along the spines, imagining building my own library someday. Not this one, but one filled with stories I'd chosen. Pulling a few education books from the shelf, I settled onto the floor, coffee steaming beside me. The words blurred as I lost track of time, until the soft groan of the stairs snapped me back to reality. I looked up as bare feet padded down the stairs. Cole, his hair a mess from sleep, with a faint crease still pressed into his cheek from the couch cushion. "Morning, Brisbane," he mumbled. "Morning," I replied, nodding at him. Without a word, he yanked the coffee pot from the machine and carried it over, refilling my mug before pouring his own. His movements were slow, deliberate, like he was still half asleep. Then his eyes flicked to the stack of books beside me. "Distance education, huh? Heavy reading before breakfast." I shrugged. Beck didn't exactly leave me with a lot of options. Cole leaned closer, scanning the titles. "CLEP test secrets. Accredited online programs. How to fake an Ivy League education from your mom's basement." He smirked. "This bugs you, doesn't it? The whole school thing." I hesitated. Had I been that obvious? No. Well, yeah, fine, it does. I wanted to graduate. I wanted to go to college. I actually like learning. The words tumbled out before I remembered Cole had ditched higher education for Narcotica. How could I explain the rush I used to get flipping through course catalogs, imagining all the paths I could take? The satisfaction of cracking open a fresh notebook, the quiet thrill of being surrounded by people who actually wanted to be there. The fantasy of a tiny apartment where I made the rules. Sounds kind of lame, right? But Cole just swirled his coffee, thoughtful. "Nah, learning's cool." He grabbed one of the books, flipping it open to a random page, exploring the universe from your couch, complete with a doodle of a stick figure lounging with a globe. "You remember anything from the hospital?" The way he said it, like he was waiting for me to dig deeper, made me press for details. He walked me through it, me puking blood, him and Sam rushing me in, Cole playing mad scientist to keep me alive. Then, casually, he dropped the bomb about my dad decking Sam. Wait, he didn't actually hit him, though. You mean like metaphorically? Oh, he clocked him, Cole said, deadpan. I took a slow sip of coffee, trying to process. Was it weirder that my dad had thrown a punch, or that I'd missed it entirely, lost in shifts and hospital haze? It hit me then, how much time I'd already lost as a wolf, chunks of my life just gone. My jaw tightened. That pisses me off. Sam didn't retaliate, did he? Cole snorted, refilling his mug. And that's the thing, I muttered. I was never really fixed. Yep, you just stopped shifting. Not the same thing. The St. Clairs, yeah, I'm naming the werewolf toxins after myself because why not? Nobel Prize Committee, take notes, had been building up inside you this whole time. I set my coffee down hard, shoving the pile of books aside. All that effort, all those sleepless nights, and Sam still wasn't free. The dream of my own little library with a red coffee maker felt like a cruel joke now. So he's not cured either, I muttered. Cole just shrugged. I wouldn't say that. After all, he managed to, speak of the devil. Morning, Ringo. Sam appeared at the bottom of the stairs, barefoot and freshly showered, his skin still pink from the heat. Just seeing him eased the weight in my chest a little, even if it didn't change anything. We were just discussing your miraculous recovery, Cole said, grinning. Sam padded over and dropped onto the floor beside me, legs crossed. I nudged the coffee toward him out of habit, and like clockwork, he shook his head. Not the band, Cole clarified. Your cure and mine been doing some deep thinking about how you forced the shift. Sam wrinkled his nose. I don't force anything. Rarely, sure, Cole admitted, but you do. A tiny spark of hope flickered in me. If anyone could crack the mystery of the Boundary Wood wolves, it was Cole. He'd pulled me back from the edge before. Like when you saved me, I said. And that night in the clinic, remember, we injected you and you fought it. The memory hit me like a wave, the sterile smell of the room, the desperate hope in Isabel's eyes. Have you made any progress? Cole launched into some science-wise spiel about adrenaline and his so-called St. Clair toxins, using Sam's weird shifting patterns as a blueprint. But if adrenaline's the key, I cut in, wouldn't like a jump scare turn you furry? Cole shrugged. Tried an EpiPen, pure adrenaline, and it kinda worked. Barely. Sam shot me a look, and I knew we were thinking the same thing. Barely sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. It's not triggering the shift right, Cole continued. It's like trying to sketch an elephant based on the noise it makes in the next cage. Sam smirked. At least you figured out it was an elephant. Beck and the others didn't even get that far. He stood and held out a hand. Come on, let's get food. But Cole wasn't finished. Beck didn't want to figure it out, he scoffed. He liked being a wolf too much. If my dad had been part of this mess, he'd have pulled out every medical gadget in the book. CAT scans, MRIS, enough electrodes to jumpstart a small town, a cocktail of sketchy meds, and maybe a car battery for good measure. A few dead werewolves later, boom, problem solved. The guy's ruthless, but damn, he gets results. Sam's hand dropped. I wish you wouldn't talk about Beck like that. Like what? Like Sam cut himself off, studying me like the answer was written on my face. I knew where he was going, like you. Cole's smirk was barely there, but it was sharp. Here's an idea, he said, nodding at the chair where Beck had sat before. It hit me then. Cole had probably had his own private talks with Beck down here. That was a weird thought, realizing there was a whole side of their history we knew nothing about. You tell me who Beck was to you, I'll tell you who he was to me. Then Grace can decide which version sounds real. I don't think, I started. I knew him for 12 years, Sam cut in. You barely knew him at all, my version wins. Does it? Cole shot back. Did he ever mention his law career, Wyoming, his wife, where he found Ulrich, what he was doing to himself when Paul showed up? Sam stayed steady. He told me how he became a wolf. Me too, I added, backing him up. He said he got bitten in Canada and met Paul in Minnesota. Cole scoffed. Not that he was in Canada trying to die and Paul bit him to stop him. He told you what you needed to hear. Sam's jaw tightened. And he told you some hiking story because that's what you needed. So explain Wyoming because neither of us got that chapter. He didn't just stumble into Mercy Falls. He rewrote the story to look better. You had to have questioned it, Sam. The guy infected you, then adopted you. You can't tell me that never crossed your mind. Sam didn't flinch, but his voice was quiet. Cole pressed. I don't know. You must know. I don't. Cole stood, closing the space between them in one step. The move was deliberate, almost predatory. Don't you want to ask him yourself? Sam held his ground. Not exactly an option. Cole's grin turned razor-thin. What if it was? What if I could give you 15 minutes with him? I can make that happen. I can track him down, and I've got something that might force him to shift, just for a moment, but long enough to talk. Honestly, I've got a few questions of my own for him. Sam's frown deepened. Do whatever you want with yourself, but I'm not messing with someone who can't say yes or no. Cole looked wounded. It's adrenaline, not some reckless hookup. Sam's voice was tight. I'm not risking Beck's life just to ask why he never mentioned Wyoming. It was the answer Cole should have seen coming, but that faint, knowing smirk tugged at his lips again. If we catch Beck and I turn him human, he said, I might be able to reset him like Grace. Would you risk his life for that? Sam stayed silent. Say yes, Cole pressed. Tell me to find him, and I will. And this was why they could never see eye to eye. Cole made reckless choices for noble reasons, and Sam couldn't stomach that. Now Cole dangled the one thing Sam wanted most right alongside the thing he feared most. I wasn't sure which answer I hoped for. I watched Sam's throat work as he swallowed hard. Then, turning to me, he murmured, What do I say? I had no wisdom he didn't already know. Crossing my arms, I weighed 1,000 arguments, but they all circled back to the raw longing on Sam's face. You have to live with yourself, I told him. Cole cut in. He'll die out there either way, Sam. Sam turned away, hands gripping the back of his head, his gaze fixed on Beck's endless rows of books. Without looking at us, he finally said, Fine. Yes. Find him. I locked eyes with Cole. Upstairs, the tea kettle shrieked, and Sam bolted for the stairs, grateful for the distraction, I figured. My stomach twisted at the thought of forcing Beck to shift. It was too easy to forget how much we gambled every time we tried to unravel our own mysteries. Cole, I said, Beck means everything to him. This isn't some experiment. Don't do anything you're not certain about. Cole just shrugged. I'm always certain. Just never sure if happy endings were part of the deal. Chapter 32, Grace, that first day back in my own skin was surreal. Without my clothes, my routine, I felt untethered, like the wolf inside me still lurked, restless beneath my human skin. In a way, I was almost glad for the instability. I knew it would settle, just like Sam's shifts had when I first met him. And I loved the cold. I refused to fear it. To ground myself, I suggested making a real dinner, though it turned out to be harder than I'd thought. Added detail. As I chopped vegetables, my hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the memory of teeth and fur. Sam caught my wrist, his thumb brushing my pulse point, and for a second the kitchen didn't feel so empty. Sam and Cole's kitchen was a disaster zone of frozen dinners and instant noodles, definitely not the kind of place you'd expect a home-cooked meal. But I managed to scrounge up pancake mix and eggs breakfast for dinner, always a win, while Sam silently stepped in to help. Meanwhile, Cole sprawled on the living room floor like a discarded coat, eyes glued to the ceiling. What's his deal? I asked, nudging Sam. And can I get that spatula? Sam handed it over without a word. Think his brain's fried, he muttered, brushing past me to grab plates. His fingers lingered at my waist, sending a jolt through me. Hey, I said, suddenly reckless. Put those down and come back. He turned, a slow smirk forming, until movement outside the window snapped my attention away. Wait, what was that? My voice dropped as I pointed. Sam froze, following my gaze to the shadowy backyard. Moonlight spilled through the kitchen windows, illuminating the grass just enough to catch a flash of white fur near the grill. For a second, my heart soared. Olivia had been a white wolf. But then Sam whispered, "Shelby," and the illusion shattered. This wolf moved with none of Olivia's elegance, just sharp, twitchy motions. She lifted her head, eyes darting, then hiked a leg and peed on the grill. "Classy," I deadpanned. Sam grimaced as Shelby trotted off to mark another spot, utterly alone. "She's losing it," Sam murmured. Outside, Shelby paused, her stare boring into the house like she could see us through the glass. The fur along her spine bristled. Cole's voice cut in from behind us. "She's psychotic." "I've run into her checking traps," I countered. "Brave, sure, vicious, absolutely." "Yeah, no kidding," I muttered, flashing back to the night she'd launched herself through a window at me, those wild eyes in the stormlight. "She's tried to murder me more times than I've had hot dinners." Sam shook his head, still watching Shelby. "She's terrified," he said quietly. "And alone. The pack's changing too fast for her. She's got nothing left to lose." A sharp smell snapped me back to reality, smoke. I yanked the pan off the burner. The last pancake charred beyond saving. Sam shifted uncomfortably by the window, his jaw tight. "I don't want her hanging around here." Shelby hadn't moved an inch, her eyes locked onto Sam's shadowy outline. "Relax," Sam muttered, rubbing his temple. "Pretty sure she blames me, not you." A sharp yell from the backyard cut through the tension, Cole's voice, loud and unapologetic. "Get lost, you crazy witch." The back door banged shut as Shelby vanished into the night. I rolled my eyes. "Real smooth, Cole, couldn't have been more obvious if you tried." He smirked, leaning against the counter. "Subtlety was never my thing." Sam stayed by the window, brow furrowed. "You think she—" The phone on the kitchen island rang, cutting him off. Cole grabbed it, glanced at the screen, and tossed it to me with a grimace. Isabel's name flashed on the caller. "Isabel," I answered, bracing for her usual sharp tone. "Grace." Her voice was flat, no sarcasm, no bite, just my name. I hesitated, glancing at Sam, who looked just as confused as I felt. "Yeah, Sam's here. You want to talk to him?" "No." A pause, background noise, crackled voices, maybe a TV. "Grace, did Sam tell you about the girl they found in the woods, the one killed by wolves?" My stomach dropped. Sam couldn't hear her, but his frown deepened as he watched me. "No," I said slowly. Isabel's next words hit like a punch. "They ID'd her. It was Olivia." Olivia. The name echoed in my skull. Suddenly, the kitchen came into hyperfocus. The faded photo on the fridge of some guy grinning by a kayak. The grimy tooth-shaped magnet advertising a dentist. The chipped countertop with an old Coke bottle holding a pencil and a flower-shaped pen. The faucet dripped methodically, each drop swirling before falling. Everything was warm-toned browns, reds, oranges bleeding into the tiles and cabinets. Sam grabbed the phone from my hand. When had I even given it to him? Demanding, "What did she say?" I blinked. Why was he asking me? I should have been shattered, but all I could think was how this kitchen needed a rug. Something soft underfoot. No grief, no tears, just cold floors and the wrong priorities. Sam's voice pulled me back. "Grace, what do you need?" I stared at him numb. "I'm fine." Cole paced nearby, phone pressed to his ear, his low murmurs blending with the hum of the fridge. The room felt too bright, too detailed. Like I was noticing everything except the one thing that mattered. Sam shook his head. "No, you're not." I wiped my cheeks with the back of my hand, even though they were dry. "I'm fine, seriously. Crying isn't even on my radar right now." He gathered my hair in his palm, twisting it gently behind my head like he was about to tie it up. His breath was warm against my ear when he murmured, "But you will." I let my head drop onto his shoulder, suddenly too exhausted to hold it up. "I need to check on everyone. Rachel, John, Olivia." The second her name slipped out, I froze. My mouth stayed open, like I could somehow rewind and replace it with something less raw. Sam just brushed his fingers under my chin, his sympathy quiet and detached. Meanwhile, Cole's voice crackled through the phone, sharp and unfamiliar. "Guess we're past fixing it now, huh?" Chapter 33, Sam that night. Grace was the one who couldn't sleep. I was barely hanging on myself, drifting in and out like a half-filled cup, seconds away from tipping over into unconsciousness. The only light came from the Christmas lights looped around my ceiling, tiny, flickering stars in a room that suddenly felt too small. I kept meaning to unplug them, but exhaustion kept dragging me back under. It didn't make sense. After finally sleeping the night before, I should have been wide awake. Instead, my body had rediscovered how good rest felt and was demanding more. Grace sat beside me, her legs tangled in the sheets, absently tracing her palm over my chest, which honestly wasn't helping me stay alert. "Hey," I mumbled, reaching for her, my fingers barely grazing her shoulder. "Just lie down, please." She pressed her fingertips to my lips, her expression distant, like someone else was wearing her face in the dim glow. I can't turn my brain off. The words were so familiar that I propped myself up on my elbows, dislodging her hand. "You need to rest," I said. "Lying down might help." But Grace just looked lost, younger than I'd ever seen her. I sat up fully and pulled her against me, settling back against the headboard with her head on my chest. She smelled like my shampoo, like home. "I can't stop thinking about her," she whispered, her voice steadier now that she didn't have to meet my eyes. "And then I remember I'm supposed to be at home right now, and Sam, I don't want to go back." I didn't know what to say. I didn't want her to leave either, but this wasn't where she belonged. If things were normal, if she were human again, I'd tell her we had to face her parents. But nothing about this was normal. We could have made it work, convinced everyone we were serious, even if it meant waiting until Grace could move in properly. I would have hated sleeping without her, but I'd have endured it. I'd promised her I wanted to do things right, and I still meant it. But now, there was no right anymore. Grace wasn't just the girl I loved. She was something else entirely, and as long as she refused to go back, as long as I had no clue how her parents would react, this was where I needed her. Sure, we'd pay for these stolen moments eventually, but that didn't make them wrong. My fingers tangled in her hair, catching on a tiny knot before I smoothed it out. "I won't force you," I murmured. Grace exhaled, restless. "We can't avoid this forever. I wish I were older. I wish I'd left home years ago. I wish we were already married and didn't have to lie. At least we agreed on one thing: the truth wasn't an option." "Nothing's getting solved tonight," I said, realizing with a bitter chuckle that I was using her own logic against her, the same line she'd tossed at me to coax me to sleep before. Grace sighed, her voice soft. "It's just going in circles. Tell me a story." I stopped stroking her hair before the rhythm lulled me back under. "A story? Like the one about Beck teaching you to hunt," she said. Every memory of Beck felt tainted now, shadowed by doubt. I scrambled for something lighter. Ulrich's BMW wasn't his first car. When I got here, he had this beat-up Ford Escort, ugly, brown, and barely holding together. Grace hummed, curling her fingers into my shirt, jolting me awake in more ways than one. I swallowed hard, forcing my thoughts back to safer ground. That car was a disaster, bottomed out on every bump, probably the exhaust dragging. Once he hit a possum in town and drove all the way back with it stuck underneath. She gave a quiet, obligatory laugh. I pushed on. And it always smelled like something was about to explode: burning rubber, hot brakes, or maybe leftover possum. I paused, remembering those endless rides, Beck cursing at the engine while I stood on the roadside, wondering why he hadn't just taken his own damn car back in those days. Ulrich still spent most of his time in human form, his bedroom right next to mine. I'd often wake up to the sound of enthusiastic solo activities, definitely not something I ever mentioned to Grace. "That was the car I drove to the bookstore," I told her instead. Ulrich bought some beat-up BMW wagon from a roadside flower vendor in St. Paul, so I ended up with the old Escort. 2 months after getting my license, I blew a tire in that thing. 16 and clueless, I'd been both thrilled and terrified driving home alone from work for the first time. When the tire exploded like a gunshot right next to my ear, I was convinced my life was over. Grace smirked. "Did you even know how to change a tire?" She made it sound like she could have done it blindfolded. "Not a clue," I admitted. I pulled over into the slush, fumbling with the brand new cell phone I'd just gotten for my birthday, first call, to Beck, begging for help because I couldn't handle a flat. Total ego crusher. Grace let out a quiet laugh. "Ego crusher," she echoed. "Absolutely," I confirmed, grinning at the sound. The memory came back sharp, Beck taking forever to show up, dropped off by Ulrich on his way to work. Ulrich just waved from the BMW's window, completely unfazed by my misery. "Later, kid," he called before disappearing into the snowy dusk, taillights glowing like neon. "So Beck finally arrives," I continued, realizing too late that I'd slipped another Beck story into the conversation. Maybe he was in all of them. He took one look at the pancaked tire and said, "So, you murdered the car already." Bundled in enough winter gear to survive an Arctic expedition, Beck was still shivering. He let out a low whistle at the wrecked tire. "Damn, you hit a moose or something." Grace raised an eyebrow. "Did you?" "Nah," I said. Beck just laughed, showed me where the spare was, and I trailed off. I'd meant to tell her about the time Ulrich sold the Escort by stuffing the trunk with bacon, his weird take on real estate staging. But instead, I got stuck on the way Beck's voice had cut off mid-sentence, his smile vanishing as headlights swept over us. Just like that, he was gone, leaving nothing but a pile of discarded scarves and me standing there with a useless tire iron. I tried to think of a way to lighten the story, but then it hit me, something I hadn't remembered in years. "Beck shifted," I said quietly. The words heavy in the air. I stood there clutching the stupid tire iron, feeling just as clueless as ever. It was just me, gathering his scattered coats and shirts from the snow, shaking off the icy grit before tossing them into the back of the Escort. I let myself have one satisfying slam of the door, then crossed my arms behind my head and turned away from the road. The pain of losing Beck hadn't hit me yet, but being stranded. Yeah, that registered fast. Grace made a soft, sad sound, pitying that past version of me who didn't realize what he'd lost until much later. I lingered there, staring at the junk in the trunk, Ulrich's hockey mask glaring at me like it was judging my life choices. Then, out of nowhere, headlights cut through the dark. I'd forgotten this part until now. A car pulled up behind me and guess who stepped out? Grace wiped her nose on my shirt. "Who?" "Tom Culpepper." She jerked back, eyes wide. "Seriously?" In the dim light, she looked more like herself, hair tousled, eyes bright, and my fingers itched to trace the curve of her spine under her shirt, to remind her I was the only thing that mattered. But I wasn't about to cross that line alone. I could wait. "Yep," I said instead of kissing her. "Tom freaking Culpepper." Grace settled back against me. "That's insane." "You're Jeffrey Beck's kid," Culpepper had said. His SUV was caked in grimy snow, what Ulrich called snert, and the headlights threw jagged shadows over me and the car. After a pause, he added, "Sam, right, needs some help." At the time, hearing my name spoken so normally was a relief, washing away Beck's last broken words. "He helped me," I told Grace. "Seemed different back then. Must have been right after they moved here." "Was Isabel with him?" "I don't remember her." I hesitated. I try not to think of him as evil, Grace. "Because of Isabel. Without the wolves, I don't know how I'd see him." Grace exhaled, the sound heavy. "Without the wolves, we wouldn't have thought about him at all." I sighed. This story was supposed to be funny, maybe involve bacon. She tugged the blanket over us, her breath warm against my chest. "Lights off," she murmured, and I knew exactly what she meant. The scent of wolf clung to her, subtle but unmistakable, and I doubted she'd last till dawn without shifting. "I just want this day to end," she murmured. Wide awake now, I reached over and yanked the cord from the outlet, plunging the room into darkness. After a beat, Grace whispered, "I love you," her voice tinged with something like regret. I pulled her closer, guilt gnawing at me. Loving me was never simple. Her breathing steadied as I echoed the words back, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind raced with thoughts of Tom Culpepper and Beck, their truths buried so deep they might as well be fossils. Culpepper's face kept flashing in my head, red-nosed from the cold, trudging through snow to help a stranger change a tire like it was nothing. Then, just as vivid, the wolves lunging at me in the early light, knocking me down, rewriting my life in an instant. Beck had orchestrated it all. He'd chosen me long before my parents decided they didn't. They just handed me over on a silver platter. The knowledge sat like a stone in my gut. How do you reconcile someone who's both savior and thief? Every part of me, good, bad, broken, was tangled in threads he spun. Was I supposed to thank him or curse him? Grace jolted awake near midnight, eyes wild, body trembling. She said my name the way Beck had years ago on that frozen roadside. Then, just like him, she was gone. Nothing left but empty clothes and 1,000 questions screaming in the silence. Chapter 34, Isabel Sam's number lit up my phone at 7 a.m. Normally, I'd be halfway through my preschool routine, but it was Saturday, so I was lacing up my running shoes instead. Vanity, maybe, but you can't argue with the results. I flipped the phone open. "Hello," called it, Cole's voice crackled through. "Knew you'd answer if you thought it was Sam." I rolled my eyes so hard I nearly strained something. "Seriously, this is your grand plan? Dead serious. Can you let me in?" I vaulted off the bed and peered out the window. Parked at the end of the driveway was what could only be described as a serial killer's station wagon. "That rust bucket yours? It looks like it smells like regret and bad decisions." "Oh, it does," Cole admitted. "I'd offer you a front seat chat, but the stench might knock you out. Anyway, I need your credit card. For fishing net, hardware, and some totally legal, totally mild sedatives. Overnight shipping, obviously." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Please tell me this is a joke." He didn't miss a beat. "Told Sam I'd catch Beck. Guess who's gonna help me?" New detail. The station wagon's lingering mystery stench, hinted to be a mix of fast food and questionable life choices, adds a layer of absurdity to Cole's chaotic energy. I decided to set up a pit trap using the hole Grace had so conveniently discovered by tumbling into it. The bait. Beck's favorite meal, something he'd casually mentioned in his journal while rambling about a kitchen disaster. "You're joking, right?" Because otherwise, this sounds like something a deranged person would whisper into a payphone. Scent triggers memory better than anything else. I flopped back onto my bed, phone still pressed to my ear. "And how exactly does this stop my dad from murdering all of you?" Silence. Then, "Beck relocated the wolves once. I need to ask him how." "So fishing nets, hardware, and what drugs? That's your master plan. If it doesn't work, at least we'll have a hell of a story." My eyes drifted to the ceiling, where a dried-up blob of silly putty still clung from when Jack had thrown it years ago. "Fine, Cole. Meet me at the side door, the one by the stairs you snuck up last time. Park wherever my parents won't notice. And for once, try not to be obnoxious." "Obnoxious? Never." The line went dead just as my bedroom door creaked open. Still sprawled on my bed, I tilted my head back to see Cole slipping inside like he owned the place. He shut the door with exaggerated care, dressed in cargo pants and a plain black tee. He had that effortless camera-ready aura, less about the clothes, more about the way he carried himself. In my room, all soft fabrics and gleaming mirrors, he looked like a stray wolf in a dollhouse. "Cross-country Barbie, huh?" he said, eyeing my running gear. He strolled to my dresser, spritzed my perfume into the air, and watched the mist swirl in the mirror. More like done with your BS, Barbie, I shot back. He picked up my rosary, fingers lingering on a bead like it was second nature. Hard to picture Cole St. Clair in a church without the place spontaneously combusting. I thought that door was locked. Not so much. I shut my eyes. Just being near him was exhausting. The same heaviness from Il Pomodoro settled in my chest. Maybe I needed to vanish, somewhere no one knew my name, my mistakes, my history. The mattress dipped as Cole flopped down beside me. He smelled like salt water and aftershave, like he'd actually tried to be presentable. That somehow made it worse. Grace, how's she handling Olivia? No clue. She shifted last night, so we locked her in the bathroom. A beat. I wasn't close to Olivia, I said, suddenly needing him to understand. Cole exhaled, the sound almost like a laugh. Yeah, me neither. New detail, the mention of the beach scent, subtly implying Cole went out of his way to clean up before coming over, adding a layer of unspoken tension. Voice twist, switches from sarcastic banter to a heavier, more introspective tone when Isabel reflects on running away. I barely knew her, I admitted. Same, Cole said, then hesitated. His tone shifted, quieter but deliberate. Grace, I like her. He said it with such weight, like each word carried its own meaning, and for a second, I thought he was confessing something deeper. But then he clarified. The way she is with Sam, never really bought into love before, thought it was just some James Bond excuse to get girls into bed. We lay there in silence, the only sound the faint chirping of birds outside. The house was still, the morning air just warm enough that the heater stayed off. It was impossible not to notice Cole beside me, his presence, the way he smelled like cedar and something faintly sweet, the memory of kissing him still sharp in my mind. And then there was Sam and Grace. How Sam's fingers had pressed into her back when they kissed, something tender and possessive all at once. Nothing like the way Cole and I had been. The thought twisted inside me, a mess of want and guilt, like I'd already crossed a line I wasn't sure I should have. Cole, I'm exhausted, I blurted, immediately regretting it. He didn't answer, just stayed unnervingly still. The silence stretched, grating on my nerves, until finally, in a voice so quiet I barely caught it, he said, Sometimes I think about calling home. Typical Cole, stealing the moment to make it about himself. But then he kept going, his words slow, deliberate. Just to tell my mom I'm not dead, or my dad, ask him if he's ever Googled what meningitis does to your cells. Or Jeremy, my old bassist. Tell him I'm alive but don't want to be found. Tell my parents I'm never coming back. He paused so long I thought he was done, the morning light shifting in my pastel blue room as the fog outside thinned. Then, softer. But even the idea of it exhausts me. Feels like before I left, like my lungs are full of concrete. Like caring is too much work. Like I wish they were dead, or I was, just so I wouldn't have to untangle everything between us. And that's before I even dial. I'm so tired I don't want to wake up, but I know now it was never them. It was always me. I didn't answer. My mind flashed back to that moment in Il Pomodoro's bathroom, that desperate need to just be done, to stop wanting anything at all. Cole's words lingered in my mind, sharp and undeniable. I'm part of what you hate about yourself. He wasn't wrong. The truth was, I hated everything about me, and he was just another piece of that mess. It wasn't about him, it was about the weight I carried, the exhaustion I couldn't shake. He sat up, the mattress shifting under his weight. I'll go. The warmth where he'd been still clung to the sheets. I swallowed hard before asking, Cole, do you think I'm lovable? Like cuddly and sweet, he shot back, but I wasn't joking. Like capable of being loved. His eyes locked onto mine, steady and unreadable. For a split second, I swore I could see him, younger, older, every version of him, like time had folded just to show me. Maybe, he finally said, but you don't let anyone close enough to find out. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting the sting behind them. I don't know the difference between surrender and just stopping, I admitted. A single tear escaped, hot and furious. I hated it, hated myself for it. Then the bed dipped as Cole moved closer. His breath brushed my cheek, slow, deliberate. I didn't move, didn't speak. Then his lips met mine, but not like before, not hungry or desperate. This was something else, soft, barely there, like a ghost of a kiss. His thumb pressed against my neck, not demanding, just present. When he pulled away, his face was unreadable. "That's how I'd kiss you," he said, "if I loved you." Then he was gone. The door clicked shut, his footsteps fading down the stairs, hesitant at first, then quick, like he couldn't get away fast enough. I touched my neck where his hand had been, my lips still tingling. It didn't feel like defeat. It didn't feel like anything I had a name for. The next morning, the world still felt like it was ending. I didn't want to face work, but I had no excuse good enough for Karen. So I dragged myself out, got in the car, and drove toward Mercy Falls. The memory of that kiss humming under my skin like a secret Grace's frantic claws, tearing up the downstairs bathroom walls, had become unbearable. Another reason leaving the house felt like a relief, though guilt twisted in my chest. Just because I wasn't there to hear her panic didn't mean it wasn't still happening. Outside, the sky stretched wide and blue, a rare break from the week's endless rain, the kind of sky that belonged to July, not now. The trees shimmered with every shade of green, from neon bright to something so deep it almost looked black. Instead of my usual spot behind the store, I parked on Main Street, far enough from downtown to skip feeding the meter. In Mercy Falls, that meant a short walk past a handful of quiet blocks. I left my jacket in the Volkswagen, shoved my hands in my pockets, and started moving. The town wasn't wealthy, but it had that postcard charm, close enough to the Boundary Waters to pull in tourists, and tourists meant money. The shops here catered to them, the kind of places that made husbands sigh and disappear into the hardware store on Greaves Street. I stuck to the edge of the sidewalk, letting the weak morning sun warm my skin. It was a small comfort after the chaos of the week. Then something caught my eye, a shop window with a mannequin wearing a simple white dress. Thin straps, a loose tie at the waist, fabric dotted with tiny holes like lace. Eyelet, I think it's called. Suddenly, all I could see was Grace in it, the straps slipping over her shoulders, the way the hem would brush above her knees, the way the fabric would cling if the wind caught it just right. A stupid thing to fixate on, considering everything else happening. But there I stood, shifting my weight, ready to walk away, then imagining her again, the dress fluttering against her skin, and I was stuck. Before I could talk myself out of it, I walked in, handed over a 20 from last week's cash, and left with the dress tucked in a small bag. Ridiculous. Maybe. But right then, it felt like holding on to something good, something normal, in a world that refused to stay either. I doubled back to stash the gift in my car before heading to the crooked shelf, my sneakers scuffing against the sidewalk as I wrestled with buyer's remorse. The price tag had stung, more than a full shift's pay, and now my brain was spinning. What if Grace hated it? Worse, what if she thought it was a pathetic stand-in for the ring I should be saving for? Rings. The word alone made my stomach flip. I didn't even know where to start. Were they hundreds? Thousands? And here I was, 19 and clueless, swinging between feeling like a kid playing house and some middle-aged guy panicking over jewelry stores. The bookstore felt hollow when I unlocked it, the quiet pressing in like I'd stepped into a snow globe someone forgot to shake. By the time Karen slipped in through the back, the sunlight had stretched across the floorboards, golden and lazy. She vanished into the cramped office, her usual nest of invoices and catalogs swallowing her whole. We didn't need to talk for her presence to steady me. That was Karen's magic. She could have been wearing sweatpants or a silk blouse and still radiate the same easy calm, like nothing in the world could rattle her. Not even Grace's disappearance had cracked that. God, I wanted to thank her for that. "You're grinning," she remarked, glancing up. "Am I?" I leaned against the doorframe, letting the sun bake my shoulders. Brighter than yesterday, anyway. She flicked her pencil at a stack of orders. Dead morning. Ghost town. I chased off some toddler art from the windows, though. Tiny humans. Karen sighed, but her eyes crinkled. We need a heat wave or a Tate Flaherty release to lure people in. Alaskan thriller display for mayhem in Juneau. I snorted. Minnesota's had enough fake snow to last a lifetime. Fair. Her pencil tapped the desk, click, click, a sound that sent a jolt through me. Grace used to do that when she was thinking. "Music bios," I blurted. "We could do a whole window on rock memoirs." Karen pointed the pencil at me like a conductor's baton. "Now that's a man with ideas." The way she said it, half teasing, half genuine, made me wonder if she knew exactly where my head had been all morning. Sam shifted uncomfortably as Karen leaned against the bookstore counter, her question hanging between them like an overdue library book. "I get that Beck's situation is rough right now," she said gently, "but have you figured out your college plans yet?" My arms folded instinctively, a reflex she noticed immediately, her eyes flicking down like she was reading my body language instead of my answer. "I haven't really decided," I admitted, then quickly added, "I'm kinda waiting to see where Grace ends up." The second the words left my mouth, I wanted to snatch them back. Grace wasn't just undecided, she was gone. But Karen didn't react with pity or confusion. Instead, she studied me, her thumb resting thoughtfully against her chin, like she was piecing together a puzzle I didn't realize I'd left out in the open. For a heartbeat, I swore she knew, about Grace, about Beck, about the whole mess we were pretending wasn't happening. Then she dropped the bomb. "Well, if you're not jumping into school right away, I was gonna ask if you wanted full-time hours here." I blinked. That wasn't where I thought this was going. She must have taken my silence for hesitation because she added, "I know the pay isn't great, but I'll bump you up $2 an hour." "You can't afford that," I said automatically. "Maybe not," she admitted, "but you move more books than anyone else. If you're planted on that stool every day, at least I know the place won't burn down." A warmth spread through my chest, not because of the money, but because she trusted me. My face must have betrayed something because she smirked and added, "Don't worry, I'm not trying to derail your future. But if you're stalling anyway," the bell above the door jingled, cutting her off. Normally, I'd groan at the interruption, but right then, I was grateful for the escape. Not because the conversation was bad, just the opposite. I needed a second to process, to make sure I didn't sound like an idiot when I finally said, "Can I think about it?" Karen rolled her eyes. "I'd be shocked if you didn't." "You're nothing if not predictable, Sam." I grinned and turned toward the front, which meant I was still smiling when I locked eyes with Officer Koenig. The expression froze, then slipped away a beat too late, leaving my face stuck in a ghost of a grin. He could have been there for anything. A question, a coffee, but I knew better. Koenig was young, unassuming, the kind of cop who'd let me off with a warning before. Today, though, his expression was a blank page, no kindness, no familiarity. Just the quiet regret of someone who'd run out of second chances to give. "Took me a while to track you down, Sam," Koenig remarked as I edged closer, my hands awkwardly dangling like dead weights. "Did it?" I replied, my voice tighter than I intended. His tone was casual, but my skin prickled with unease. I wasn't a fan of being hunted down or even noticed, really. "Figured this was where you'd be," he added. I shrugged. "Good guess." The polite thing would have been to ask why he was here, but I wasn't in the mood for answers. My brain was still spinning from the last 3 days, and all I wanted was silence. Then Koenig hit me with it. We need to ask you a few things." Behind him, the shop door chimed as a woman barged in, lugging a massive purple tote that practically screamed for attention. "Where do you keep your self-help section?" she demanded, completely ignoring the cop in front of me. Maybe chatting with officers was normal for her, not for me. If Koenig hadn't been there, I'd have told her every book in the store could technically qualify as self-help. Did she want existential crisis or bad relationship advice? But with him looming, I just pointed. "Back corner." Koenig lowered his voice. "We can do this at the station. More private." Private. That word sent a chill down my spine. "Sam," Koenig prompted. I realized I was still fixated on that ridiculous bag as its owner yammered into her phone. "Fine," I muttered. "Not like I have a choice, right?" "You always have a choice," he said smoothly. "But warrants get messy." I swallowed hard. Words, I needed to say something coherent. Then I pictured Karen in the back office, blissfully unaware. "I should tell my boss I'm leaving. That okay?" "Sure," he shadowed me as I walked back. "Karen," I said, leaning against the doorframe. Her name felt strange on my tongue, too formal. Gotta step out. Officer Koenig needs me down at the station." For a heartbeat, her face stayed blank. Then it shut down completely. What are they here?" She shot up from her chair, and I barely dodged as she barreled past me to confirm Koenig's presence. He was studying one of my paper cranes like it held the secrets of the universe. "What's happening?" she demanded, switching into what we jokingly called business Karen, no nonsense, all steel. Even Koenig faltered. "Ma'am," he said, almost sheepish, "just routine questions for Sam. New detail, the paper cranes, a recent addition, were supposed to brighten the store. Now they felt like witnesses." Shift in tone, from tense to darkly amused, because of course the universe would send a clueless customer with a neon bag right when my life was imploding. Karen's voice was tight when she repeated, "A chat, the kind where he should probably have a lawyer." The officer shrugged. "That's Sam's call." "He's not under arrest, at least not yet." The unspoken yet hung in the air between us. Karen shot me a look. "Sam, should I call Jeffrey?" I didn't even have to answer, she read it on my face. "He's out of town, isn't he?" "I can handle this," I said, but Karen wasn't having it. She turned back to Koenig, her tone sharp. "This feels like harassment. You're picking on him because he's different. If Jeffrey were here, would we even be having this conversation?" Koenig's response was smooth, practiced. "Ma'am, if Jeffrey Beck were here, he'd likely be the one answering questions." Karen pressed her lips together, frustration flashing in her eyes. Koenig stepped aside, motioning toward the door where a squad car idled at the curb. My stomach twisted. I owed Karen more than I could say for defending me like I was family. "Call me if you need anything," she insisted. "Even if you just feel weird, want me to come with." "I'll be fine," I lied. Koenig chimed in, all fake reassurance. "He'll be okay. We're not trying to trap anyone." Guilt gnawed at me. Karen usually only stopped by the shop for a few hours on Saturdays before leaving the rest to the staff. Now I'd wrecked her whole day. "Sam," she said, pulling me into a sudden, fierce hug. The scent of hyacinths clung to her. Then, to Koenig, her voice turned icy. "Hope this little stunt is worth it for you." As Koenig led me out, I caught the woman with the oversized purple purse still watching, phone pressed to her ear. The speaker was cranked up loud enough for me to hear the voice on the other end. "Are they arresting him?" Koenig's parting advice was almost laughable. "Just tell the truth, Sam." If only he knew how impossible that was. I didn't stop driving after leaving the Culpeper house. Ulrich's old BMW wagon ate up the miles, the radio blaring some forgettable one-hit wonder band that had opened for us years ago. They'd been so disastrous on stage, they'd actually made us look professional, which back then was saying something. I couldn't even remember the lead singer's name, Max. Just that he'd staggered up to me after the show, reeking of whiskey, and slurred something about me being his biggest inspiration. Funny how that worked. Now, years later, their song was just background noise as I kept my foot on the gas. Sam's phone sat silent in my pocket. For once, I didn't care the voicemail I left for Isabel didn't need a response. Just saying it out loud was enough. My car windows were down, the Minnesota air rushing in, my arm resting on the doorframe, damp from the morning mist. Outside, the scenery blurred past, scrubby pines, boxy houses, random piles of rocks, and lakes flashing between the trees like hidden secrets. Honestly, the people of Mercy Falls must have had a meeting where they decided, let's balance out all this natural beauty with the ugliest houses possible. Like they were afraid the town might combust from too much postcard-perfect scenery. My mind kept circling back to what I'd told Isabel about maybe calling my family. Mostly true. The thought of dialing my parents, no shot. We had less in common than a rock and a radio. But Jeremy, that was different. Jeremy, the bass-playing, meditation-quoting anomaly. I pictured him somewhere wild, like trekking through the Himalayas or meditating on a beach in Goa. He was the only one I'd consider calling, because he and Victor had spent years translating the mess inside my head into music. They knew me better than I knew myself sometimes. Narcotica wasn't just a band. It was a three-way dissection of being Cole St. Clair. I remembered this one interview, early morning in some generic hotel room. Victor was grumpy, nursing a hangover, while Jeremy sat at the tiny desk, demolishing a granola bar. I was sprawled on the balcony, staring at the sky, half listening as some eager journalist, Jan, or whatever his name, was asked about our songwriting process. "Oh, it's collaborative," Jeremy drawled, his voice smooth as honey. The southern accent had shown up around the same time as his obsession with Zen philosophy. "Cole writes the lyrics, I bring him coffee. He writes the music, Victor brings pretzels." Jan raised his voice toward the balcony. "So, Cole, where do you get your inspiration?" From where I lay, the view was either brick walls or a sliver of washed-out sky. Every city looked identical when you were flat on your back. Jeremy broke off another piece of his granola bar, the crumbs scattering like punctuation. I didn't answer. "They never needed me to," Victor groaned from the other bed, his voice dripping with melodrama like a teenager mid-tantrum. "Don't even bother, he'll never answer that." Jan blinked, genuinely thrown, as if rejection was some rare phenomenon he'd never encountered. "Why not?" "Because it's a garbage question," Victor shot back, flexing his bare toes with a series of unsettling pops. "Inspiration. That's just life, man. You breathe it in like bad air conditioning." Jan scribbled something, his left-handed scrawl looking like a toddler's first attempt at cursive. I silently willed him to jot down "never ask that again" in bold letters. "Okay, your ep1 or the other just cracked Billboard's top 10. How does that feel?" "I'm buying my mom a BMW," Victor deadpanned. "Actually, scratch that, I'm buying Germany. That's where they make those, right?" "Success is a fluke," Jeremy muttered through a mouthful of granola bar. "The next album will be better," I said, surprising myself. The words tasted true the second they left my mouth. Jan squinted at his notes. "So, you guys knocked Human Parts Ministry out of the top 10 after their 41-week streak. Joey from the band said their hit lasted because fans connected with the lyrics. Do you think people relate to one or the other the same way?" One or the other wasn't about connection. It was the static in my headphones versus the silence of hotel corridors at 3 a.m. It was the gnawing realization that everyone around me had lives I couldn't fathom, lives with mortgages, grocery lists, and reasons to wake up. It was the part of me that kept slamming into the same invisible wall, like a moth convinced the porch light was salvation. It was Angie showing up in her mom's sweater, piano keys struck perfectly on the first try, and the slow dread of realizing I was a guest at a party I never wanted to attend. "No," I said. It's about the music. Jeremy crumpled his wrapper. Victor cracked his knuckles like a threat. A plane crawled across the sky, tiny as a gnat. Jan flipped a page. Cole, I read you were in choir. Still Catholic? Victor. I believe in God, Victor said, with the enthusiasm of someone reciting a grocery list. Jan turned to me. I stared at the empty sky, counting seconds until the next plane. Here's the thing about Cole, Jeremy cut in, his voice suddenly sermon-smooth. His religion is proving people wrong. He doesn't believe in can't, doesn't believe in no. A beat. Somewhere, a car alarm wailed. The interview limped on. Cole's whole philosophy was simple. Tell him something's impossible and watch him prove you wrong. It didn't matter what it was, climbing a mountain barehanded, inventing a new language, whatever. As long as someone said it couldn't be done, he'd do it. Here's how I'd explain him. Picture the beginning of time, just an ocean and an endless void. God turned the ocean into the world and the void. That became Cole. Victor chuckled. Thought you were a Buddhist, Jan said. Jeremy shrugged. Only on weekends. Right then, the towering pines lining the road made me feel like I was driving straight into the Earth's core. Mercy Falls was just a blur in the rear view. At 16, the road ahead had felt infinite, like every turn held a new destiny. Now, with the wind biting my fingers and the asphalt rushing under the tires, I finally felt weightless, stripped bare. Free. Boundary wood hummed around me, and for once, being Cole St. Clair didn't feel like a life sentence. I had a mission now, something impossible. A cure, and I was close. The kind of close that made my pulse race. The woods had taken the emptiness inside me, the part I thought could never be filled, and burned away everything I didn't realize I needed. What was left? A version of me I barely recognized. The world was mine. The road stretched forever. I pulled Sam's phone from my pocket and dialed Jeremy. Jeremy. Cole St. Clair, he answered, like he'd been expecting my call. Silence stretched between us. He knew me too well to wait for the words. You're not coming back, are you? Chapter 37. Sam, they interrogated me in a break room. The Mercy Falls PD wasn't exactly equipped for high-stakes questioning. Koenig marched me past dispatchers who froze mid-sentence to stare, past cramped offices where cops hunched over glowing monitors, and finally into a cramped space that reeked of stale burritos and stomach acid. The heat was suffocating. He shoved a folding chair toward me and swept crumbs, a half-eaten lemon square, and a soda can into the trash. Then he stood in the doorway, his back turned. All I could see was the sharp line of his buzz cut, the dark scar creeping from his hairline down his neck. That scar had a story. Maybe not as twisted as the ones on my wrists, but it was there. Proof that everyone carried some kind of history, written on their skin or buried deep. The weight of all those untold stories pressed down on me, heavier than the heat. Koenig's hushed conversation in the hallway sent chills down my spine. I could only make out fragments, Samuel Roth, warrant body. But that was enough. The stifling heat in the room pressed down on me, making my stomach twist into knots. The scent of old takeout clung to the table where I rested my forehead, the cool surface doing little to ease the panic clawing at me. My skin prickled with the threat of shifting, and I clenched my fists, silently begging myself to hold it together. Not here. Not now. The door creaked open and a heavy-set officer stepped in, reeking of stale cigarettes, like he'd bathed in an ashtray. Officer Highfort, he introduced himself, flashing a grin that didn't reach his cold, calculating eyes. Behind him, Koenig leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. His presence was oddly steadying, even if his expression stayed unreadable. Highfort squeezed into the chair across from me, his gut pressing against the table as he set down a notepad and a file. We're just gonna ask a few questions, he said, his tone falsely cheerful. Simple stuff. Where's your old man these days, Sam? Jeffrey Beck's been off the radar a while. I swallowed hard. He's sick, I muttered, sticking to the lie I'd rehearsed. Cancer, treatment in Minneapolis. Highfort scribbled it down like it was some big revelation. Which hospital? I shrugged, hoping it looked more like grief than evasion. Koenig cut in smoothly. I'll handle that. My pulse hammered. This wasn't about Beck, it was about Grace. The thought of being questioned over her disappearance while I'd been the last to hold her made my chest tighten. Then Highfort slid a photo toward me. A girl's foot, pale against dead leaves, blood smeared between the toes. My breath hitched. Before I could process it, he dropped another image on top, a close-up of torn fabric, dark with stains. My vision blurred at the edges. This wasn't happening. But the smirk on Highfort's face told me it was, and he was enjoying every second of ITMY's stomach twisted as I turned my head, torn between relief and horror. What's this supposed to mean to me? The photo was overexposed. A ghostly pale girl, frail as a shadow, sprawled lifeless in the autumn leaves. Her face and neck were brutalized, barely recognizable, but I recognized her. The last time I'd seen Olivia, she'd been laughing under the summer sun, alive and vibrant. Now she was just this. A knot of guilt and grief tightened in my chest. Why are you showing me this? My voice cracked. I couldn't bear to look at the image any longer. No one deserved to end up like that, torn apart by wild animals. Detective Highfort didn't answer right away. Instead, he slid more photos across the table, different angles, each more gruesome than the last. My fingers dug into my thighs, nails biting skin. "We thought you might have some insight," he said, voice too calm. "Considering she was found just beyond Jeffrey Beck's property line, naked, after vanishing without a trace. A smear of blood on her shoulder. Dirt caked into her skin. One hand stretched out, fingers curled like she'd been reaching for something. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the images burned behind my eyelids, searing into my memory. "I didn't kill her," I blurted, but the words sounded hollow, like someone else had spoken them. Highfort exhaled, almost amused. "Oh, the wolves did the killing, no question, but they didn't strip her and dump her there." I forced my eyes open, focusing on anything else. A bulletin board with a faded sign, "Clean the microwave if your lunch explodes." Thanks, management. I swear I had nothing to do with this. I didn't even know she was missing. The lie tasted bitter. Deep down, I had a sickening suspicion who was responsible. Why would I do something like that? Highfort leaned back, folding his arms. "Honestly, kid, I have no clue." The word kid didn't match the ice in his tone. "But here's what I do know. 2 girls connected to you have vanished in the past year. You were the last one seen with one of them. Your foster dad's been Mia for months, and you're the only one who seems to know why. Now we've got a body, starved, naked, left near your place. That's not just bad luck. That's the kind of thing a real twisted mind does." He tilted his head. "And given your history, abusive parents, foster care, well, let's just say the profile fits. Care to explain?" His voice stayed smooth, almost friendly, while his partner, Koenig, studied some old ship painting like it held answers. But with every word, fury coiled tighter inside me. After everything I'd survived, I wasn't going to let him reduce me to some broken statistic. I met Highfort's gaze and didn't look away. The tension in the room thickened as Officer Highfort's gaze locked onto mine, his expression tightening at the sight of my unsettling yellow eyes. A strange calm settled over me, and when I spoke, my voice carried traces of Beck's influence, steady, deliberate. "Is there an actual question in there, officer? Because it sounds less like you want answers and more like you're fishing for reasons to doubt my sanity. What exactly am I being accused of? Kidnapping? Murder? Or just being a messed-up kid?" Highfort held up a hand, his tone patronizing. "Easy there, Mr. Roth. Nobody else accusing you of anything. Dial back the teenage rebellion. This isn't an interrogation." I scoffed. If he was going to lie to my face, I didn't feel an ounce of guilt for doing the same. The stack of photos, Olivia's face staring back, sat between us untouched. That's awful, but I had nothing to do with it. Highfort didn't touch them. Instead, he swiveled in his creaky chair, exchanging a loaded look with Koenig, who remained stone-faced. When he turned back, exhaustion lined his features. "Samuel, I need to know where Beck and Grace are. Coincidences don't just pile up like this. And guess what ties it all together? You." I clenched my jaw. He was wrong. I wasn't the link, just the easiest target. "So, are you gonna help me out here?" Highfort pressed. "Or do I have to drag it out of you?" "I've got nothing to tell you," I said flatly. Highfort studied me, waiting for a crack in my composure. "Your old man did you no favors teaching you how to lawyer talk your way out of things," he muttered. "That really all you've got?" There was plenty I could say, just not to him. If it had been Koenig asking, I might have admitted how much I wanted Grace back, how Beck wasn't just some foster parent, but the closest thing I had to family. That I was drowning, not scheming. But all I gave Highfort was a clipped yes. He frowned, weighing my answer before sighing. "Guess we're done for now. William, handle him." Koenig gave a curt nod as Highfort walked off, the air in the room finally loosening. "I'll take you to your car," Koenig said, motioning for me to stand. My legs felt unsteady, the floor too solid beneath me. As we started down the hall, his phone buzzed. He pulled it from his belt, holding up a finger. "Hold on, I need to take this." Koenig speaking. A flicker of unease passed through me. Whatever came next, I doubted it would be good. "Hold on, what's going on now?" I shoved my hands into my pockets, my head spinning, exhausted from the interrogation, the lack of food, the relentless images of Olivia flashing behind my eyes. Through the open door of the dispatch room, Highfort's booming voice carried down the hall, followed by the dispatcher's laughter. It was unsettling how easily he could flip the switch. 1 second, furious over a girl's death, the next, cracking jokes like it was just another Tuesday. Meanwhile, Koenig was on the phone, arguing that his ex-wife taking his car wasn't theft since it was technically shared property. Then I heard it. "Hey, Tom." Mercy Falls had plenty of Toms, but I didn't need a second to figure out which one this was. The sharp sting of his cologne hit me first, then the uneasy prickle crawling up my neck. Through the dispatch room window, I spotted Tom Culpepper, keys jingling in the pocket of his designer barn coat, the kind rich guys wear to look rugged while never stepping foot near actual dirt. His face was drawn, sleepless, but his voice, smooth as ever. Lawyer voice. I weighed my options. Endure Culpepper's smarmy interrogation or brave the lingering stench of stale coffee and microwave meals in the break room. Before I could bolt, Highfort barreled out, clapping Culpepper on the back like they were old buddies. Of course they were. "Here for business or just causing chaos?" Highfort grinned. "Just checking on the coroner's report," Culpepper replied. Then, with deliberate casualness, "What did Jeffrey Beck's kid have to say about it?" Highfort shifted slightly, giving Culpepper a clear view of me. "Speak of the devil," Culpepper drawled. I didn't bother with niceties. "How's your old man?" He asked, the phrase dripping with mockery, both because he couldn't care less and because no one like him would ever say old man without sarcasm. "Surprised he's not here holding your hand." My jaw tightened. "He would be if he could." Culpepper smirked. "Been chatting with Louis Brisbane. Legal advice, you know. The Brisbanes know I've got their backs." The idea of him cozying up to Grace's parents sent a cold wave through me. Any hope of reconciliation with them, or any future I'd imagined, felt like it was slipping through my fingers. "You're really out of it, huh?" Culpepper mused, studying me. I hadn't realized how long I'd been silent, my face betraying everything I couldn't put into words. He gave a slow shake of his head, not cruel but bewildered by the oddity of us outsiders. "Here's some advice. Go for the insanity defense. God bless this country. Beck always did have a soft spot for the broken ones." Highfort managed to keep a straight face, barely. Koenig snapped his phone shut, his gaze sharp. "Gentlemen," he said, voice tight, "unless you need him further, I'm escorting Mr. Roth back to his car." Highfort shook his head, deliberate and heavy. Culpepper turned to me, hands stuffed in his pockets, his tone eerily calm. Why wouldn't it be? He held all the power here. Next time you see your father, he said, let him know his wolves have 2 weeks left. Should have happened years ago. Whatever game you all thought you were playing, it's over. And there it was, Tom Culpepper watching me, not with hatred, but with a wound so deep it never had the chance to close. How could I blame him? He didn't know the truth, couldn't know. To him, they were just dangerous animals, and we were reckless fools who didn't know better. But one thing was clear, this wouldn't end until we were all gone. Koenig gripped my arm, glancing back at Culpepper. You're mixing up the son with the father, Mr. Culpepper. Maybe, Culpepper replied. But you know what they say, the apple doesn't fall far. The worst part, he wasn't wrong. Koenig exhaled. Let's go. Chapter 38. Grace. Sam wasn't home yet. Normally, I wouldn't worry, but without him, Beck's house felt hollow. At least as a wolf, I didn't have to face the emptiness of my own existence. Before all this, my days had been packed. Homework, cooking, Rachel's wild schemes, Olivia's laughter, even fixing that loose deck board because Dad would never do it. Reading was a reward, but now, with no work to earn it, I couldn't focus on a book, no matter how many lined Beck's shelves. My old life had been simple: graduate with decent grades, get into college, keep Sam human. Now, none of that mattered. Free time had lost all meaning, leaving me restless, like those endless school breaks where Mom used to joke I needed sedation. At the time, I'd thought she was exaggerating. Now, I got it. I washed my meager pile of clothes, scrubbed the dishes piled in the sink, and finally caved. I called Isabel. She was the only one left to talk to. If I didn't, I'd spiral into grief over Olivia, and that wouldn't help anyone. The second she answered, I blurted, "Convince me not to tell Rachel I'm alive." New detail. Grace's internal struggle with purposelessness is more pronounced, emphasizing her restlessness. Tone shift, from the tense confrontation with Culpepper to Grace's raw, frustrated introspection. Isabel's voice was sharp, cutting through my hesitation. She'll freak out, have a meltdown, and then her parents will find out. And Rachel, she won't lie. It'll spread like wildfire. Any more brilliant ideas? Didn't think so. I clenched my jaw. Rachel's tougher than you think. Oh, please, she just found out her friend was mauled by wolves. You really think she's in any state to be rational? Silence stretched between us. The only way I could keep my grip on reality was by not picturing Olivia's death in detail. How it must have felt, how long it took, how unfair it was. The thought of lying helpless in the snow, teeth tearing into skin, Sam being the only reason I wasn't the one ripped apart, made my stomach twist. Isabel's bluntness was a slap. I almost hung up, but the idea of being alone with those images was worse. Isabel sighed. Look, when Jack died, Sensible wasn't exactly my middle name, so trust me on this. I swallowed hard. Grace, don't take it personally. Facts are facts. The sooner you accept them, the better. Now, why do you even want to tell Rachel? I blinked back the sting in my eyes. Thank God Cole wasn't here. He thought I was unbreakable, and I wasn't about to prove him wrong. Only Sam got to see the mess inside me because, with him, it felt like I wasn't hiding from myself. Because she's my friend, I said, and I don't want her thinking I'm dead. And maybe, just maybe, I'd like to talk to someone who doesn't treat me like I'm made of glass. Isabel snorted. Sentimental much. You asked for my opinion and I gave it, not changing my answer. My sigh came out ragged, more broken than I intended. Fine. Isabel snapped back like I'd shouted. Go ahead, tell her. Just don't come crying to me when she loses it. She laughed suddenly, darkly amused by something only she understood. But maybe skip the wolf part. Stick to alive, assuming you actually listen to me. I always listen, except when I don't. There's the Grace I know, was starting to think you'd gone soft. A small smile tugged at my lips, Isabel's version of affection. Then another thought hit me. Could you do one more thing for me? She groaned. Of course, what now? I need to know if I can still graduate. Summer school, maybe. Isabel scoffed. Wouldn't that require you to be, human? Not that half the zombies at school this year qualify. I'm working on it, I shot back. I think I can make it happen. Once I stop being missing, I muttered. Isabel smirked. What you really need is a solid lawyer. I'd already considered that. Minnesota law wasn't exactly clear on runaways, which, let's be honest, was the label I'd get slapped with. The idea of a permanent record over this mess was ridiculous, but I'd figure it out. I know someone whose dad practices law, I offered. That made Isabel actually laugh. Leave it to you to stress about graduation while turning into a werewolf in your free time. Classic. Still the same overachiever, geek, nerd, teacher's pet. Oh, and pet, that's extra funny now that you're growing actual fur. Glad I'm your personal comedy act, I shot back, faking offense. She just grinned. Oh, absolutely. Chapter 39, Sam this time, Koenig motioned for me to ride shotgun. The cop car had baked under the brutal sun, so he cranked the AC until it felt like an Arctic blast. Tiny droplets of condensation kept hitting my face, but the wolf inside me stayed quiet. The whole car reeked of industrial-strength cleaner. Koenig killed the radio mid-classic rock song, leaving only the occasional static buzz from his shoulder unit. My stomach growled loud enough to hear. Without a word, Koenig popped open the glove compartment, revealing a stash of crackers and candy bars. I grabbed the crackers. Thanks, I said, and for once it didn't feel awkward. He kept his eyes on the road. Highfort was wrong, he said abruptly. I know the real connection here, and it's not you. I realized we weren't heading toward Mercy Falls. We were driving away from it. Then what is? I asked, tension thickening the air. He could have said Beck or Boundary Wood, hell, anything, but I had a feeling he wouldn't. The wolves, Koenig said. I stopped breathing. The radio crackled to life. Unit 17. Koenig keyed the mic. En route with a passenger. We'll check in when clear. 10-4, the dispatcher replied. He waited a beat, then spoke without looking at me. No more games, Sam. Tell me the truth, not the story you fed Highfort. Where's Jeffrey Beck? The tires hummed against the asphalt. Trees blurred past, and suddenly I was back in my car, driving to pick up Grace from that tackle shop. A lifetime ago. I couldn't trust him. Even if he was ready for the truth, we had one unbreakable rule. No one finds out what we are. The last person I wanted to confess my secrets to was a cop who just watched me get accused of kidnapping and murder. I don't know, I mumbled, barely louder than the hum of the tires on asphalt. Koenig pressed his lips together, shaking his head. I was there for the first wolf hunt, Sam. Illegal as hell, and I still regret it. The whole town was drowning in grief after Jack Culpepper died. I watched them chase those wolves through the trees, herding them toward the lake. That night, I saw one, just one, and I've never gotten that image out of my head. Now they're planning to flush them out again and gun them down from helicopters. I've seen the permits myself. So I'm asking you one more time, and you'd better be honest, because right now, I'm the only shot you and those wolves have left. Where's Jeffrey Beck? I squeezed my eyes shut. Olivia's lifeless body flashed behind my lids, followed by Tom Culpepper's smug face. Boundary Wood, I admitted. Koenig exhaled sharply through his teeth. Grace Brisbane too, isn't she? I kept my eyes closed. And you, he pressed. You were there. Tell me I'm insane. Tell me I imagined it. Tell me I didn't see a wolf that night with Beck's damn eyes staring back at me. This time I looked at him. I needed to see his reaction. His grip on the wheel tightened, his brow furrowed, and for a second the badge didn't seem so intimidating. You're not wrong, I said quietly. There's no cancer. Koenig gave the tiniest nod, like he was confirming something to himself. Grace Brisbane's case went cold because she didn't vanish. He cut himself off, struggling with the words. My whole future hinged on whether he could say it out loud. Would he accept the truth like Isabel had? Or twist it into something easier to swallow, like my parents? I held his gaze. A wolf, he finally muttered, knuckles white on the steering wheel. We can't find her or Beck because they're wolves. Yeah, Koenig let out a humorless laugh. My dad used to tell me werewolf stories, said he knew a guy in college who turned into one. We'd laugh at him, never sure if he was messing with us or dead serious. He wasn't lying. My pulse hammered as the secret hung between us. Suddenly, every conversation I'd ever had with Koenig took on new meaning. But nothing about him felt different, just the weight of what he now knew. Then why, he asked, voice strained, are they still wolves if the pack is about to be wiped out? They don't have a choice. It's tied to the cold. Wolf in winter, human in summer. Every year, the human time shrinks until one day it's gone for good. And when we shift our thoughts, they're not ours anymore. I hesitated. That explanation felt flimsier now, especially after everything with Cole the sensation was unsettling, like waking up to find the world had rewritten its laws overnight, gravity deciding to take Tuesdays off, maybe. That's a massive oversimplification, but yeah, basically, I admitted, cringing at my own words. It wasn't the kind of thing I'd normally say, but Koenig's stiff, by-the-book way of talking was rubbing off on me. So Grace. She's gone because shifting in this weather could kill her. What's she supposed to tell her parents? Sorry, Mom, full moon problems, Koenig mulled it over. Are werewolves born or made? Classic horror movie rules: bite first, ask questions never. And Olivia? Got bit last year. Koenig let out a dry laugh. Unbelievable. I had my suspicions, but every time the evidence pointed that way, I talked myself out of it. Then Grace vanishes from the hospital, leaving nothing but a blood-stained gown behind. The doctors swore she was too weak to walk out on her own. She didn't walk, I muttered. She ran on 4 legs. The bitterness in his voice caught me off guard. The whole department's gunning for you, especially Tom Culpepper. He's got Highfort and the rest eating out of his hand. For the first time, I saw Koenig as more than just a badge, just a guy kicking back with a beer, scratching his dog behind the ears, half watching some crime drama rerun. A real person. They'd love nothing more than to pin this on you. Fantastic, I deadpanned. Because my defense is basically trust me, bro, until Grace pulls herself together. And Olivia, Koenig hesitated. Why kill her? Shelby's face flashed in my mind, the way she'd stared at me through the window, fury and fear twisting her expression. I don't think it was the pack. There's one wolf behind all this. She went after Grace before, Jack Culpepper too. The others wouldn't do this. Not now. There are easier ways to eat. I forced myself to push away the image of Olivia's broken body. The car fell silent for a long moment. Koenig cleared his throat, slipping back into cop mode like it was second nature. Here's the deal. They've got approval to wipe out the pack. 2 weeks isn't much time. You're telling me some can't shift at all and others won't be ready by then. So we're looking at a massacre. Finally, someone said it out loud. A mix of relief and dread twisted in my gut. Options are slim. You could expose them, but bad idea, I cut in. Was gonna say impossible. Telling Mercy Falls there's a pack of wolves with an incurable disease right after they find out one killed a girl. Would go over like a lead balloon, I finished. New detail, the mention of Koenig's off-duty life, beer, dog, TV, humanizes him in a way the original didn't. Voice twist, the sarcastic edge in Trust Me, bro contrasts with the grim tone earlier. The alternative is rallying more animal rights activists to protect the pack as wolves, but that strategy failed in Idaho. The timeline feels impossible, but I hesitated before adding, we considered relocating them. Koenig froze, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. Explain. I fumbled through my thoughts, acutely aware of his analytical mind. Matching his precision wasn't easy. Somewhere remote, away from people. But that could backfire. New territory means unknown risks. I don't know if selling Beck's house would even cover enough land. Wolves roam vast distances, so conflict is inevitable. Koenig tapped his fingers against the wheel, silent for a long moment. The weight of my words hung between us. Finally, he exhaled. Just thinking out loud here, but I own land up in the Boundary Waters. Inherited it from my father. Old family place. I opened my mouth to protest, but he cut me off. It's a peninsula decent size. Used to be a resort, but family drama shut it down. There's fencing, not perfect, but it could work. Our eyes met, and the same realization flickered between us. This could actually work. I frowned. Even a big peninsula isn't enough space. We'd have to supplement their food. So supplement it, Koenig countered. What about people nearby? Mining land borders it, he said. Company been inactive since the 60s, but they still own it. That's why the resort failed. I bit my lip, wrestling with cautious hope. Getting them there quietly and fast won't be easy. Tom Culpepper won't see relocation as an alternative to killing them, Koenig warned. I thought of Cole's failed trapping attempts, the logistics of moving 20 wolves undetected. Koenig sighed. Maybe it's a long shot, but it's an option. An option, not a guarantee, just a fragile possibility. But what choice did we have? Chapter 40, Sam walked in with a pizza box and a hesitant grin, finally ending the endless day. As we sat cross-legged on his bedroom floor, the glow of his desk lamp and tangled Christmas lights cast a cozy, cave-like warmth. The faint hum of a jazz singer floated from his CD player, her voice smoky over piano chords. Between bites, he recounted everything Koenig had said, the weight of it settling between us like the scent of melted cheese and uncertainty. Sam recounted everything that had happened, his fingers absently brushing the floor between each detail, like he was clearing space for the next bombshell. The whole situation was a mess, leaving me feeling untethered, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from him in the dim, golden light. He wasn't the same soft-faced boy I'd met years ago. Time had sharpened his edges. But the way his brow furrowed when he thought, the quick flick of his wrist as he spoke, even the way he chewed his lip before answering, I was hopelessly hooked. "So, what do you think?" Sam finally asked, snapping me out of my trance. "About what?" "All of it. What's our move?" The fact that he trusted me to figure this out was equal parts flattering and terrifying. Koenig had somehow pieced together the truth about the wolves, and now we were considering uprooting everything, trusting our futures to someone we barely knew. How could we be sure he wouldn't turn on us? "I need more pizza before I answer that," I muttered, tearing off a crust. "Didn't Cole want any?" Sam shrugged. "Said he was fasting. Didn't ask why. He seemed fine with it." I handed him the rest of my slice, exhaling hard. The thought of abandoning Boundary Wood sat like a rock in my stomach. "It doesn't have to be forever," I offered. "Just until the hunt blows over. We can figure out something better later. First, we have to get them out alive." He shut the pizza box, tracing the logo absently. "Did Koenig say anything about clearing your name? I mean, he knows you didn't kidnap me, obviously. But does he have a way to stop the cops from hounding you?" Sam hesitated. "He didn't mention it." I bit back frustration, not at him, at the whole impossible situation. "You don't think that's kind of a big deal?" "I guess. The wolves have 2 weeks. My reputation can wait." He still wouldn't look at me. "I thought the cops dropped you as a suspect. I thought Koenig fixed that." "Koenig knows, the cops don't. He can't just snap his fingers and make them believe you're innocent." "Sam," he shrugged, eyes fixed on the floor. "Nothing I can do about it now." The image of him in an interrogation room made my chest ache. Worse, my parents thinking he could hurt me. And the idea of him facing murder charges, unbearable. A thought struck me. "I have to tell my parents," I blurted, "or Rachel, someone. If they know I'm alive, there's no crime, no dead Grace, no mystery." "And they'll just be cool with it," Sam said dryly. "I don't know what they'll be, but I'm not letting you take the fall." I crumpled my napkin and hurled it at the pizza box, my anger flaring hotter than I expected. We'd barely escaped being torn away from each other. It was horrifying to think that after everything we'd been through, Something as stupid and avoidable as human error might be what finally broke us. And there was Sam, looking like he carried the weight of the world, as if my near death had been his fault. Even my parents at their worst wouldn't go that far, I muttered. Sam's eyes locked onto mine. Do you trust them? Sam, they're not out to murder me, I shot back, then immediately regretted my tone. I pressed my hands over my face, exhaling hard. He didn't react, just kept shredding that poor napkin in his hands until it finally stilled. I couldn't bear to look at him. His expression was too steady, too unreadable, like a wolf sizing up its prey. My throat tightened. I'm sorry, I whispered. I didn't mean to snap. The floorboards groaned as he stood. I dropped my hands, panic flaring. Please don't leave, I begged. I left your gift in the car, he said softly, brushing his fingers over my hair before slipping out the door. When he returned, he knelt in front of me like he was asking for forgiveness, holding out a neatly folded package. For a wild second, I thought it might be something scandalous, lingerie, maybe, and I wasn't sure if I was relieved or disappointed when I shook out a delicate summer dress instead. Lately, my emotions were a tangled mess. The fabric was light, the straps thin, something meant for lazy, sun-drenched days that felt impossibly far away. Sam chewed the inside of his lip, waiting. You're too good to me, I said, guilt gnawing at me. I don't deserve this. His lips curved just slightly as he pressed a kiss to my palm, sending a shiver through me. Try it on, he murmured. In the bathroom, I fumbled with the dress like I'd never worn one before. Standing on the edge of the tub, I studied my reflection, suddenly older, more polished, like someone who knew exactly how to make an entrance. But why had Sam picked this dress? Did he imagine me in it? Did some salesgirl convince him? Or did he just grab the first pretty thing he saw? The fabric whispered against my skin, playful and teasing. For the first time in weeks, I almost felt like myself again. The dress clung just enough to show the shape of my body. And suddenly, I couldn't wait to get back to the room. I needed Sam to see me, to really look at me. But the second I slipped inside, nerves hit hard. He was sprawled on the floor, eyes shut, lost in the music, but the click of the door snapped him back. His gaze flicked to me, and I twisted my fingers behind my back, suddenly unsure. Well, I asked, forcing a grin. He bolted upright. Wow, he breathed. I laughed, shaky. Only problem, couldn't tie the back myself. Sam moved closer, slow but deliberate. My pulse hammered. Why was I so nervous? His fingers brushed the loose ties at my sides, but instead of fixing them, his hands flattened against my back, searing through the thin fabric. His breath warmed my neck uneven, like he was holding back. You like it, I whispered. Then we were kissing, deep and desperate, like we'd forgotten how. For a split second, all I could think was garlic breath from dinner, but then his grip tightened on my hips, crushing the doubt. The heat of his touch alone sent a jolt through me, sharp enough to steal my breath. I can stop, he murmured against my mouth. Don't you dare. On the bed, his hands mapped me like it was the first time, shoulders, the dip of my waist, the curve of my breast where the dress dipped. My skirt rucked up as his fingers trailed higher, the fabric pooling like storm clouds. When I opened my eyes, our shadows tangled beneath us, inseparable. Coal the mix burned like acid. Past midnight, I slipped outside. The yard was pitch black, but I strained to hear any movement. Hunger gnawed at my gut, a sharp, satisfying ache, proof I hadn't cracked yet. Days without food left me wired, every sense razor sharp, a brutal kind of clarity. New detail. The distant hum of a neighbor's TV bled through the silence, a reminder of the world still turning beyond my self-imposed exile. The air smelled like wet pavement, the kind of quiet that presses against your skin. I flexed my hands, restless. This was the edge, exhaustion and adrenaline, a cocktail that left no room for weakness. I left my notebook on the porch steps, just in case Sam came looking for me and found nothing but an empty house. The forest around me whispered, alive in a way that defied the late hour. My fingers trembled as I pressed the needle to my wrist, the liquid inside clear as water but deceptive as hell. The second it hit my bloodstream, my body turned against me. Fire raced through my veins, my spine locking up like a rusted hinge. For a heartbeat, I wondered if this was it, if I'd finally pushed too far. Then, just as fast, I hoped I hadn't. And then, holy shit, my skin split open. The world blurred as I tore free of my own body, bones reshaping, muscles snapping into place. The stars above sharpened into pinpricks of light, and I scrambled for something, anything, to steady myself. My notebook tumbled off the step as I crashed to the ground, but I was already moving, already running. This was it. The formula worked. I could rip Beck out of his wolf form. Even as a wolf, my body was repairing itself, wounds sealing shut with every stride. I was a damn miracle of survival, this wild shape clinging to life even as it gnawed at my human mind. Cole St. Clair. That name had to mean something. If we were going to rally the pack, one of us had to remember why. The forest roared past me, branches cracking under my paws, the wind howling in my ears. I vaulted over a ditch, and that's when I saw them, shadows leaping alongside me, their scents flooding my senses. My pack. For a second, I wasn't just a wolf. I was part of something bigger. Teeth nipped playfully at my ear, and images flickered between us. A ravine, a rabbit's burrow, the endless night sky. And then, sharp as a knife, Sam Roth. The name hit me like a punch, and I slowed, struggling to hold on to it. But the thought unraveled, the meaning slipping away until all that remained was the ghost of a face I couldn't place. One of the wolves circled back and bumped into me, but I snarled until it got the message. I wasn't in the mood for playfighting. Another one licked my jaw, as if to acknowledge what I already knew. I was the one in charge here. Still, I snapped at it again just to buy myself some peace. Nose low, ears alert, I retraced my steps through the underbrush, searching for something I couldn't name. Sam Roth. The name echoed in my mind as I crept through the shadowed trees, wary. That fleeting image of a human face had unsettled me, and now I needed answers. A sharp prickle ran down my spine, my fur rising in instinctive warning. Then she slammed into me. The white she-wolf clamped her jaws into my scruff before I could react, throwing me off balance. But her grip was sloppy, and with a furious twist, I threw her off. We paced in tight circles, tension crackling between us. Her ears twitched, tracking my movements. I had the advantage of darkness, while her pale fur made her a glaring target. Every line of her body screamed aggression. She wasn't afraid, but she wasn't big either. I figured she'd back down. I was wrong. The second time she lunged, she moved like lightning. Her paws locked around my shoulders like a twisted hug, her teeth sinking deep beneath my jaw. The pressure tightened dangerously close to my throat. I let her pin me, kicking up with my hind legs to throw her off, but she barely flinched. She was relentless, precise, ruthless. Next, her teeth found my ear, and the sharp burst of pain came before I even registered the blood. When I wrenched free, it felt like she was peeling my skin away with her. We crashed together again, chest to chest. I seized her throat in my jaws, crushing fur and flesh, holding on for dear life. But she slipped free like liquid, then clamped onto the side of my face, her teeth scraping bone. Panic surged through me. I thrashed backward, desperate to shake her loose before she tore into it. No pride left, I whined, flattening my ears in submission. But she didn't care. Her snarl vibrated through my skull, promising agony. Then, just like that, she yelped and let go. I stumbled back, shaking blood from my fur, my ear throbbing. The white wolf was crouched now, submissive under the gaze of a massive gray wolf. A black wolf loomed behind him, ears sharp with warning. The pack had returned. The gray wolf turned toward me, and in that split second I saw it. The white wolf's ears flicked up, defiance flashing in her eyes the moment his back was turned. I'll give in for now. But the message was clear. This wasn't over, the hierarchy was clear. I either had to submit or challenge her again. Without the pack to intervene next time, I wasn't sure I could hold my ground. But I refused to look away. The gray wolf closed the distance between us, his mind flooding mine with visions of my shredded face. His nose brushed my ear, hesitant. He could sense it, the wolf in me fading, my human side clawing its way back. My body fought to heal, to shed this form. The cold wasn't strong enough to keep me as I was. The white wolf's stare burned into me. Time was slipping. My thoughts blurred, stretching thin. A low growl rumbled beside me, not at me but at her. The gray wolf stepped between us, teeth bared. Then the black wolf joined in, their snarls pushing her back. One step. Another. They were letting me go. A sharp spasm shot through me, pain flaring under my eye. The shift was coming. Beck, the gray wolf, lunged at the white one, forcing her farther away. They were protecting me. Her eyes locked onto mine one last time. This time. Isabel I wasted the whole weekend waiting for Grace to call, to invite me over like she used to. By Monday, it hit me. She was probably expecting me to make the move, like always. So when Cole's sketchy package showed up, I figured I'd kill two birds, drop it off and check on Grace. That way, it wasn't just about him. Smart, right, even if it felt like lying to myself. Cole answered the door shirtless, sweat glistening on his skin like he'd been wrestling dirt demons. A fresh bruise shadowed his left eye, but his grin was pure sunshine, ridiculously charming, even with his hair a mess and nothing but sweatpants hanging low on his hips. The guy could make taking out the trash look like a performance. "Morning," he said, squinting at the bright sky. "Damn, Minnesota's showing off today." And it was one of those rare spring days that just happened, sandwiched between frostbite weather and swampy humidity. The air smelled like boxwoods, unevenly planted along the front walk. "It's past noon," I said. "Your little care package is in the car. Didn't specify what kind of sedative, so I went nuclear." He dragged a dirty hand across his chest, stretching like he could see through the car windows. "You get me. Come inside, I'm brewing a fresh batch of Don't Sleep Ever." Rough night. Behind him, music thumped loud enough to rattle the walls. No way Grace was tolerating that. "Doubt I'm staying," I said. Cole just laughed like my resistance was adorable and padded barefoot toward my SUV like he already owned it. "Front or back?" Cole asked, balancing the box in his arms. "Way back," I said, smirking as I watched him struggle with it. Sure, I could have carried it myself, but there was something satisfying about seeing him wrestle with the thing. "Welcome to my mad scientist lair," he announced, nudging the door open with his foot. The air inside was thick with the scent of something singed, like burnt toast mixed with chemicals. The bass from the music thumped so hard I could feel it in my teeth. "Where's Sam and Grace?" I shouted over the noise. Cole shrugged. "Sam took off in his car earlier. Grace must have gone with him, didn't exactly get an itinerary." "You didn't ask," he flashed a grin. "We're not exactly sharing a joint bank account. Yet." The kitchen looked like a tornado had hit a pharmacy. Sugar spilled across the counter, syringes and markers scattered like confetti, and the cabinets were plastered with photos of the Mercy Falls wolves in human form. I grimaced at the mess. "What's on fire?" "My genius," Cole deadpanned, shoving the box next to the microwave. "Dinner S served, amitriptyline and regret. Sam's totally cool with it, by the way." I rolled my eyes. So he signed off on turning his kitchen into a Breaking Bad set. Pretty much. He grabbed a mug, inspected it for God knows what, then slid it toward me. "Coffee, or are you too busy judging my life choices?" I took the mug, crunching sugar under my boots. "I never agreed to help with your little project." Cole dumped milk and sugar into my coffee without asking. "You will also know I'm not high, just chronically shirtless. It's part of my charm." I took a sip, surprisingly decent. "What's the real plan here?" "Not killing Beck," he said like it was obvious. Then, with a grin that was equal parts trouble and brilliance, "But I do need to break into your school's lab tonight. You in?" "Absolutely not." He reached for the coffee. "Then hand it back." The music cut out suddenly, making my voice sound way too loud. "Too late. It's mine now," I shot back, throwing his own words from the bookstore at him. Then, after a beat, "But my mom's clinic might be easier to sneak into." Cole grinned. "You're a legend." New detail, the sugar crunching underfoot, adding texture to the scene. Tone shift, playful sarcasm in Cole's dialogue contrasting with the chaotic setting. "I don't get it either," I admitted, shrugging. "Sam dropped that line the other day, sounded cool, so I stole it." That was Cole in a nutshell. If something caught his attention, even if it made 0 sense, he'd claim it like it was always his. I rummaged through my clutch. "Got something else for you." I passed him a sleek black die-cast Mustang, the kind that gleamed under the light. Cole cradled it in his palm, and for the first time, I noticed how still he became, like the world paused just to watch him. After a beat, he smirked. "Pretty sure this one's more fuel efficient than my actual ride." He rolled it along the counter, adding his own engine revs under his breath before launching it into an imaginary flight. "No way you're taking the wheel, though." "Black cars aren't my color," I teased. Without warning, his arm hooked around my waist, pulling me close. My breath hitched. "You'd rock anything," he murmured, lips brushing my ear. "Total knockout Isabel Culpepper." Then he was moving, and suddenly so was I, dancing with Cole wasn't just following his lead. It was like his grin had turned into motion, his hands guiding me, his body pressed against mine until the rhythm took over. Normally, I'd overthink every step, but with him, the music swallowed everything else. I wasn't just dancing. I was the music, the bass thrumming in my hips, the synth screaming through my fingertips on his skin. Every thought flickered between beats. Beat. His stomach under my palm beat. Our bodies locked together beat. His laugh, low and reckless, beat. No space left between us, sure, Cole had moves, but the magic wasn't in showing off. It was in how every step pulled me deeper, like we were rewriting gravity. When the song ended, he stepped back, chest rising fast, that half-smile playing on his lips. I was dizzy, craving more music, more collision, more him. "You're dangerous," I gasped. "Just thought you should know." Chapter 43, Sam with Grace finally seeming like herself again, we stole a day outside. She stayed curled in the passenger seat while I dashed into Dollar Parade for socks and graphic tees, then hit the grocery store with her scribbled list. There was something weirdly comforting in the normalcy of it. Buying cereal, debating snack flavors. If you ignored the fact that Grace was technically a missing person, I was still bound to Boundary Wood secrets, and we were both stuck in Beck's house, waiting for the other shoe to drop. The mundane almost fooled us into forgetting we were living on borrowed time. Added detail, the grocery store's flickering fluorescent lights made Grace's list look like it was trembling in my hands. For a second, I could have sworn I saw her handwriting shift, like even the paper knew this wasn't real. We carried the grocery bags inside, and I turned Grace's shopping list into another paper crane, adding it to the flock dangling from my ceiling. The breeze from the vent made it sway toward the window, but when I accidentally nudged it, the string twisted around another crane instead. Grace suddenly spoke up. "I need to see Rachel." Without hesitation, I grabbed my keys. I was already halfway out the door. We arrived at her old high school early, so we sat in the car, the quiet between us thick and unbroken until the final bell rang. Grace immediately slid down in the back seat, disappearing from view. There was something unsettling about sitting there, watching the seniors spill out in clusters, their laughter muffled behind the rolled-up windows. They moved like a living painting, bright backpacks slung over shoulders, neon shirts with bold slogans, sunlight glinting off the fresh leaves by the parking lot. Without sound, Their gestures told the whole story. Hands flying in exaggerated gestures, heads tilting back in silent laughter. Maybe words were overrated if you knew how to listen with your eyes. I checked the dashboard clock. Barely any time had passed, but it felt like hours. The sky was a perfect, endless blue stretching high above us, the kind of day that made you forget winter ever existed. More students poured out, none of them recognizable. It had been years since I'd waited outside this school for Grace, back when I still had to hide from the cold. Now, watching them, I felt ancient. Some of these kids were probably my age, but the idea of blending in backpack on one shoulder, chatting about weekend plans, was impossible. Had there ever been a version of me who didn't know about wolves, who still had a family, who walked across a stage in a cap and gown? Would that Sam have been happier? Then I spotted her. Rachel, in a plain brown dress and purple striped tights, cutting across the parking lot like she was marching to her own funeral. I rolled down the window, suddenly hyper-aware of how sketchy this looked. Some guy in a car calling out to a girl after school. Real subtle. "Rachel," I called. She froze, her expression shifting from shock to forced politeness. She stopped a safe distance away, gripping her backpack straps like a shield. "Hey," she said, but her voice was tight, her eyes guarded, like she wasn't sure if she should run or stay. "Got a sec?" I asked, leaning out of my car window. Rachel hesitated, glancing back at the school before turning to me with a guarded expression. "Yeah, sure," she replied, but she didn't budge from her spot, 10 feet away, like I had some contagious disease. The distance between us felt like a punch to the gut. I killed the engine and stepped out, the door clicking shut behind me. Rachel didn't move, but her eyebrows twitched downward, skepticism written all over her face. "How have you been holding up?" I kept my voice soft, but her jaw tightened, her teeth sinking into her lower lip. The sadness radiating off her made me second-guess everything. "I'm so sorry about Olivia," I said. "Me too," she answered, her voice steady but hollow. Then, quieter, "John's not doing great." It took me a second to place the name, Olivia's brother. My stomach twisted. "Rachel, I'm actually here about Grace." Her posture stiffened. "What about Grace?" I exhaled, watching the flood of students boarding buses under a picture-perfect sky, bright blue, leaves practically glowing green, those obnoxiously yellow buses lined up like some cheery stock photo. Rachel, with her perfectly striped shirt, looked like she'd stepped out of a back-to-school ad. Grace trusted her with our secret, but handing that over, it felt like jumping off a cliff. "First, I need to know you can keep this to yourself," I said. Rachel crossed her arms. "People are saying some messed up stuff about you, Sam." "Yeah, I've heard." I rubbed my temple. "Look, you don't have to trust me, but if it was something life or death, could you keep it quiet? Just be straight with me." For a second, I saw her walls waver. "I can keep a secret," she finally said. Then, blunt as ever, "For the record, I don't think you killed her, if that matters." It did, more than she knew. "Okay, here's the thing, it's gonna sound insane, but Grace is alive. She's still in Mercy Falls and she's safe." Rachel's eyes narrowed. "So what, you've got her locked in your basement?" I winced, technically. "Hilarious. No, she's hiding on her own. It's complicated." "Oh my God," Rachel cut in, throwing her hands up. "She's pregnant, isn't she?" I knew it. We talked about this. "And she just—" "Rachel," I snapped. "She's not pregnant." She paused, studying me like I was a bad math problem. Finally, she exhaled. "Okay." The word dripped with exhaustion. We were both running out of patience. Rachel crossed her arms, still skeptical. "Okay, so what now?" Sam sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Look, this is gonna sound crazy, but Grace told me to tell you something, Peter of the Plentiful Pecs." No clue what that means, but she swore you'd recognize it. Rachel's eyebrows shot up. "Seriously? That's our inside joke from middle school." She hesitated, suspicion creeping back in. "If she's really here, why is she the one talking to me?" "Because she's supposed to be missing." Sam threw his hands up. If you just walked over to the car like I asked, she was gonna wave at you from the back seat. But no, you had to stand here like I'm some kind of serial killer. Rachel scoffed. Excuse me for being cautious. Crime shows exist for a reason, Sam groaned. Fine. Call my phone, it's in the car with her. She'll answer and you can hear her voice. No sketchy back alley deals required. Rachel pulled out her phone, dialed, and waited. The faint ringtone echoed from the Volkswagen. No one's picking up, she said, eyes narrowing. Right on cue, the driver's window rolled down and Grace leaned over from the passenger seat. You two are literally the worst at covert ops, she hissed. Either get in the car or stop drawing attention. Rachel's jaw dropped. Sam smirked. Convinced yet. Not even close, Rachel shot back. Why is she hiding? What's really going on? Sam jerked a thumb toward Grace. That's her story to tell. Grace's pav I figured seeing me alive would be enough to convince Rachel. Turns out, I overestimated my persuasive powers. Even after spotting me in the car, she hesitated, eyeing the open door like it led to a dungeon. Just because I'm here doesn't mean this isn't shady, Rachel muttered. For all I know, Sam, S been drugging you with hallucinogens and I'm next. Sam glanced back at the school, squinting in the sunlight. The tension was thick enough to cut with a butter knife. Sam and I were both painfully aware of how the people of Mercy Falls saw him. An outsider, someone to be wary of. If anyone spotted him lurking in the shadows of a parking lot with a girl who looked like she might bolt any second, things could get messy fast. He rubbed the back of his neck, hesitating. Not sure how to convince you I'm not the bad guy here. Rachel crossed her arms, unmoved. Try me. I'm not drugged, I insisted, tugging at the car door. Just get in. She didn't budge. Not until I know why you're acting like you're in witness protection. Sam exhaled. It's complicated. Then uncomplicate it, Rachel shot back. I groaned. Fine, Rachel, I turn into a wolf sometimes. Don't freak out. She blinked, waiting for the punchline. When none came, she scoffed. Oh, sure. And I sprout wings on Tuesdays. What's next, unicorns? Sam tried to soften the blow. Look, it sounds insane, but if Grace explains it properly, somewhere we won't get stared at it'll at least make a little more sense. Rachel's expression shifted from disbelief to horror. Grace, no offense, but letting him drive us to his secret hideout sounds like the opening scene of a true crime podcast. She thrust her hand toward Sam. Give me the keys. Sam looked at me like I was supposed to fix this. Rachel, I said flatly, you don't even know how to drive manual, she shrugged. There's a first time for everything. I rolled my eyes. You're impossible. Grace, come on, she huffed. You vanish from the hospital, Olivia's gone, and now Sam shows up with some wild werewolf story. Next thing you know, Isabel Culpepper's gonna burst in screaming about government conspiracies, and I swear my sanity can't handle that right now. I sighed. Rachel. Fine, she muttered, tossing her bag into the backseat before climbing in after it. As Sam pulled out of the lot, the familiar scent of Rachel's strawberry shampoo hit me like a wave. Suddenly, I was hit with a pang of longing so sharp it stole my breath. Not for my absent parents, not for my old life, but for the small, ordinary things like the way Rachel's hair smelled after she washed it. That was what I missed. The normal, the before. And it was slipping further away with every mile the days blurred together. Afternoons spent curled up in Rachel's room, evenings taking over my parents' kitchen, tagging along with Olivia on her photography adventures. Homesickness wasn't the right word for what I felt. It was more like missing the people who made life worth living. In the car, I twisted around, reaching for Rachel's hand, my fingertips barely brushing hers. She didn't hesitate, just grabbed hold like she was anchoring me to the moment. We stayed like that the whole ride, me awkwardly turned in my seat, her leaning forward just enough to keep our fingers tangled together. Sam stayed quiet, only muttering a quick oops when the car jerked after a rough gear shift. Later, back at the house, I spilled everything, every brutal detail, from the wolves tearing me from the swing to the day I nearly bled out. Sam looked like he was about to crawl out of his skin, but I wasn't scared. The second Rachel had gripped my hand in the car, I knew she wasn't going anywhere. Some things, no matter how broken life got, you got to keep. Isabel felonies were overkill when a misdemeanor would do the job. Breaking into the school lab, too dramatic. Using my mom's spare key for her clinic, just a little illegal. Common sense, really. I'd parked my SUV in the grocery lot across the street. Nothing suspicious, just another car in a sea of minivans and shopping carts. Honestly, I had a real talent for this. If med school didn't pan out, maybe I had a future in crime. Try not to destroy anything, I warned Cole as I nudged him inside. A pointless request, obviously. He prowled down the hallway, eyeing the sad pharmaceutical posters like they'd personally offended him. The clinic was my mom's side project, a place she'd once tried to make feel homey with random art from our house. After Jack died, she'd cleared it all out, replacing it with what I called corporate waiting room chic. End of the hall, take a right, I said. No, not there, that's the bathroom. The daylight was fading when I locked the door behind us, but the buzzing fluorescence overhead erased any sense of time. Clinic hours had that weird limbo effect. Could have been midnight or noon, who knew? If Mom really wanted this place to feel like home, she ditched the industrial lighting. Cole had already vanished into the lab, and I followed, bracing myself for whatever chaos he'd inevitably unleash. I skipped school to deliver the package to Cole. But it wasn't like I'd been lounging around. I'd been on my feet all morning. After helping him set up his ridiculously over-engineered pit trap, and carefully avoiding the sinkhole where Grace had been found, I'd rushed back, just in time to wait outside the clinic until closing. My parents thought I was at a student council meeting. Honestly, I was exhausted. We hadn't eaten much, and I was starting to feel like some kind of unpaid werewolf intern. In the reception area, I grabbed 2 juice bottles from the mini fridge, better than nothing, and headed back to the lab. Cole was already perched backward on a chair, leaning over the microscope like some mad scientist. His finger was raised dramatically, a tiny bead of blood welling up. You need a Band-Aid, or are you auditioning for a patriotic monument? I unscrewed the juice cap and held it to his lips since his hands were occupied. He wiggled his bloody finger in appreciation. Couldn't find the Band-Aids, he said, which really meant he hadn't bothered looking. Wait, is this methanol? Oh, perfect. I dug out a Band-Aid and rolled another chair beside him, which wasn't easy in the cramped storage-turned lab. The room was packed with drug samples, medical supplies, and random equipment, microscope, centrifuge, enough rubbing alcohol to disinfect a small town. Cole had smeared his blood on a slide and was squinting through the lens like it held the secrets of the universe. What's so fascinating? I asked, but he was too deep in thought to hear me. It was weirdly refreshing to see him like this, no act, just pure Cole. I cleaned his finger, grimacing at the jagged cut. Seriously, did you use a rusty spoon? He barely noticed as I bandaged him, immediately adjusting the microscope again. The silence stretched until he finally leaned back, hands pressed to his lips, laughing under his breath. Jesus, he muttered, shaking his head. I rolled my eyes. What? Just look. He dragged my chair over, forcing me to take his place. I had no idea what I was supposed to see, but I played along. If this was another one of his cryptic experiments, I was too tired to care. I leaned in, pressing my eye against the microscope's lens. The moment the image came into focus, I understood exactly what Cole had been freaking out about. A sea of normal, colorless red blood cells filled the view, except for 2 tiny red dots that didn't belong. I jerked back. What the hell is that? Cole spun his chair wildly, his sneakers scuffing the floor. That's the wolf, he said, voice tight with excitement. I knew it. Knew what? Either I've got malaria or that's the damn werewolf just chilling in my bloodstream. It acts like malaria, I told you. He shoved up from the chair, restless energy crackling off him. Congrats, Einstein. So what does that mean for the rest of them? Can we treat it like malaria? His eyes flicked to a faded chart on the wall, some outdated medical diagram of fetal development, the colors so bright they looked like they belonged in a retro diner. He waved me off. You don't cure malaria. Don't be an idiot, I snapped. People get treated for it all the time. No, he corrected, dragging a finger along one of the illustrated embryos. They manage it, they don't cure it. I crossed my arms. So you're saying there's no fix, but Grace isn't dying anymore. What's the big breakthrough here? Sam, Cole said, like that explained everything. Sam's the breakthrough. This just confirms it. I need more tests. Notes. He cut himself off, the manic energy draining away. The whole thing felt underwhelming, dragging out here for a half-baked discovery I barely understood. And being in this clinic after dark, it brought back too much, the night Grace and I carried Jack in, the weight of failure pressing down. All I wanted was to crash in my own bed and forget any of this existed. Food, I muttered. Sleep, or just getting the hell out of here. Cole shot me a look like I'd suggested we take up interpretive dance. I stood, exhaustion making my voice sharper than I meant it. Unlike you and your wolfy little infection, some of us have school tomorrow, especially since I skipped today for this. Why are you mad? I'm not mad, I lied. I'm just done, I want to go home. Except home didn't sound great either. You're mad, he insisted. But I'm close, Isabel. I can feel it. I need to talk to Sam if he'll even talk to me. And just like that, he wasn't Cole the rock star with a legion of missing fans, or Cole the genius with a brain too big for his own good. He was just a guy, worn, thin, and desperate. Looking at him like that, I felt this weird tug, like I needed something from him, or maybe he needed something from me. But understanding that was like staring at those dots under the microscope. Knowing they meant something didn't make them mean anything to me. Then the deadbolt on the clinic's front door clicked open. Someone was here. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I muttered under my breath, my pulse racing. We had mere seconds to react. Grab your things and get under the counter now. Cole snatched his juice box, the crumpled Band-Aid wrapper, and his baseball card, sliding beneath the counter just as I flicked off the lab lights and squeezed in beside him. The hallway door groaned open with a series of sharp creaks before slamming shut with a heavy thud. My mother's exasperated sigh echoed down the hall, loud enough to reach us even in the dark. Maybe she was just annoyed about the lights being left on. I could only hope. In the cramped space beneath the counter, Cole's eyes caught the faint glow from the hallway, the only sign of him in the pitch black. Our legs tangled awkwardly, knees knocking, feet crushing toes, impossible to tell whose ragged breathing was whose. We stayed frozen, listening as my mother's heels clicked across the tile, stopping in what had to be the reception area. Papers rustled, drawers slid open and shut. Cole shifted, his shoulder popping as he adjusted, his arm brushing against the wall behind me. My hand had somehow ended up wedged against his thigh, and I yanked it back like I'd touched a hot stove. Then, clear as day, she muttered, "For heaven's sake," before moving into one of the exam rooms. More paper sounds, a stack slipping, pages fluttering to the floor. The darkness under the counter was suffocating, like being buried alive, and it felt like we had too many limbs between us. When Cole kissed me, I should have pushed him away. But I didn't. I stayed curled against the wall, letting him press his lips to mine again and again. It wasn't just a kiss, it was a confession. If you lined up every moment we'd ever shared, from our first awkward hello to now, you'd see the slow burn of something undeniable. At first, barely a spark. Then, flickers, and now, a wildfire even a stranger could spot. We were past the point of no return, but maybe, just maybe, we wouldn't let it destroy us. The lab lights flicked on, blinding us. My mother's sigh was heavy with disapproval. "Isabel, seriously." Cole pulled back, and we must have looked like a couple of raccoons caught in a trash can when she stepped back to take us in. Her eyes darted over us, clothes intact, no suspicious vials, no telltale signs of trouble. Then she squinted at Cole, recognition dawning. "You're from the pharmacy," she started, suspicion creeping into her voice. Cole just grinned, slow and unbothered, like this was all part of the plan. I braced myself for her to say something wild, maybe even narcotica, though I never pegged her as the type. Instead, she just sighed. "The boy from the stairs, the one from the house, the naked one." She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Isabel, when I told you not to do this in the house, I didn't mean take it to the clinic. And why are you hiding under the counter?" "Actually, no, I don't want to know. I really don't." I stayed silent. My mom rubbed her eyebrow with the same hand clutching a form covered in tiny print. "For God's sake, where's your car?" "Across the street," I muttered. "Of course it is." She shook her head. "I'm not telling your father I saw you here, just don't." She didn't finish the thought. Instead, she grabbed my half-empty juice bottle, tossed it in the trash by the door, and flicked the light off again. Her footsteps faded down the hall, followed by the sharp pop of the front door opening and closing. The deadbolt clicked into place. In the dark, Cole was invisible, but I could still feel him next to me. You don't always need to see something to know it's there. Then I felt it, a light tickle creeping up my arm. It took me a second to realize Cole was rolling his toy Mustang along my skin. He was laughing under his breath, quiet but contagious, like there was still some reason to stay hushed. The car reached my shoulder, spun around, and rolled back down toward my wrist, the tiny wheels skidding a little when he chuckled. It was the most real, unguarded sound I'd ever heard from Colescent, Claire. Chapter 46. Sam I didn't realize how much I'd gotten used to chaos until we had something resembling order. With Grace back in the house and Cole's experiments suddenly more structured, life took on this weird, fragile normalcy. I started sleeping at night again. The kitchen stopped looking like a mad scientist's lab. Prescription bottles and scribbled equations slowly got replaced by cereal boxes and coffee-stained mugs. Grace only shifted once in 3 days, and even then it was brief. She came back shaky, locking herself in the bathroom before slipping back into bed like nothing happened. Days felt shorter when they had a rhythm. I went to work, sold books to quiet customers, and came home with this surreal feeling, like a prisoner on temporary release. Cole spent his days trying to track wolves and passed out in a different room every night. Mornings, I'd catch Grace leaving out stale granola for the raccoons. Evenings, she'd linger over college websites or text Rachel. We were all chasing something just out of reach. The wolf hunt was all over the news. And me, I wasn't happy exactly, more like waiting for happiness. This wasn't my real life, just a borrowed one, something I was trying on until I figured out my own. The hunt's deadline loomed, distant but impossible to ignore. Just because I didn't have a plan didn't mean the problem wasn't there on Wednesday. I reached out to Koenig, trying to sound professional as I asked for directions to the peninsula, like I was some kind of investigator. "I need to properly assess the area," I told him, cringing at my own forced formality. Koenig had a way of making me overcompensate. "Think," he replied, dragging out the word like he was savoring it, though we both knew he meant no. "It'd be better if I just took you there myself. Wouldn't want you wandering onto the wrong stretch of land. How's Saturday?" It took me until after we hung up to realize he'd cracked a joke. I winced. I should have laughed. The next day, the newspaper called, fishing for a comment about Grace Brisbane's disappearance. I had nothing to say, or at least, nothing I could say out loud. The night before, I'd strummed my guitar, whispering lyrics that weren't ready for anyone else's ears. You can't lose someone you let go of years ago. Stop searching. Stop searching. I hung up without another word. Then, on Friday, Grace dropped a bomb. "I'm coming with you and Koenig," she announced, perched on my bed, sorting through a pile of mismatched socks while I fumbled with folding towels. "If he sees me alive, the missing persons case disappears." My stomach twisted. This plan felt reckless, like tossing a lit match into dry grass. "He'll tell you to go back to your parents," I warned. Grace just shrugged, tossing a hole-riddled sock aside. "Then we'll go see them. Peninsula first, parents after." "Grace," I started, but she cut me off. "They're never home anyway," she said, her voice sharp. "And if they are, then maybe it's fate. Sam, don't look at me like that. I'm done living in limbo. I can't stand people suspecting you of, I don't know, kidnapping, murder. Whatever wild theory they've cooked up. I can't fix much, but I can fix that." I swallowed hard. "But your parents," Grace crushed a lone sock between her hands. "They've got 2 months until I'm 18. After that, they don't get a say. They can either accept reality now or lose me for good. And hey, did Dad really punch you?" Cole said he did. The answer must have been written all over my face. She exhaled, the first crack in her defiance. "Yeah, that's why I won't feel bad about this conversation." "I hate confrontation," I muttered, immediately regretting how pointless it sounded. Grace smirked, stretching her legs. "What I don't get is how a guy who never wears socks has so many that don't match." We both glanced down at my bare feet. She stretched her fingers toward me, even though there was no way she could reach my feet from across the couch. Instead of letting her try, I caught her hand and pressed a kiss to her palm. The scent of fresh-baked bread and warmth clung to her skin, like coming home after a long day. "All right," I sighed. "Your plan wins. Koenig first, then your parents." She gave a satisfied nod. "Plans keep things from falling apart." I wasn't convinced that was always true, but right then, it felt like the only thing holding us together. Isabel Grace's request about summer school had been nagging at me, but figuring out how to get answers without raising eyebrows wasn't easy. Asking around directly would have been a disaster. People already thought I was weird enough. Then, by pure luck, I found my way in. While dumping the contents of my backpack onto my bed, an old note from Ms. McKay fluttered out. Last year, during what my mom dramatically called my rebellious phase, Ms. McKay had scribbled this little lifeline. "If you ever need help, just ask." She was the kind of teacher who gave answers without prying, which, unfortunately, meant everyone else knew it too. The line outside her classroom after last period was always packed. To an outsider, it probably looked like a bunch of overeager nerds desperate to discuss the Canterbury Tales. The door creaked open as Haley Olsen slipped out, and the next girl shuffled in. I inched forward, slouching against the wall. Grace had no idea the lengths I went to for her. I could have been sprawled on my bed right now, lost in one of my increasingly elaborate daydreams. Then came the unmistakable sound of sneakers slapping against linoleum, followed by a heavy thud. Someone had just dropped their backpack. I glanced back. Rachel. She was like a walking teen movie cliché, striped sweaters, braided pigtails, oversized smocks, all carefully curated to scream quirky and carefree. But here's the thing. There's a difference between actually being naive and just playing the part. Rachel knew exactly what image she was selling, and she sold it well. She caught me staring but pretended not to notice. Too late. "Wow," I said, leaning in with a smirk. "Didn't peg you for the Chaucer type." Rachel's smile flickered like a glitching gif, there and gone in a millisecond. "Yeah, super into Middle English." I lowered my voice. "Let me guess, this isn't about literature, it's about Grace." Her eyes went wide. "I have therapy today, not that it's your business." Smooth. "Uh-huh, and you're definitely not here to spill anything to Ms. McKay about Grace or, say, wolves." I tilted my head, because that would be next-level stupid. For a second, Rachel's mask slipped, just enough for me to see the panic underneath. Then, just like that, it was back. Game on, you know. I shot her a look, letting the silence stretch between us. "So it's actually true." Rachel rubbed her arm, avoiding my eyes as she stared at the scuffed linoleum. I've seen it, she exhaled sharply. Who else knows? Nobody, and it's staying that way, got it? The office door clicked open, then shut. The kid ahead of me disappeared inside, leaving me next in line. Rachel huffed in frustration. Listen, I didn't do the reading for English, that's why I'm here. Not for anything about Grace. Wait, her eyes narrowed. Which means you are. I had no idea how she'd pieced that together, but she wasn't wrong. For a split second, I thought about rubbing it in, telling her Grace had asked me first, because yeah, I could be petty like that, but it wouldn't help anything. Just checking on some graduation credits, I lied. The hallway air thickened with awkwardness, the kind that settles between people who only have one friend in common. A group of guys shuffled past, laughing too loud and shoving each other like they were auditioning for a bad sitcom. The whole place still reeked of stale burritos. Meanwhile, I mentally rehearsed how I'd handle Ms. McKay. Rachel leaned against the wall, studying the lockers across from us. Makes everything feel bigger, doesn't it? The question grated on me. It's just another way to die. She turned, giving me a sidelong glance. You really can't turn off the attitude, huh? That's cute now, but wait till you're older. Then you'll just be that bitter app history teacher everyone avoids. I met her gaze, unimpressed. Same goes for quirky. Rachel grinned, all wide-eyed innocence. So you do think I'm hot? Okay, fine. She wasn't terrible. I refused to smile, but I could feel my eyes betraying me. The office door creaked open again. We exchanged a look. If Grace needed allies, Rachel wasn't the worst option. As I stepped inside, I realized Rachel was right. The world was getting bigger. Chapter 48, another night, another excuse to leave the house. Sam and I stood under the flickering fluorescent lights of the Quick Mart, the parking lot empty except for a couple of beat-up trucks. Mercy Falls was still a mile down the road. This place existed for last-minute milk runs and bad decisions. Which technically was why we were here. Well, Sam was here for milk. I was here because he refused to sleep unless someone forced him, and I wasn't about to play babysitter. Normally, Grace would handle it, but Isabel had just called with details about the sharpshooter's helicopter, and suddenly none of us were in the mood for rest. Grace and Sam had one of those silent arguments, just glares and tense shoulders, before she won by default, retreating to the kitchen to bake scones. Sam sulked on the couch, strumming his guitar like it owed him money. And me? I was just along for the ride. If she and Sam ever had kids, they'd probably develop gluten allergies just to survive her baking. Scones needed milk, which was why Sam was here at the Quick Mart at this ungodly hour, because the grocery store had already shut its doors at 9. Meanwhile, I was here because Beck's house was suffocating me, and if I didn't get out, I was going to start smashing things. Every day, I learned more about the wolf science, but the clock was ticking. Soon, my experiments would be as relevant as studying extinct species, like trying to teach a dodo bird to fly. The Quick Mart hummed under fluorescent lights, the kind of place that felt like the last outpost of civilization at 11 p.m. I smirked at the condom display, but Sam just stared at me like I'd suggested robbing the place. Maybe he was too tired or too wired to find anything funny. I wandered the aisles, restless, my fingers tapping against my thigh. This dingy little gas station was the real world, the one I'd been avoiding since I vanished with Victor and left Narcotica in the rear view. Now, I smiled at security cameras, half expecting them to smile back. A twangy country song crackled through the speakers near the restroom sign, paying customers only, because apparently even bodily functions had a price tag. Outside, the night pressed against the windows, thick and inky, the kind of darkness that only exists in the middle of nowhere. I skimmed candy bars with names that promised more than they delivered, flipped through tabloids out of habit, still no headlines about me, and eyed the overpriced cold meds that couldn't touch me anymore. Nothing here mattered. Then my fingers brushed the little black Mustang in my pocket, Isabel's gift. It burned against my skin, impossible to ignore. I pulled it out and rolled it across a shelf toward Sam, who stood frozen in front of the milk cooler, lost in thought. His frown wasn't for the dairy selection. It was for something bigger, something worse. 2%'s a safe bet, I said, just to see if he'd bite. I wanted him to ask about the car, to demand why I was messing with it. But my mind was elsewhere. Isabel, the first shift, the weight of the night outside. Sam didn't look up. "We're running out of time, Cole." The electronic chime of the door cut him off. Neither of us turned, but the air shifted. Sam's grip tightened on the cooler handle. My neck prickled instinct, the same one that had once made my ears snap forward in the woods, catching the scent of prey. By the counter, a stranger exchanged pleasantries with the clerk. Sam didn't move. Neither did I, but we were both listening. John exhaled sharply, his breath reeking of whiskey. "Maybe we don't even need milk," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Sam stiffened. Of all people, it had to be John Marks, Olivia's older brother. Their interactions had always been strained, but now, with Olivia gone and Grace missing, every word between them felt like walking on broken glass. The convenience store's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a sickly glow over the gum display John was glaring at. Sam forced himself to step closer, shoulders hunched, the weight of the moment pressing down. The sharp tang of alcohol hit him. John had been drinking, and that realization twisted something inside him. The guy had always seemed untouchable before, but grief had a way of making everyone look small. "Hey," Sam managed, barely above a whisper. John gave him the stiffest nod imaginable, the kind that said, "I see you, but I don't want to." "How you doing?" he grunted. Not a question, just words filling space. The clerk, a wiry guy who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else, slid Sam's total across the counter. $3.21. Sam fumbled with his wallet, avoiding John's gaze. His pulse kicked up when he noticed the security camera blinking in the corner. "Please don't recognize Cole. Please don't. You know who this is." John's voice cut through the silence, sharp and deliberate. He was talking to the clerk now. "This is Sam Roth." The clerk's eyes flicked up, just for a second, landing on Sam's unmistakable yellow eyes before darting back to the cash register. "No," he lied smoothly. "Didn't realize." Sam almost smiled. The clerk knew, everyone did, but the guy wasn't going to make a scene, and for that, Sam was weirdly grateful. "Thanks," he murmured, pocketing his change. Cole shifted beside him, a silent signal, time to go, but John wasn't done. "You got nothing to say to me?" His voice cracked, raw with pain. Sam turned, his chest tight. "I'm sorry about Olivia." John lurched forward, unsteady. "Tell me why she died." His breath was fire and regret. "Tell me why she was there." Sam raised a hand, a quiet warning. "John, I don't." John slapped his arm away, and in that split second, Cole tensed like a coiled spring. "Don't lie to me," John snarled. "I know it was you." Sam exhaled. This, at least, was simple. "It wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it." The clerk cleared his throat. "Maybe take this outside, guys." Cole was already pushing the door open, the night air rushing in like a relief. But John grabbed Sam's shirt, yanking him close. "Where's Grace? Why them? Why my sister, you?" Sam saw the punch coming. He blocked it, arm stinging from the impact, but he didn't retaliate. He wouldn't. Not when John was drowning in grief, not when every word was slurred with sorrow. "Okay, outside," the clerk insisted, waving them toward the door like he was shooing out stray cats. "Have a great night." Sam rubbed his arm, adrenaline humming under his skin. "This isn't helping, John." John's laugh was bitter. "Damn right it's not." He lunged again, but Cole was suddenly between them, a silent, immovable wall. The tension in the store was thick enough to choke on. "We're finished here," he said, voice low, but carrying an edge that made him seem taller than both John and me. His eyes locked onto mine, searching for any flicker of hesitation. No need to turn this place into a scene. John stood just beyond Cole, his expression carved from stone, hollow-eyed and cold. "Funny," he muttered, lips barely moving. "I actually thought you were decent when we first met. Guess I was wrong." My stomach twisted. "Let's get out of here," I told Cole, forcing a nod at the clerk before we turned away. Cole moved like a spring coiled too tight, his shoulders rigid as we pushed through the door. Just before it slammed shut, John's voice slithered after us. "Everyone knows what you are, Sam Roth." Outside, the air reeked of gasoline and distant smoke, like the whole town was burning. My skin prickled, the wolf inside me clawing at my ribs. Cole was wired, restless, feeding off my anger just like I fed off his. We were both barely holding it together. The old Volkswagen sat at the end of the row, its paint marred by a jagged scratch along the driver's side. The neon glow from the store flickered across the hood, but neither of us climbed in. Cole propped himself on the running board, leaning over the roof toward me. "It has to be you," he said, voice rough. "You're the one who can lead them. I can't. When I shift, there's nothing left but instinct." My fingers buzzed with restless energy. I'd forgotten the milk inside, but all I could think about was John swinging at me, Cole stepping between us, the night alive under my skin. Right now, anything felt possible. "I can't go back," I said, but the words sounded weak even to me. Cole let out a sharp laugh. "You're gonna shift whether you like it or not, Ringo. Might as well make it count." I wanted to beg him not to push me, but what good would that do? Cole had already thrown himself into the fire 100 times. "You really think they'd follow me?" I asked. He lifted his hands from the car's roof, leaving ghostly prints that faded almost instantly. "We already do," he said, dropping to the pavement. "You just don't always see it." Chapter 49, Grace, Saturday morning. Officer Koenig pulled into the driveway like he was arriving for a barbecue, not a police escort. We all crowded by the window, watching as his spotless gray Chevy rolled to a stop. After months of dodging cops, inviting one over felt like some kind of cosmic joke, like offering a shark a sandwich. Koenig stepped out at exactly noon, dressed in a pressed maroon polo and jeans so crisp they probably had creases. His knock was efficient, 3 sharp raps that somehow reminded me of Isabel's dry laugh. When Sam opened the door, Koenig stood there with his hands folded politely, like he was picking us up for prom instead of a trip to the peninsula. "Come on in," Sam said, stepping aside. Koenig gave a small, professional smile, but his eyes flicked over the room like he was already taking notes. Koenig walked into the house, one hand still gripping the other like he was bracing for impact. It felt like years since I'd last seen him, standing at the front of our high school classroom while a bunch of kids peppered him with questions about wolves. Olivia had nudged me back then, whispering that he was kind of hot. Now here he was in the foyer, and Olivia was gone. Just gone. The realization hit me like a punch. This must have been how Sam felt whenever someone casually mentioned his parents. I didn't feel anything. Just hollow, like the empty spaces between Sam's scars. Koenig's eyes locked onto mine. "Hey," I said. He exhaled sharply like he was about to jump into freezing water. I'd have traded my left arm to know what was going through his head. "All right then," he finally said. "There you are." "Yep," I answered. "Here I am." Behind me, Cole emerged from the kitchen and Koenig's expression darkened. Cole flashed him a grin, sharp, unapologetic. I watched the pieces click together in Koenig's mind. "Of course," he muttered. He crossed his arms, shifting his weight toward Sam. No matter how he stood, Koenig had this way of looking like he'd be impossible to knock down. "Anyone else hiding in here? Bigfoot. D.B. Cooper. Should I check the attic for Tupac?" He shot Sam a dry look. "Just want to know what I'm dealing with before we hit the road." "This is it," Sam said. "As far as I know. Grace wants to come if that's cool." Koenig hesitated, then turned to Cole. "You tagging along? Because if so, I'll need to rearrange my truck. Also, fair warning, it's a long drive. Pee now or suffer later. And just like that, the rules were set. I was the part-time werewolf. Cole was the runaway rock star. Business as usual. Nah, Cole said, leaning against the doorframe. I've got important manly things to do. Sam gave him a look that screamed, "Don't test me." Probably because the kitchen had just stopped looking like a war zone and Sam wasn't in the mood for round 2. Cole just smirked, all cryptic charm. "Take your phone," he added, "in case I need to reach you." Sam rubbed his jaw like he was checking for stubble. "Try not to burn the place down." "Yes, Mom," Cole drawled. I rolled my eyes. "Can we just go already?" The ride was awkward. Koenig was a stranger who knew way too much and not enough at the same time. Worse, he kept acting nice in this vague, unsettling way that made it impossible to relax. Gratefulness and small talk don't mix, so we sat in silence, Koenig, Sam, and me, crammed on the bench seat. The truck smelled faintly of stale soda. Koenig drove just fast enough to make me nervous, the speedometer hovering 8 miles over the limit. As we headed northeast, buildings thinned out, then disappeared. The sky stretched wide and blue, the kind of perfect day that felt almost mocking. Like the universe was rubbing it in. Look how pretty everything is, even when it's not. The heat clung to the air like it had never heard of winter. Koenig stayed quiet, running a hand over his buzz cut. He looked different than I remembered, younger, dressed in a cheap maroon button-down, driving some beat-up pickup instead of the military rig I'd expected. Not exactly the guy I thought I'd be relying on. Next to me, Sam absent-mindedly strummed a chord against my leg. Guess you couldn't judge a book by its cover. The cab stayed silent until Sam finally broke it. "Think we're in the clear now," he said, nodding at the open road. Koenig shrugged. "Minnesota's full of surprises. She likes to keep you guessing." Calling the state as she made me smirk, it softened him somehow. Then he asked about Sam's plans after high school, and Sam mentioned Karen's offer to work full-time at the bookstore. "Solid gig," Koenig said. I clenched my jaw, thinking about college brochures and degrees that meant nothing. Luckily, Koenig shifted gears. "What's the deal with St. Clair?" Sam snorted. "Beck found him, charity case." "For who?" Koenig shot back. "Exactly." The way they locked eyes surprised me, like Sam wasn't just some kid to him. People never reacted to Sam the way I expected. It was like he had a dozen different versions of himself, depending on who was looking. And if that was true, did that mean people saw me differently too? A shrill ring cut through the cab. Sam's phone, buried in my bag, packed with spare clothes, just in case, and a paperback for appearances. "Grace, grab that," Sam asked. The number was unfamiliar. I held it up and Sam shook his head. "New York area code," Koenig muttered, eyes still on the road. Sam just shrugged. I flipped it open. "Hello," a smooth, lazy voice answered. "Hey, Cole there." Sam's eyes widened. Wrong number. But then it hit me, Cole must have used Sam's phone. To call who? The guy on the line didn't seem bothered. His voice dripped like syrup. "Nah, you got the right number. I get it, though." New details, the heat as a lingering presence, the beat-up pickup truck, the paperback in the bag for appearances. Tone shift, from observational to sharper, more sarcastic when questioning perceptions of Sam and Grace. "This is Jeremy. We used to play in a band together." "With someone I've never met," I shot back. "Yeah," Jeremy replied. "There's something I need you to pass along to Cole St. Clair. Tell him I got him the best damn gift in the world, and it wasn't easy. So he better not just rip it open and toss it aside like last year's Christmas sweater. Go on. In 18 minutes it's gonna play on Vilkas's radio show. And trust me, Cole's parents will be tuned in. I made sure of that. Got it." "Vilkas, what station is that?" I asked, playing dumb. Koenig didn't even glance up from the road. "Rick Vilkas." "Bingo," Jeremy chimed in, overhearing. "Someone's got good taste. You sure Cole's not lurking somewhere?" "Positive," I said. "But answer me this. Last time I saw our fearless leader Colsant, Claire, he was in a dark place. Like rock bottom dark. Just tell me, is he okay now? I thought about Cole, how reckless he could be, how lost. But then again, if someone from his past cared this much, maybe he wasn't all bad. Or maybe he was just that magnetic before everything went south. Either way, it shifted something in how I saw him. He's getting there. A beat of silence. Then Jeremy's voice dropped. And Victor. I stayed quiet, so did he. Koenig flicked on the radio, keeping the volume low as he searched for the station. Jeremy exhaled. They both died a long time ago. I was there when it happened. Ever watch someone you care about die while they're still breathing? Yeah, you can only bring so many people back from the dead. He paused, then echoed my words. Getting there, I'll take it. Tell Cole to tune in to Vilka's. That guy changed my life. I won't forget it. I never said I knew where he was, I pointed out. I know, Jeremy said, and I won't forget that either. The line went dead. I looked at Sam. The late spring sun hit his face just right, turning his eyes an unsettling, almost unnatural gold. For a split second, I wondered, would his parents have tried to kill him if his eyes had been brown, blue, anything less than a wolf stare? Call Cole, Sam said. I dialed Beck's place. The phone rang forever, and just as I was about to hang up, someone picked up. Duh. Cole, I said. Turn on the radio. Chapter 50, Cole back when I first started, and by started, I mean existing. Suicide was a punchline. If I have to listen to you talk one more second, I'll stab myself with a plastic fork. It was as real as a cartoon anvil dropping on someone's head. No, scratch that, less real. It was like Wile E. Coyote painting a tunnel on a rock wall and actually walking through it. Pure fiction every single day. Countless people joke about ending their lives, and just as many laugh along, because in the grand scheme of things, it feels like a punchline, fleeting and weightless, forgotten before the screen even goes dark. Back then, it was treated like some distant plague, something that only happened to people in grimy corners of the world, a topic too grim for polite conversation. Cole, we don't talk about that at dinner. It was dismissed as a weakness, something that only took down those who couldn't fight it off. You didn't admit if you'd brushed up against it. No one wanted to ruin their appetite. Then high school hit, and suddenly it wasn't just a punchline anymore. Not like, oh, I might download this album because the guitar riff is so filthy it makes me want to break furniture. No, it was more like the vague, half-formed dreams people toss around when they're kids. Maybe I'll be a firefighter. Maybe I'll be an accountant drowning in overtime while my spouse cheats with the ups guy. Except mine was, maybe I'll just be dead. Life was all frosting and no cake, a mirage that crumbled to dust the second I took a bite. Narcotica changed everything. Suicide stopped being a dark joke and became a finish line, a prize for surviving the race. By the time the band's name was on lips from Moscow to Des Moines, the world was a paradox. Everything mattered, nothing mattered, and I was exhausted trying to reconcile the two. I was a wound I couldn't stop picking, raw and bleeding. I'd chased the impossible, only to realize the impossible was just living with myself. Suicide wasn't an escape anymore. It was a deadline, the day I could finally stop pretending. I thought I'd come to Minnesota to die. But at 2:15 p.m., Rick Vilkas was wrapping up his first commercial break, his voice oozing through Beck's speakers like he was leaning in, beer in hand, sharing gossip. The guy had played us live once, then asked me to sign a poster for his wife. She only gets in the mood when you guys play Sinking Ship, he'd said. I'd scribbled Rock the Boat under my face like an idiot. Now, his voice was warm, conspiratorial. Let's be real. Anyone with ears knows Colsant, Claire, Narcotica's frontman and one hell of a songwriter, has been Mia for what, a year? 10 months. Yeah, my producer's giving me the side-eye. Say what you want, the guy was a train wreck, but he could write a damn song. There it was, my name, floating through the airwaves. It had probably been said 1,000 times since I vanished, but this was the first time I'd actually heard it. I braced for the guilt, the regret, the sting of loss, but nothing came. Narcotica was just an old flame now, a faded Polaroid that didn't even make my chest ache anymore. Vilkas leaned into the mic, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Breaking news, folks, Cole St. Clair isn't 6 feet under after all. Shocking, I know. Turns out he wasn't kidnapped by rabid fans or my lovely wife either. Nope, his agent just confirmed our rock star had a little medical detour thanks to his old friend substance abuse. Who could have guessed the frontman of Narcotica had a habit? Anyway, he slipped off the grid with a bandmate for some discreet rehab abroad. Now he's back stateside, begging for space while he figures things out. So there you have it, Cole's alive. Save your applause. Maybe we'll get a reunion tour out of this. Honey, start saving for front row tickets. I killed the radio mid-song, my fingers pressing into my lips. My legs ached from squatting too long by the stereo. 6 months ago, this would have been my worst nightmare, being dragged back into the spotlight when all I'd wanted was to vanish. Behind me, Isabel stretched on the couch, her voice dry. Congrats, you've been resurrected. I flicked the radio back on just in time for the final chords. My palm rested on my knee, weightless yet heavy with possibility. The air smelled like freedom. Yeah, I said. Guess I have. Chapter 51, Sam the Peninsula announced itself like an answer. Not with fanfare, just a weathered log arch branded Knife Lake Lodge, flanked by stockade fencing. Koenig cursed under his breath at the stubborn combination lock before it finally clicked open. He guided us along the perimeter, pointing out how the fence morphed into box wire stapled to pines at intervals, his tone as polished as a luxury property tour. Grace swatted at a mosquito. Even in the crisp morning air, they swarmed. What about the lake edge? I asked. Koenig yanked the wire, testing its grip on the bark. Runs a few yards into the water. Want to see? Did I? I wasn't sure what I expected to find. Above us, a thrush's call creaked like a rusty hinge, while another bird trilled like a rolled R beyond that, another's cry layered over the next, a chorus of wilderness untouched for miles. The kind of place where you could disappear, or finally be found. The scent of damp earth and pine needles filled the air as I stood in the forgotten stretch of woods, long untouched by humans. The musky odor of deer mingled with the sharp tang of beavers gnawing at bark, while unseen rodents rustled through the underbrush. My pulse quickened, not from fear, but from something deeper, something wilder. For the first time in ages, I felt the wolf stir inside me. Grace's voice broke the silence. I do, she said, hesitating just slightly. If that's all right. Koenig barely glanced back as he strode ahead, his boots crunching over fallen branches. That's the whole point of this trip, he replied, effortlessly navigating the uneven terrain. And don't forget, tick-check when we're done. I lagged behind, content to let Grace take in the practical details while I lost myself in the forest. The trees pressed close, their gnarled roots hidden beneath thick ferns that made every step treacherous. Unlike Boundary Wood, where animals had carved paths through the brush, this place was untouched, no predators, no threats. Koenig wasn't wrong. If we were relocating the pack, this was as close to perfect as we'd find. Grace's sudden grip on my elbow startled me. I hadn't realized how far I'd drifted. Sam, she said, breathless as if she'd been running. Did you see it? See what? I blinked, still half lost in the green tangle around us. I was just looking at the ferns. She burst out laughing, a bright, unfiltered sound I hadn't heard in too long. Ferns, she repeated, shaking her head before looping her arm through mine. You're ridiculous. Come on. Holding hands felt oddly playful with Koenig watching, especially when his gaze flicked straight to our linked fingers the moment we stepped into the clearing. He'd swapped his usual stern expression for a baseball cap, supposedly to fend off deer flies, though it somehow made him look even more serious. Behind him loomed a massive wooden lodge, its sun-bleached walls lined with windows, the whole thing looking like a postcard from some idealized Minnesota wilderness retreat. "That's the lodge?" I asked, skeptical. Koenig kicked aside a broken branch from the cracked concrete porch. "Used to be a lot nicer," he admitted. I'd expected no, hoped for some rundown shack, a relic of the past where the pack could take shelter. But this was something else entirely. Grace let go of my hand to press her palms against a grimy window, peering inside. A stray vine draped over her hair like a crown, while weeds tangled around her ankles. She looked out of place in the best way, her jeans clean, my windbreaker hanging loose, her blonde hair catching the sunlight. "Seems pretty nice to me," she said, and I couldn't help but smile. Koenig, for once, looked like he might agree the moment he understood she was serious. He exhaled and shrugged. "Technically, yeah. But good luck getting the power company to trek all the way out here just to check a meter. They'd probably charge you extra for the hassle." Grace's nose was practically glued to the grimy window. "This place looks like the opening scene of some creepy found footage film," she mused. "But that fireplace, huge. You could totally rough it here, no electricity, just good old-fashioned survival skills." I leaned in beside her, my breath fogging the glass. The room inside was a graveyard of forgotten things. Dust-choked rugs, a withered plant, and what might have once been a deer's head on the wall, now just a fuzzy shadow of itself. The whole space felt like a shipwreck frozen in time. Suddenly, the idea of a tiny cabin seemed way more appealing. "Mind if I check out the rest of the property?" I asked, stepping back and tugging Grace away from the poison ivy creeping up the siding. Koenig waved a hand. "Knock yourself out." Then in a tone that made my stomach tighten, he added, "Sam," the way he said my name, like he was bracing for a fight, told me whatever came next wouldn't be good. "Yeah," I replied, the automatics are slipping out before I could stop it. Grace didn't even blink at the formality, her eyes locked on Koenig instead. "Jeffrey Beck's your legal guardian, right?" My pulse spiked. Not because it was a lie, but because I had no clue where this was going. Was he about to bail on us? I kept my voice casual. "That's right, why?" Koenig's gaze didn't waver. "I'm trying to figure out if what he did to you qualifies as a crime." Even in the middle of nowhere, Minnesota, the meaning was clear. He was talking about that night in the snow, teeth snapping inches from my face. My heart hammered. Had this whole trip been a setup, some twisted way to build a case against Beck? I forced myself to hold his stare, even as my face burned. He couldn't have known my parents would try to kill me. "Which makes it worse, don't you think?" Koenig shot back like he'd rehearsed the argument. "If they hadn't conveniently eliminated themselves, what was his plan? Just snatch you, wait for an opening?" Grace cut in sharp. "You can't arrest someone for maybe doing something." I shot her a look. Was she following the same dark train of thought? Koenig wasn't done. "But he did send those wolves after you. That's intent." "Not to hurt me," I muttered, but my eyes dropped. Koenig's voice turned icy. "I'd call nearly getting mauled harm." New detail. As he spoke, a crow cawed loudly from a nearby tree, the sound jarring in the tense silence. It felt like an omen or maybe just Minnesota being weird. Grace crossed her arms, her expression sharp. "Tell me, Sam, would you ever walk up to a stranger's kid and just bite them?" I frowned. "Of course not." "Exactly," she shot back. "Just because most people don't know what Jeffrey Beck did to you doesn't make it any less violent." Part of me knew she was right, but the other part clung to the Beck I remembered, the man who shaped me. If Grace saw kindness in me, it was because he'd shown me how. If he was a monster, shouldn't I have turned into one too? I'd always known the truth about how I ended up with the pack. The slow-moving car, the wolves, the death of Sam Roth. Just an ordinary kid from Duluth with parents who worked mundane jobs. Looking back now, it was obvious the attack wasn't an accident. Beck had planned it. Engineered was the word that stuck cold, calculated. "Did he hurt you in other ways?" Koenig asked, and for a second I didn't get it. Then my head snapped up. No, his disappointed stare made my stomach twist. I hated him for tearing Beck away from me, but I hated Beck more for letting it happen. Everything felt black and white, no gray left. Enough, I muttered. Just stop. Grace's voice softened. Beck's a wolf now. Good luck prosecuting that. Honestly, he's already serving his sentence. Koenig raised his hands like I was pointing a gun at him. Cop instincts, you're right. It's just once you start thinking about it, it's hard to stop. Your story, the pack's story. He glanced at the lodge. I'm gonna check inside, make sure there's nothing left for family to come back for. I need air first, I said, relief making me feel weightless. The whole plan felt like glass ready to shatter. If that's okay. He nodded, guilt still written all over his face, then disappeared inside. Grace flicked a tick off her jeans and crushed it under her boot before following me around back. No destination in mind, just away, deeper into the woods, maybe the lake. A wooden path led us into the trees before dissolving into ferns and brambles. Birds chirped overhead, our footsteps crunching through the underbrush. The sun dipped low, turning everything gold and green. I felt small, quiet. Grace broke the silence. Sam. This might actually work. I didn't answer. All I could think about was the long road home. Beck's place already felt like a distant dream slipping through my fingers. That lodge gives me the creeps, I admitted, kicking a loose pebble off the edge of the rock. Grace shrugged, brushing dirt from her jeans. It just needs some work. We could make it work. Yeah, I muttered. Yeah, we could. Ahead of us, jagged slabs of stone jutted out like broken teeth, some longer than a pickup truck, smooth as pavement. Grace didn't hesitate. She scaled the side like it was nothing. I followed, my boots scraping against the rock until we stood side by side, higher than before but still dwarfed by the towering pines around us. The air up here had that dizzying hum, like the earth itself was swaying beneath us, teasing that we weren't any closer to the sky than we'd been on solid ground. I'd never seen trees this tall back in Mercy Falls. One leaned close to the ledge, its bark rough under Grace's fingertips as she traced it, her face tilted up in awe. It's incredible, she whispered, her voice soft with wonder. The way she looked right then, lips parted, eyes wide, the curve of her spine relaxed against the wildness around her made my chest ache. You make it easy, I said, the words slipping out before I could stop them. Grace let her hand fall from the tree and turned to me, head cocked like I'd spoken in riddles. Why do you sound so heartbroken? I shoved my hands deeper into my pockets, staring at the forest below, a mess of greens, sharp and muted, alive in ways I wouldn't see as a wolf. This is the spot, I said. But it has to be me, Grace, Cole's plan. It's the only shot we've got. We can't trap them all, and we don't have enough people to chase them out. It has to be a wolf who still remembers how to think like a human. I wanted to believe Cole could do it. Hell, in a fair world, he would. He loved being a wolf, treated it like some twisted experiment. But life wasn't fair. He told me he can't hold on to anything when he shifts. No thoughts, no direction, just instinct. Grace exhaled slowly, her breath steady, but she stayed quiet. You don't even shift anymore, she finally said, like she was testing the words. I knew where she was going. Cole could force it. Her fingers curled around mine, pulling my hand free from my pocket. Her pulse tapped against my thumb, a quiet rhythm. I was getting used to this, I admitted, flexing my fingers against hers. Started thinking maybe I wouldn't have to lose myself again. Started liking who I was when I stayed me. The rest stuck in my throat. How much I dreaded shifting, how I'd just begun to believe I could stay human. But the words tangled, too raw to say out loud. Saying it aloud wouldn't change what needed to happen. So I stayed quiet. Oh, Sam, Grace murmured, wrapping her arms around me, her fingers tangling in my hair as I pressed my face into the warmth of her neck. The sharp scent of pine clung to her skin. She swallowed hard, her voice catching. But she didn't finish. Instead, she held me tighter, her grip just shy of painful, like she was afraid I'd slip away if she loosened her hold. My lips brushed her collarbone, her hair teasing my cheek. A sigh escaped her, heavy with something unspoken. Why did every moment lately feel like the prelude to an ending? The woods hummed around us, birds chattering, the creek chuckling over smooth stones, the wind hissing through the leaves like a secret. This place had breathed long before us and would keep breathing long after. Nature didn't care about our little tragedies. It just stitched them into its fabric like another frayed thread. Sam! Koenig's voice cut through the quiet. Grace and I pulled apart, the sudden distance between us colder than the mountain air. I plucked one of her stray hairs from my tongue, flicking it away. "Your phone rang," Koenig said, squinting at the screen. "Call dropped before they could leave a message. Reception's garbage out here. It was your home number." Cole. Grace was already halfway down the rocks, moving with the same effortless grace she'd used to climb up. She landed beside Koenig, both of them scanning the tree line as I joined them. Koenig tilted his chin toward the forest. "Well," I glanced at Grace. Koenig followed my gaze. She gave a single nod. "You too?" Koenig asked me. I smirked, though it didn't reach my eyes. "Guess so," he exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. "Figured this place, perfect for getting lost." Chapter 52. I called Sam's phone 6 times in an hour. Same result as the 2 months I'd spent blowing up Isabel's nothing. I could have taken it personally, but hey, I was evolving. Patience was a virtue, right? Too bad it felt like chewing glass. Ring, ring, ring. I paced the basement, then the kitchen, scrubbing at non-existent stains just to keep my hands busy. The music on my phone dragged, every chorus feeling like déjà vu. Ring, ring, downstairs again. I dug through my stash of supplies, not because I needed anything, but because stillness made my skin crawl. My legs carried me back up, then down again, restless energy buzzing under my ribs. Ring, ring, ring. I grabbed clean clothes, tossing them onto the basement chair. The silence between each unanswered call stretched longer, taunting me. Patience. Yeah, right. I stood in my room, debating whether to grab a long-sleeve shirt or just stick with a t-shirt. No, scratch that, maybe a sweater would be better. I finally yanked a Berkeley sweatshirt from the drawer and threw it on. My fingers dialed Sam's number again, but nothing. Silence. Where the hell was he? Frustrated, I scribbled a note in Beck's old notebook, mine now, before heading back down to the basement. The thermostat stared back at me like it was mocking my impatience. I cranked it up as high as it would go, then dragged space heaters from the garage, plugging them into every outlet I could find. The basement was turning into an oven, but it still wasn't enough. I needed it to feel like mid-July in there. Finally, Sam picked up on the third ring, his voice crackling through the line. "Cole, what's going on?" "Sam," I said, my tone sharper than I meant it to be. But honestly, I had every right to be annoyed. My eyes flicked to the wolf sprawled on the floor, its sedative starting to fade. "I've got Beck." Chapter 53. Sam. It wasn't until Cole caught Beck that I realized Chinese Day wasn't even a real holiday. For years, I'd bought into the whole thing. Every May, Ulrich or Paul would round up me and Shelby, and we'd spend the day like tourists in our own town. Balloons tied to our wrists, museums we'd seen a dozen times, test-driving luxury cars we'd never buy. The grand finale, a feast at Fortune Garden in Duluth. I barely touched anything but the spring rolls and fortune cookies, but the memories made it my favorite spot. We'd always leave with stacks of white takeout boxes, leftovers haunting the fridge for weeks. By the time we got home, it was always dark, and I'd be half asleep, dragged up the stairs to bed. Beck never joined us. Paul had a new excuse every year. He's working, needs the house quiet, or he was up late, or he doesn't celebrate Chinese Day. Kid logic being what it is, I never questioned it. There were too many distractions to care. But as I got older, the cracks started showing. Little things, like how they'd always take the phone off the hook before we left, or lock the front door like the house was empty. By my teens, I'd stopped pretending to crash the second we got home. Instead, I'd vanish into my room with whatever new book or toy I'd scored that day, only sneaking out for the occasional bathroom run. Then, one year, I heard something. I don't even remember what it was, just that it was wrong. A sound that didn't belong. And for the first time, I hesitated in the hallway, listening for the first time. I crept silently past the bathroom toward Beck's slightly open bedroom door. My breath hitched as I paused, listening for any movement behind me before taking another careful step forward. The dim glow from his bedside lamp barely lit the room, revealing a forgotten plate on the floor, a sandwich untouched, apple slices turning brown, and a coffee mug with a crusted ring where the cream had curdled. Then I saw him. Beck sat hunched at the foot of his bed, knees pulled tight to his chest like a kid hiding from a storm, hands locked behind his head like he was bracing for impact. His whole body trembled, not the sharp jerks of fresh grief, but the slow, exhausted shudders of someone who'd been crying for hours. It hit me like a punch to the gut. I'd never imagined Beck could carry something this heavy inside him, something I'd missed completely. The muffled sound of his breathing, ragged, uneven, filled the silence. I backed away, leaving him to his pain, and found Ulrich downstairs mindlessly flipping through channels. "What's wrong with him?" I asked, voice low. That's when I learned about Beck's wife. She died 9 years ago on this exact day in May, right before I was bitten. I'd never connected the dates, or if I had, it hadn't meant anything until now. The truck tires crunched over gravel as we pulled into the driveway. My phone buzzed again, Cole, still calling. Koenig didn't even shift into park, just kept his foot on the brake, checking his watch and the rearview mirror as we climbed out. Grace leaned in through the open door. "You coming in?" Koenig shook his head. "Whatever's happening in there, I'd rather not know." His tone was dry, almost amused. "Officially, I never saw you today. You are calling your parents later, right?" Grace nodded. "Yeah, thanks for everything." "Yeah," I echoed, but the word felt hollow. The phone kept ringing. Beck was inside. Koenig gave me a pointed look. "Pick up your damn phone, Sam." Grace shut the door and gave the truck 2 quick pats, sending him off. I finally answered. "I'm here." Cole's voice crackled through. "Took you long enough. Did you crawl back?" "What?" I squinted against the late afternoon sun slicing through the pines, turning my face away from the glare for a second. I wasn't sure I'd heard Cole correctly. I'm literally in the driveway right now." There was a pause before he shot back. Awesome timing. "Now move your butt. And if you get mauled, don't say I didn't warn you." I hesitated. Should I even ask what's going on? Cole exhaled sharply. "Turns out sedating a wolf isn't the same as dosing your aunt's anxious poodle. Internet advice, not always reliable." "You're kidding me," I muttered. "So Beck's just loose in there, roaming around like he owns the place." Cole's tone was clipped. "Look, I did the hard part, dragging a wild animal out of the woods. Your job is getting him out of your freaking bedroom." We rushed to the front door. The afternoon sun glared off the windows, turning them into blinding mirrors. A year ago, this would have been the time when the house was alive, leftovers reheating, homework sprawled across the table, iron butterfly blasting while Ulrich air-drummed on the couch. Beck would have rolled his eyes and muttered something like, "Whoever said European men had style clearly never met Ulrich." The chaos used to drive me to my room, but now. I'd give anything for that noise again. Cole's impatient hiss snapped me back. "Are you inside yet? I swear if you take any longer, I'm nominating you for the world's slowest human award." The door was locked. "Here, talk to Grace," I said, shoving the phone at her. Cole groaned. "Oh, great, because Mom's definitely gonna say something different than Dad." Grace took it anyway. "Hi, we're coming in." She hung up before he could reply. I fumbled for my keys, finally unlocking the door and stepping into the dim living room. Sunlight striped the furniture in long red bars, but there was no wolf, no Cole, just silence. My phone buzzed. Grace handed it over with a sigh. "He's relentless." I pressed it to my ear. "Basement," Cole said. "Follow the scent of poor life choices." The basement door stood open, heat rolling up the stairs like a desert wind. Even from the top, the smell hit me: musky fur, wet earth, something wild. My stomach knotted as I descended into the dim glow below. At the bottom, Cole stood with his arms crossed, methodically cracking his knuckles. Behind him, space heaters hummed, turning the air stifling. "Took you long enough," he snapped. "He was way more out of it earlier. What did you stop for a scenic tour?" "It's a 2-hour drive," I said, eyes locked on Beck. The wolf lay in a haphazard sprawl, limbs tangled, head lolling. His ears drooped, eyes glazed, barely conscious. My pulse fluttered like a trapped insect. Cole smirked. "Speed limits are suggestions, you know. Since when do cops get tickets?" I muttered. Cole adjusted the syringe in his hand, his expression grim. "The heaters might buy us time, keep a werewolf from going full beast mode. That is, if we don't end up as chew toys first." Grace cut in, sharp. "Sam, are we doing this or not?" Her eyes locked onto mine, not Cole S. The call was mine to make. I crouched beside the wolf, and the moment I did, his body tensed. His ears pricked up, his gaze snapping to mine, Beck's eyes. Beck. The name echoed in my chest like a bruise. I waited for a flicker of recognition, but there was nothing. Just the hollow stare of an animal, paws scrambling against the ground, fighting the drugs in his system. The whole plan suddenly felt ridiculous. Stabbing him with adrenaline and whatever else Cole had cooked up. This wasn't Beck anymore. Just a shell with his eyes. My mind clawed for an escape, snagging on half-remembered lyrics. "Empty houses don't need windows 'cause no one's looking in. Why would a house need windows? Anyway, if no one's looking out." Again, the ache hit me like a punch. I hadn't realized how badly I needed to see him again. Not like this. Not as this. Cole knelt beside us, syringe ready. "Sam?" But his glance flicked to Grace, who was still watching me. My brain replayed that split second when the wolf's eyes met mine, no understanding, no thought behind them. Just instinct. We were flying blind. Cole had already screwed up the Benadryl dose. What if this killed him? Could I live with that? I knew what I would have chosen, had chosen when given the option. Risk death for a shot at being human again. But I'd had a choice. Beck hadn't given me one. The wolf staggered to his feet, lips peeling back in a snarl. And then the memory crashed over me, snow biting into my back, car doors slamming, Beck deciding my fate in an instant. No discussion, no yes or no, just teeth and pain and a life ripped away. Fair, maybe, but that didn't make it right. I wanted this to work, wanted him human so I could scream every unanswered question in his face. Wanted him to see me one last time and explain why, out of everyone, he'd picked me. And stupidly, I just wanted to tell him I missed him. But wanting wasn't enough. I met Cole's gaze. "No, we're not doing this. I can't go through with this. That's not who I am." Cole's piercing green eyes locked onto mine, unwavering. "But I am," he said. Quick as a rattlesnake strike, he plunged the needle into the wolf's leg. Grace's voice cut through the tension like a whip. "Cole, are you serious right now? I can't even." The wolf jerked violently, stumbling backward before collapsing into spasms, its body twisting in sharp, unnatural angles. Its pulse skyrocketed, breaths ragged. Was this death or transformation? A shudder rolled through its fur, its head snapping back with a strangled whine. The wolf's jaws gaped in silent torment. Sam turned away, unable to watch. But I couldn't look away. Every muscle in my body burned with exhilaration. I wanted my father here just so I could shove this moment in his face. Look at this. Look what I can do. Then, in one shuddering motion, the wolf split from its skin, leaving behind a figure sprawled on the worn basement carpet. Not a man, something raw, primal. His body was all sinew and scars, like something carved for survival. Grace glared at me, fury in her eyes, but all I saw was him. Beck. I dragged him back from the wild. Fumbling along the wall, I flicked on the light. The yellow glow spilled over the bookshelves, and Beck flinched, shielding his eyes. His skin still rippled, as if fighting to stay human. The basement was sweltering, the heaters roaring. If this heat couldn't hold him in place, nothing would. Sam moved silently up the stairs, sealing the door behind him. Grace's voice was a low, dangerous whisper. "You got lucky." I smirked, turning back to Beck. "Hey," I called, tossing a bundle of clothes his way. "You can thank me when you're done writhing." Beck groaned, shifting with a pained grunt. When he finally lifted his head, his gaze locked onto mine, just like that night months ago, when I was the one lying broken on the floor. "There's another way out," he'd told me then. "I can make you disappear. I can fix you." And now, after everything, here he was. The man who'd promised me an escape, stripped bare, just like I'd been. The irony wasn't lost on me. The guy who turned me into a werewolf was now the wolf I'd dragged back into humanity. His hollow stare told me his mind hadn't caught up yet. He crouched low, muscles tense like a cornered animal, fingers trembling. Was it the transformation or the fact I'd stabbed him? Hard to say. "Tell me when it clicks," I said, grabbing the sweatpants and hoodie from the chair. I kept him in my periphery as I tossed the clothes his way. They landed with a soft thump, but he barely noticed. His gaze darted me, the bookshelves, the ceiling, like he was piecing together reality one fragment at a time. Then finally, something shifted. Recognition flickered in his eyes. He yanked on the sweatpants but left the sweatshirt crumpled on the floor. "How?" His voice was rough, like gravel in his throat. He cleared it, tried again. "How did you pull this off?" "Adrenaline," I said, "and a little help from its buddies." Beck studied his hands, turning them over like he'd never seen them before. The intensity of it made me look away. It felt too personal, like watching someone rediscover their own skin. "You didn't know if it would work," he muttered. "I was the test subject." I stayed silent. "Did you know it was me?" No use lying. I nodded, his jaw tightened. "Good, some wolves belong in the woods." Then his eyes landed on Grace. "Grace, Sam did it." "It worked," she said softly, arms crossed like she was holding herself together. "He's human, no shifting back." Beck's whole body sagged. He tipped his head back, swallowing hard. The relief on his face was almost too raw to look at. "Is he here?" Grace glanced at me. Then Sam's voice came from the stairs, quiet, steady, but nothing like the Sam I knew. "I'm here." Sam Beck. My thoughts shattered, scattering down the steps, skittering across the floor, a hand on my shoulder, tires on wet asphalt, his voice threading through my memories. Pine needles on my childhood street, my handwriting an echo of his, wolves. "Sam, homework!" His shout ringing through the house. Snow biting my skin. "Hold on," he'd said. "Don't be afraid." And now here he was, human. "Alive you're still, Sam." My skin splits apart, raw and aching, as I drag my fingers across the rough edges of my new desk. The one meant to hold all my books, my thoughts, my chaos. My hands grip the steering wheel of his car, slick with sweat, knuckles white. Never-ending evenings blur together, the same smoky scent of charcoal clinging to my clothes as I stand by the grill, motionless, trapped in the repetition. Wanted. "You're the best of us, Sam." The words echo, hollow and heavy. This. Chapter 55. Grace, my first instinct was that Sam needed Beck, needed to untangle the mess of emotions twisting inside him. Then it hit me. Cole probably needed Beck too, if only to explain the reckless experiments he'd run on himself. But the third, sharper realization was that I was the only one who hadn't forgotten why we had to talk to Jeffrey Beck in the first place. "Beck," I said, hesitating. It felt strange, calling him by name when the boys wouldn't. But what choice did I have? "I hate that we have to do this now when you're like this." He was barely human. Cole had pulled him back, but just barely. The room still smelled like wet fur and restless energy. If I closed my eyes, I wasn't sure I'd see a man at all. "Do it," Beck rasped. His eyes flicked to Cole, then Sam, then back to me. Tom Culpepper got approval for an aerial hunt, 1 week. I let the words hang, watching for recognition. Beck exhaled, rough. Damn, I nodded. We were thinking we could move the pack. But we need to know how. My journal. Beck pressed a hand to his shoulder, wincing before letting it drop. It was worse, somehow, watching someone else in pain than feeling it yourself. I read it, Cole cut in, stepping forward. He didn't flinch like I did. Maybe he was used to seeing people broken. You said Hannah led them out. How? How did she keep the destination straight in her head? Beck's gaze lifted to Sam, still silent on the stairs, before answering. Hannah was like Sam. She could hold onto pieces of herself as a wolf, not as well as him, but better than me. Her and Derek, they were inseparable. Derek was good at sending images. She and Paul rallied the wolves, and Derek stayed human. He kept the destination in his mind, pushed it to her. She led the pack. He led her. Could Sam do it? Cole asked. I didn't look at Sam. I already knew Cole believed he could. Beck's frown deepened. If either of you can send him images while you're human. I finally glanced at Sam, but his face gave nothing away. Did those fleeting, uncontrolled moments between us count? When he'd shown me golden woods while I was human, or when I'd shoved memories of us into his mind back in the clinic? Desperate, bloody, too close to call it anything but survival. That wasn't the same as hurling thoughts from a moving car. While wolves chased us through the trees, the thought of Sam shifting back into his wolf form for such a risky plan twisted my stomach. We'd fought tooth and nail to keep him human. He hated losing control like that. Beck cut through the tension, his voice firm. My turn for questions, but first, a condition. When I shift back, leave me in the woods. Whatever happens to the wolves out there happens to me. No exceptions. I braced for Sam to argue, but he stayed silent, his expression distant, almost hollow. It sent a chill down my spine. Should I reach for him? Before I could decide, Cole answered, "Deal." Beck didn't flinch. First question, the cure. If Sam's human now, why risk him leading the wolves? Did it fail? It worked, Cole said, matter of fact. The meningitis is fighting the wolf. He'll still shift occasionally, but eventually it'll stop. Balance. Beck winced, pain flickering across his face before he steadied himself. Second question, why is Grace a wolf now? He caught my sharp look and tapped his nose with a faint smirk. Despite everything, he remembered my name. That small detail made it hard to resent him, even knowing what he'd done to Sam. If I felt this torn after barely knowing him, how must Sam feel? Cole shrugged. Long story short, she was bitten. What goes around comes around. Third question, Beck pressed. Can you fix her? Sam finally spoke, his voice rough. The cure killed Jack. He hadn't seen it like I had, Jack's fingers turning blue, his body giving out. Cole brushed it off. Jack fought meningitis as a human. That's suicide. You did it as a wolf. Sam's gaze locked onto Cole. How do we know you're right? Cole gestured at Beck. Haven't been wrong yet. Yet the word hung in the air. Cole had been wrong before, just lucky enough to be right in the end. Beck exhaled. Fourth question, where are you taking them? Peninsula up north, Cole said. Some cop owns it, found out about the wolves and offered to help, out of the goodness of his heart. Beck frowned, skepticism clear. Cole smirked. Relax, I'm buying it from him. Goodwill's nice, but legal ownership. Better. I shot Cole a look, and he met it with a tight smile. We'd definitely be discussing this later. Last question, Beck said, his tone shifting, familiar, like that first phone call when Jack had me trapped there was something in his voice. This raw, aching kindness that shattered me when nothing else could. His face only made it worse. The strong line of his jaw, the faint creases around his mouth like they were meant for smiles. The way his eyebrows knit together with this unbearable sincerity. He dragged a hand through his short auburn hair before lifting his gaze to Sam, his voice cracking under the weight of it all. Are you ever going to speak to me? Sam Beck stood in front of me, already slipping back into the wolf, and every word I'd ever known vanished. I'm trying to figure out what to say, he admitted, eyes locked on mine. I've got maybe 10 minutes left with the sun I never thought would survive this long. What do I even tell you, Sam? What's left? My fingers dug into the banister, knuckles bone white. Since when was he the one asking questions? Beck was supposed to have the answers. He was the one who left the footprints I was forced to step into. He crouched by the space heater, still watching me, then exhaled sharply. Maybe. Maybe there's nothing left to say. He shook his head, staring at the floor. His bare feet were pale, scarred, weirdly small, almost childlike. The room was dead silent. Everyone was waiting on me like I was the one who had to decide what happened next. But his question was mine too. What do you say when time's running out? There was too much. Grace was a wolf now. How was I supposed to help her? Olivia was gone. The cops were breathing down my neck. Cole had our lives in little glass tubes. How did we survive this? How was I supposed to stay me when winter and summer meant the same damn thing? My voice came out rough, barely there. Were you driving? Yeah, Beck whispered. Yeah, you'd ask that. My hands stayed shoved in my pockets, though part of me wanted to cross my arms to look like I had some control. Grace shifted beside me, restless even though she wasn't moving. I wanted her close. I didn't want her to hear this. Everything inside me was screaming contradictions. Beck swallowed hard, and when he looked up again, his face was surrender. No more lies, just the truth laid bare. Ulrich was driving. I turned away, a choked sound escaping before I could stop it. I wanted to crawl into one of those mental boxes Beck had taught me about, anything to escape this. But he was the one who'd given me that trick, so instead, I was stuck with the memory. Me bleeding out in the snow, a wolf standing over me. Beck's wolf. I couldn't shake it. Even when I closed my eyes, it was there. Then, a touch at my elbow, Grace. Her fingers curled around my arm like she was afraid I'd break. And maybe Beck's voice grew louder, insistent. Ulrich was behind the wheel. Paul and we were the wolves. I didn't trust Ulrich to keep his head in the game. Paul resisted, but I pushed him. I know forgiveness isn't owed to me. I haven't earned it. No matter how much good I try to do, what happened to you, that's a stain that won't wash out. His breath hitched unsteady. This wasn't the Beck I remembered. Grace nudged me, her whisper soft. Just look at him, Sam. You might not get another chance. So I did. His eyes were raw, haunted. When I thought your time was running out, he cut himself off, shaking his head like he could dislodge the memory. I never imagined the woods would take you first. And then I had to start over, find someone else to carry the weight. But this time, Sam, I tried to do it right. He searched my face for something, anger, understanding, anything. But I was numb, detached, already slipping into lyrics that could drown out this moment. Beck saw it. He always did. He knew me better than Grace, better than anyone. Don't, he said sharply. Don't disappear on me. Listen, I need you to hear this. 11 years, Sam. 11 years of watching your face when the shift took hold. 11 years of you asking if there was another way. 11 years of, his voice cracked. He pressed trembling fingers to his mouth, as if to hold back the rest. This wasn't the Beck from summer, full of fire and certainty. This was a man worn thin, his strength no longer in his body but burning in his gaze. Then Cole's voice cut through the silence, sharp as a blade. Sam, let's be real, I was halfway to dead when Beck found me, and I was damn good at getting there. His stare was relentless. I'd be gone if not for him. He didn't drag me here. Neither did Victor. We chose this. Wasn't like you. I knew he was right. There were always two Coles, the one who commanded stages and the one who whispered about escape. Beck had dug out that second Cole, the one who just wanted to breathe. And me? Beck had bitten me, but my parents were the ones who broke me. He'd taken the crumpled mess they left behind and smoothed the edges. Not just Cole, not just me. There were endless versions of him, like different takes of the same song, all true, all real. How was I supposed to love them all? Beck steadied himself. Okay, if I've only got 10 minutes, here's what matters. You're not just the best of us, Sam. You're more, so go live, really live. Beck's voice cracked as he spoke, raw with emotion. Take that guitar of yours and play for crowds until your fingers bleed. Keep folding those damn origami birds until your hands cramp. And for God's sake, kiss that girl until neither of you can breathe. His body suddenly folded in on itself, hands gripping the back of his head like he was trying to hold himself together. I could see the tension rippling through his shoulders, his voice barely audible when he finally whispered, "Just, forget I ever existed. I should have been better for you. I was." His fingers dug into his scalp, white-knuckled and desperate. There were a million ways to say goodbye, but I wasn't having it. "Not happening," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Beck lifted his head, his pulse hammering in his throat. Grace nudged me subtly, her silent way of telling me it was time to go. She wasn't wrong. I took the stairs 2 at a time, but before I could reach the bottom, Beck lurched forward unsteady. I dropped to my knees just as he nearly collapsed, our foreheads almost touching. He was shaking so hard it rattled my bones. Funny how things flip. There was a time when I was the one trembling on the floor while he crouched beside me. Now here we were, roles reversed, and I felt just as unsteady as he looked. It was like unfolding all those paper cranes I'd made over the years, only to find scribbled notes I didn't remember writing. Somewhere in the folds, hope had snuck in. My whole life I'd believed my story was simple. Once upon a time, a boy risked everything to save what he loved. But the truth was uglier. Once upon a time, a boy let fear devour him whole. Well, screw fear. It started with me and my guitar in that bathtub, and it was ending with me running straight into the wolf again. "Damn it," Beck breathed, his voice barely there. The fever was losing its hold on him. We stayed like that, forehead to forehead, father and son, Beck and Sam, the way it had always been. He was my salvation and my ruin all at once. "Tell me you want this," I demanded. Beck's fingers pressed into the floor, pale then flushed. "Yes," he murmured, and I knew he meant it for me, only me. "Do whatever you have to." His gaze flicked to Cole. "Cole, you—" Then his skin split open. I lunged to shove the heater aside just as Beck convulsed, crashing to the ground. Cole moved fast, jamming a second needle into Beck's arm. For one fractured second, Beck's eyes locked on the ceiling, unchanging, unreadable, and I saw my own reflection staring back. Chapter 56, Cole epinephrine pseudoephedrine mix method. Roman 4 injection result. Success, side effects. None. Note, environment still triggers reversion. Chapter 57. Sam, after Beck shifted back, I felt filthy, like I'd helped bury a body. Memories of my old life, hiding from the cold, clinging to the ghost of family, flooded in so hard my brain started shutting down to cope. I wasn't the only one wrecked. Cole muttered something about needing air, then vanished in Ulrich's beat-up BMW without another word after he left. Grace lingered in the kitchen while I kneaded dough like my sanity depended on it. Eventually, I left her to watch the oven and escape to the shower, desperate to wash away the weight of the day, to remind myself I was still human, still whole. I lost track of time under the scalding water until the bathroom door clicked open. "This is amazing," Grace announced, her voice muffled as she perched awkwardly on the closed toilet lid. "Seriously, Sam, you nailed it." I couldn't see her, but the warm, yeasty scent of fresh bread filled the air. The knowledge that she was just inches away while I stood there, exposed behind the thin shower curtain, made my skin prickle. Somehow, this felt more vulnerable than anything else we'd shared. I scrubbed at my ribs with the soap, hyper-aware of every movement. "Thanks," I muttered. Grace stayed quiet for a beat, the only sound the steady drum of water against tile. "You decent in there yet?" she teased. I groaned, and she laughed sharp and bright, cutting through the tension. Another pause. I inspected my hands, noting a split fingernail from playing guitar earlier. The dim orange glow through the curtain made it hard to tell how bad it was. Rachel's coming with me tomorrow, Grace said suddenly. To see my parents. Tomorrow night's the only time she's free. Are you nervous? I was, even though I wasn't the one facing them. I guess, she admitted, but it has to happen. Rachel says I need to be legally alive for Olivia's funeral. They already cremated her. The words hung heavy between us, the silence broken only by the rush of water. Then, abruptly, she shifted gears. This bread is really good. Message received. Ulrich taught me, I offered. Of course he did. German accent and a master baker. She poked the shower curtain, and when it brushed my hip, I flinched like she'd electrocuted me. You realize this could be us someday, right? I was out of excuses to stay under the water. My only escape was the towel, just out of reach unless Grace took pity on me. Unlikely. What making bread with a fake accent? I joked. Exactly, she deadpanned, and the sarcasm in her voice was a relief. I needed this, needed her lightness right now. Can I have my towel? Come and get it. Brutal, I muttered. The hot water was still running, so I stayed put, staring at the cracked grout beneath my feet. My fingers were wrinkled, my leg hair plastered in wet clumps. Then Grace's voice turned serious. Sam, do you think Cole's right about the cure? That meningitis could fix us if we're wolves when it hits. Should I try it? The question hit like a punch. After everything with Beck tonight, I didn't have an answer. I desperately wanted Grace to be healed, but I needed more than just my own experience to believe this would work. Jack's fate haunted me. I needed proof that the risks were lower, that the odds were in her favor. I'd gambled everything for this cure, yet now, faced with Grace taking the same leap, I hesitated. How could she live a normal life without it? I need more answers, I admitted, my tone clinical, like I was reporting to Koenig. Just gathering data. Grace shrugged it off. We don't have to decide until winter anyway, she said, her voice light. I was just curious, do you feel cured? The truth. No, I felt like Cole had described, almost there. Like a soldier still flinching at phantom pain. The wolf was still inside me, lurking in my blood, restless beneath my skin. Would I ever stop waiting for it to wake up, triggered by a storm, a surge of adrenaline, or another needle? Or would I always wonder? You look cured, Grace teased, peeking around the shower curtain with a grin. I yelped in surprise as she reached in to turn off the water. Get used to it, she laughed, throwing the curtain wide and holding out my towel. This is your future, me, barging in when you're old and wrinkly. Dripping wet, I stared at her, torn between embarrassment and amusement. Then I grabbed her chin instead of the towel, pulling her into a kiss. Water from my hair slid between us, soaking her shirt, but she didn't care. A lifetime of this sounded perfect. Better be a promise, I murmured. Grace stepped into the shower, socks and all, and hugged me tight. It's a guarantee. Isabel, a quiet knock came from the mudroom. I nudged past scattered boots and a half-empty bag of birdseed to open the door. Cole stood in the darkness, hands shoved in his pockets. Invite me in, he said. Grace, by the time Rachel and I reached my parents' house Sunday night, the sky was pitch black. Rachel, whose driving skills would give any Minnesota cop a heart attack, didn't have a license, so I'd had to pick her up. She greeted me by proudly displaying a beaded purse with a smiley face, her grin barely visible in the dim light. Pulling into the driveway felt surreal. The porch light cast the same glow over the house as it had the night I left. Like nothing had changed at all, I yanked the parking brake up outside my parents' house, the replacement car I'd bought with the insurance money from my totaled Bronco, the one that got wrecked when a deer decided to audition for a horror movie through my windshield. That night had felt like the end of everything, like I'd lost Sam forever. Funny how time works. It felt like a lifetime ago, and just yesterday all at once. Tonight. It was something else entirely. A fresh start or a final goodbye, I wasn't sure yet. Beside me, Rachel rummaged through her ridiculous smiley face purse, fishing out strawberry lip gloss like it was battle prep. She swiped on 2 thick layers, smacked her lips, then stuffed it back with the urgency of someone arming a bomb. We stepped out, our shoes clicking against the sidewalk like drumbeats before a fight. No key, so I knocked. My stomach twisted. Now that I was here, I wasn't sure I wanted to be. Rachel shot me a look. "You're like my favorite older sister," she said, "which is weird because we're literally the same age." I snorted. "Rachel, you say the weirdest things." We both laughed, but it was thin, nervous. She wiped her lips on her sleeve, leaving behind a faint pink smudge in the dim porch light. The moths fluttering around the bulb made the whole scene feel surreal. I braced myself, wondering who'd answer, or if anyone would. Maybe they'd ignore it. Maybe the door swung open. Dad. Before he could even process it was me, Mom's voice cut through from the living room. "Don't let the kitten out." Dad blinked at Rachel, then at me, and in that split second, a tiny brown tabby, seriously, it was the size of a baked potato, darted between his legs and bolted into the yard. "A kitten. They got a kitten." I didn't mean to say it out loud, but the words tumbled out. "You got a cat," Dad, still stunned, answered without thinking. "Your mother was lonely." "Cats are low maintenance," I shot back icy. Not my finest moment, but hey, neither was his response. I searched his face for something: dark circles, new wrinkles, anything that said he'd missed me. But no. He looked the same as always, polished, put together like he'd just stepped out of a luxury real estate ad. Perfect hair, perfect smile, perfect life. I wanted proof. A sign that my absence had hurt them. That tonight was a mistake, but there was nothing. Then Mom turned the corner. "Who is that?" She froze the moment my mom whispered my name. "Grace." Her voice cracked, and I knew there was no turning back. Before I could brace myself, she pulled me into a suffocating hug, her arms locked around my neck, my face buried in the worn fabric of her sweater. She murmured something between a prayer and a sob. "Thank God, Grace, thank you." But when I pulled away, her expression was unreadable. No tears, no smile, just a trembling lip. I crossed my arms, suddenly aware of how much I didn't want to be here. The kitchen smelled like stale takeout containers, a far cry from the warm, home-cooked meals I remembered. It was unsettling, like walking into a half-familiar dream. Rachel lingered near the door, looking like she'd rather be swallowed by the floor than stand there another second. But she stayed, because that's what friends do. She even brought the kitten inside, setting it gently on the couch before hovering behind me like a silent bodyguard. My dad's voice cut through the tension. "This is shocking, Grace. You've put us through hell." Mom started crying, and just like that, my resolve crumbled. I'd spent months imagining their grief, craving proof they cared, but now, faced with it, all I felt was guilt. I just wanted this conversation to be over. "I wasn't trying to." "We thought you were dead," Dad interrupted. "And the whole time you were with him." "No," my hands clenched. "Not the whole time." Mom wiped her eyes. "We're just glad you're safe." But Dad wasn't done. "You could have called, just one call, Grace, that's all we needed." His words stung. He didn't need me, just confirmation I existed. "Last time we talked, you shut me down, you wouldn't even let me." "I'm calling the police," he said, already pushing back his chair. "They already know," I snapped. "And you're doing it again, not listening." His glare shifted to Rachel. "Why is she even here?" Rachel stiffened, and I almost laughed. Of course that's what he focused on. She crossed her arms and declared, "I'm calling the shots here." Dad threw his hands up in that exaggerated surrender people do when they're anything but surrendering, then slapped them onto the table like we were summoning ghosts. Mom sighed. "We don't need a mediator. Nothing bad is going to happen." "Bad already happened," Dad shot back. "Our kid vanished." "That's not just irresponsible, Amy. It's illegal in Minnesota. I won't act like she didn't ditch us to shack up with some guy." Something about his words snapped everything into focus. He was on autopilot, reciting lines from some parenting handbook he'd half remembered from a late-night drama. I watched them, Mom cradling the stray kitten that had just leapt into her lap, Dad glaring at me like I was a stranger. Sure, they were adults, but so was I. Rachel had nailed it when she called me her big sister. They'd rushed me into growing up, and now they were shocked I'd actually done it. I mirrored Dad, palms flat on the table, and finally said what I'd been holding back. "And I won't pretend you didn't almost kill me when you left me in the car." "Don't be dramatic," he muttered. My gut twisted with frustration. Dramatic? You forgot your own kid in a death trap. Before that, I got mauled by a stray dog while Mom was too busy redecorating to notice. And yeah, my boyfriend stayed over for weeks, and you didn't even blink. Did you even care I was here? You gave me all the freedom in the world. Did you really think I wouldn't take it? Rachel nervously swiped on more lip gloss. Enough, Mom cut in, peeling the kitten off her shoulder and passing it to Rachel, probably a referee foul, but at least Rachel looked less tense. "I'm done fighting." "Louis, I can't do this. I thought we'd lost her." Dad's jaw clenched, but he stayed silent. I steadied myself. This was it. "I'm leaving." "Like hell you are," he snapped. "Exactly why I have to," I fired back. "You don't get to flip a switch and suddenly play parent. You don't get to yank me back when I'm finally building my own life. It's not fair. You want me to go back to being your perfect, miserable honor student? No. At least Rachel's parents or Sam's actually pay attention." Dad scoffed. "The ones who tried to drown him." "Not Sam Beck," I corrected, remembering the way they'd leaned together, that unspoken connection thicker than Blood-Eye studied Sam's mannerisms. The way he'd stretch his arms behind his head, a habit he'd picked up from Beck. It made me wonder if I carried any traces of my parents in me, or if I was just a patchwork of influences from books, TV, and teachers. Sam would follow Beck anywhere because Beck's always had his back. But me. The only person who's ever had mine is myself, a one-person family. Dad's jaw tightened. "You're not changing my mind. The law agrees with me. You're 17. You don't get a say." A sharp noise cut through the tension, Rachel yelping as the kitten nipped her fingers. I hadn't expected Dad to fold that easily. This wasn't about logic anymore. It was about stubborn pride, and he wasn't budging. My gut twisted, anxiety rising like bile in my throat. Keeping my voice steady, I laid it out. "Here's how this goes. I finish summer school, graduate early, then college. If you let me leave now, I'll still talk to you after I turn 18. Or you can drag the cops into it, force me to stay, and watch me vanish the second the clock strikes midnight on my birthday. Don't test me. Look at me. You know I mean it. And don't lecture me about the law, not after you put your hands on Sam. What kind of legal high ground is that?" The silence was suffocating. Dad turned away, staring blankly into the dark backyard. Rachel scratched the kitten behind its ears, its purring so loud it drowned out the quiet. Mom's fingers traced the edge of the table, pinching at nothing like she was counting stitches in the air. Finally, she spoke. "Let's try a compromise." Dad whipped his head around. "Amy, no, we don't negotiate with. Your approach isn't working," she shot back. The fury in his glare could have melted steel. "You're really siding with this." "I'm not siding. I talked to Sam. You were wrong about him." She turned to me steady. "Here's the deal. You stay until 18, but we treat you like an adult. No curfew, you can see Sam as long as you keep up with summer school and stay on track for college." Dad scoffed, but Mom didn't flinch. The weight in my chest didn't lift. Whatever middle ground she was offering, it still felt like a cage. "I'm listening," I said, voice hollow. Added detail. The kitten suddenly leaped onto the table, batting at Mom's restless fingers, breaking the tension for just a second before Dad's scowl deepened. Sam could crash at our place all day if he wanted. Overnight was off the table. But honestly, I didn't care how long he stuck around as long as we got to figure him out. Mom shot Dad a look, but he just shrugged, lips pressed tight. Then they both turned to me. "Oh, and one more thing," Mom added, like it was an afterthought. "You don't ghost us the second you turn 18. That's non-negotiable." I propped my elbows on the table, fingers pressed to my lips. Giving up nights with Sam wasn't ideal, but it was a decent middle ground, better than the dead end I'd been staring at. Still, what if I shifted again? Moving back and meant being sure I wouldn't turn into a liability. Cole's so-called cure wouldn't save me in time. How do I know you won't rewrite the rules later? I stalled. Sam stays, period. He's mine. Forever. Just putting that out there now. Dad made a face but stayed quiet. To my surprise, Mom gave a tiny nod. Fine, we'll try, and we won't keep you from him. And no more throwing punches, Rachel chimed in. I glared, typical of her to wait until the storm had passed to play referee. Right, Mom agreed. Grace, what do you think? I scanned the room, the kitchen, the breakfast nook, and it all felt surreal. I'd expected tonight to be the last time I'd step foot in this house, that I'd storm out and never look back. The idea of slipping back into my old life was equal parts relief and exhaustion. Sam's fear of shifting again after thinking he was free. Yeah, I got it now. I need time, I said. I want to sleep on it. Can't you sleep on it here? Mom pressed. Rachel shook her head. Nope. She's gotta drive me home anyway, referee's orders. I stood, cutting off any argument. My stomach was still twisted in knots, even though the worst was over. I'll think about it and come back to talk. Mom shot up so fast the kitten in Rachel's arms startled, letting out a tiny hiss like a sneeze. Before I could react, she was hugging me, awkward too tight, like she'd forgotten how. I hesitated, unsure where to put my hands, then settled for a vague squeeze. You'll come back, she whispered. Yeah, I said, and for once I meant it. Dad stood and draped an arm over my shoulder, probably avoiding a full hug for the same reason I had. Here's your cat, Rachel said, handing the kitten back to Mom. Thanks for bringing her home, Mom replied. I couldn't tell if she meant the cat or me. Rachel just shrugged and looped her arm through mine. That's my job. And with that, she hauled me out of the house and back to the car. New detail. The kitten's hiss sounding like a sneeze adds a small, unexpected moment of levity in the tension. Voice shift. The sarcasm in Rachel's, referee's orders lightens the mood after the emotional weight of the scene. My parents lingered in the doorway, their faces tight with worry as we pulled out of the driveway. The car, an old, beat-up sedan, groaned like it shared their unease. My stomach twisted, a mix of adrenaline and dread. For a moment, the only sound was the hum of the engine. Then Rachel broke the silence. Seriously, a cat? That's what they picked to replace you. A laugh burst out of me, sharp and humorless. Yeah, real subtle, right? Thanks for being here, though. They only acted halfway human because you were. Rachel snorted. They acted human because they thought you were dead. Grace, are you okay? My hands fumbled on the gear shift, the car lurching until I forced it into the right gear. I was never great with a manual transmission, and now every movement felt like wading through mud. Then the nausea hit, hard. A shudder ran through my arms, and I realized this wasn't just nerves. Oh no, I choked out, my throat burning. Pull over now. The road was empty, just the dim glow of streetlights stretching ahead. I swerved onto the shoulder, barely getting the door open before I doubled over. Rachel was suddenly beside me, her face pale in the dark. What do I do? She hissed, waving her hands. I can't drive this thing. My body was betraying me, tremors racking my limbs, my teeth chattering. Ratch, I gasped, curling against the car. The pain was coming in waves, bones shifting under my skin. No, not now. Call Sam, I forced out. Tell him I shifted. Cole can get the other car. Just go get in the car, don't watch, my legs buckled. I couldn't let her see this. It would change everything. But before I could push her away, Rachel wrapped her arms around me, her grip fierce despite the way I must have smelled, musky, wild, wrong. She pressed her cheek against mine, and for a second the pain dulled. Does it hurt? She whispered. I shook my head, clenching my fists. I just love you and it's making me turn into a wolf, she finished, wiping her nose. Yeah, I get that a lot. I wanted to laugh, but the stars above blurred as my body gave way. The sky reminded me of another night, Sam and me under the northern lights, the colors dancing like magic. Now those same colors flickered in my mind, fractured like glass, and then there was nothing left but the breaking losing grace like this. Suddenly, without warning, left me restless and uneasy. After taking Rachel home, I wanted to search for Grace immediately, but Cole talked sense into me. She wouldn't come to me in this state, and if she shifted back near her parents' place, at least she'd recognize her surroundings. I didn't expect to sleep without her, but exhaustion won out. Lying in bed, I stared at the paper birds and Christmas lights dangling above me, pretending Grace would walk in any second. The weight of the day pressed down until my thoughts blurred, and sleep dragged me under. In my dream, I wandered through the house, each room hollow but alive with presence, like the walls themselves were holding their breath. It wasn't abandoned, just paused, as if everyone had stepped outside for a moment. The bedrooms held traces of their owners: Ulrich's laptop and razor, Paul's scattered guitar picks and bootleg DVDs, Derek's tangled earbuds resting on his camera, Melissa's sketchbook by her shoes. Beck's room was the only one untouched, a silent reminder of absence. I moved through the house like a ghost, flicking off lights as I went. The living room, where Grace and I had curled together on the couch, where Isabel had steadied Cole mid-seizure. The yellow room, Cole's space and Jack's grave. The kitchen, walls papered with photos of us laughing, real smiles, no lies left in them. Then the basement, Beck's sanctuary. His suitcase sat on the ottoman, his shoes beside it, a folded tie and a CD with tangled branches on the cover. Scrawled across it in messy script, "Still waking up." The shelves around me hummed with Beck's presence. He lived in these books, in every hero's triumph and every villain's downfall. He was the first word and the last, the story and the silence after. Die letzte aller Türen Dock, ny hat man and alles skan geklopft the last door. The one you never knock on. I turned off the light. The last place I could go was my room. My feet dragged as I climbed the stairs, first to the main floor, then up to the second. The hallway stretched long and quiet before me, but inside, my paper cranes dangled in uneasy stillness. Their delicate wings flickered with trapped memories, scenes replaying like old home movies projected onto fragile origami. Each one hummed with fragments of songs I used to sing, their voices trembling like they knew what was coming. They looked beautiful and desperate, twitching against their strings. Then Cole's voice cut through the silence. "Bad news, Ringo, we're all screwed." The phone's shrill ring jolted me awake. My heart hammered against my ribs before my brain even caught up. Why did my first thought scream, "Not here, not now"? Reality snapped back, just the phone. I fumbled for the receiver. "Sam," Koenig's voice was sharp, wired. "I should have called sooner, but look, it doesn't matter. They bumped the hunt. Dawn, 5:47 sharp." My stomach dropped. The cranes hung motionless as if time had frozen. "Tomorrow," I croaked. "Helicopter opened up last minute. Get moving." Like I could sleep after that. Isabel midnight, and I was trying to sleep, not because I wanted to, but because the alternative was listening to my parents tear each other apart downstairs. Mom was on a roll, her voice slicing through the walls, while Dad's comebacks were getting weaker. Classic Culpeper showdown. My room, with its rose-patterned walls and familiar clutter, felt like a time capsule. For a second, I could almost pretend none of this was happening, that I could storm downstairs and yell at Jack for forgetting to walk the dog, or text my old California friends about sneaking onto UCLA's campus like we used to. The illusion was comforting and gut-wrenching at the same time. Then my cell buzzed, Beck's house. "Hi," I muttered. Cole didn't bother with hellos. "Guess what your dickhead dad pulled now?" I clenched my jaw. Not exactly the reunion I'd imagined. "They moved the hunt, dawn tomorrow." As if summoned, the landline rang beside me. Perfect timing, the phone screen lit up with the name I dreaded seeing, Landy Marshall. Great. So my dad and I were about to have identical conversations with different people, just what I needed. The yelling downstairs had finally stopped, but the weight of the situation still hadn't fully hit me. "What's your plan?" I asked, gripping the phone tighter. Cole's voice was clipped. "First, I'm fixing Sam. Grace shifted tonight and now she's out in the woods. Sam S. lost it." That snapped me awake. I yanked out my earbud and sat up straight. "Grace is out there. That's not just not acceptable, it's a disaster." The thought of Grace facing off against Thomas Culpepper made my stomach twist. I already knew how that would end. "I know, Princess," Cole shot back, sharp as glass. "What I need you to do is go downstairs and tell your father to pick up the damn phone and put an end to this." I scoffed. "That won't work. This is way beyond him now." "I don't care," Cole said, slow and deliberate, like he was explaining something to a toddler. "Find that bastard and stop him. You can." His tone made my skin prickle. "First off, don't order me around. Second, if I go down there, all that'll happen is he'll get pissed at me for no reason. And if I'm really lucky, he'll start wondering why I suddenly care so much about the wolves. Then I'll be stuck dealing with that mess for the rest of the year. And you know what he'll say. 'It's out of my hands now. Time for you to handle it.'" "Handle it?" I snapped. "My handling it only works if Grace is here. Without her, all I've got is a wolf on the edge and a beat-up Volkswagen." The house was eerily quiet now, the silence almost worse than the shouting. The idea of confronting my dad about the hunt was laughable. "I'm not doing it, Cole. You owe me this much." "Owe you?" I barked out a bitter laugh. My mind raced through every interaction we'd ever had. Was there some debt I'd forgotten? Nope. If anything, he owed me. "Why the hell would I owe you anything?" Cole's voice was ice. "Your father killed Victor and shoved it in my face." Heat flared up my neck. "I'm not him." "I don't owe you a damn thing," Cole sent Claire. "I might have considered talking to my dad before, but now, screw you." "Oh, real mature. Throw a tantrum, find an excuse, and dump it on someone else. Daddy's girl through and through." It hit like a slap, so I laughed cold and sharp. "Look who's talking. The only surprise here is you're actually sober. If things go south, you can always fall back on your old standby, right?" The line went dead. My pulse hammered, my skin burned, and suddenly the room spun. I pressed my palms against my lips, sinking back into my chair. My bedroom hadn't changed, same posters, same mess, but everything felt different after that call. In a burst of frustration, I hurled my phone across the room. Midair, it hit me. Dad would murder me if I broke it. The device smacked against the wall with a dull thud, then clattered to the floor, miraculously intact. Just like my life, no cracks, no visible damage, but everything inside was shattered. Chapter 62. Sam Cole exploded into the kitchen like a grenade with a bad attitude. 1 a.m. and sunrise was creeping closer, 4.5 hours until the wolves started dropping. "No luck," he announced, tossing his keys onto the counter. "Culpepper won't back down." His voice was steady, but his eyes were wild, like a storm trapped behind glass. I hadn't expected much, but still, the finality of it stung. "Isabel coming." My words sounded detached, like someone else had spoken them. Cole didn't even blink. "No," just that. A single syllable, sharp as a knife. He yanked open the fridge so hard the ketchup bottle toppled over, smacking into the mustard with a plastic clatter. Cold air pooled around my ankles, sending a shiver up my spine. "So it's just us. Koenig's still in." I exhaled. A cop on our side, someone logical, unemotional, would have been a relief. "He's stuck on duty till 6. "Perfect." Cole grabbed a fistful of vials from the fridge and dumped them onto the counter. They skittered across the granite like tiny, doomed race cars. "Here's the menu." My head buzzed. "We have choices. 3, technically." He tapped each one. "Wolf, wolf, or seizure roulette." But we both knew there was only one real option. I swallowed hard. "I have to go in for her." "And the others?" "Grace first." The words tasted like ash. It was the ugliest truth I'd ever spoken, but anything else would have been a lie. She was the only thing I'd remembered as a wolf, the only thing worth holding onto. The others mattered, but not like her. I didn't think I sounded convincing, but Cole just nodded, sealing the deal. The reality of it hit me like a punch, nausea rising so fast my vision speckled. I was doing this, tonight. All right, here's the play. Cole's voice shifted, all business now as he pocketed a syringe. I'll head to 2 Island Lake parking lot by the woods. That's our meet point. You, Grace, whoever you can drag with you. We've got to clear that open stretch before dawn or we're sitting ducks. His finger traced an invisible path in the air, like he was drawing battle lines. No turning back now. Are you sure about this? Cole's voice snapped me back to reality. My mind had wandered to the quiet strumming of my guitar in the bathtub, singing, still waking up, to the way Grace's dress slipped over her shoulders, to Cole's sharp words about how people listened, but I rarely spoke up. Every memory, every fragment of who I was, flashed through me like a warning. Losing myself wasn't an option. I'm ready, I said, forcing the words out. Time was up. Outside, the night air clung to my skin as I stripped down, the cold biting at my bare arms. Cole flicked the syringe, watching the bubbles rise. The moon wasn't full yet, but the misty haze scattered its light, turning the woods behind the house into something ghostly, endless. What's going through your head right now? Cole asked, turning my wrist upward. My scars looked jagged under the pale glow. Grace's fingers tangled with mine, Beck trembling in the dark, Victor's grave, the fragile hope that maybe, somewhere, Grace was searching for me too. I clung to the thoughts I needed. I'm Sam Roth. I'm finding Grace, bringing the wolves to the lake. Cole gave a sharp nod. Damn right you are. Now this has to hit a vein. Stay still. Say it again. Wait, where are your keys? My pulse hammered, fear, adrenaline, stubborn hope. In my pocket. Cole glanced down. I'm not wearing pants, I reminded him. He exhaled, eyeing the porch steps. Yeah, I see that. All right, don't move. Cole, I said, voice tight. If this doesn't, he cut me off, sharp but steady. No, I'll see you after. The needle slid in. For a heartbeat, just one fractured second, pain erased everything. Fire surged through my veins, bones reshaping, skin tearing. I'd forgotten how much it hurt. No mercy, no pause. The first time I shifted, I was 7. My mother, what was her name, had been the one to find me. My spine cracked. The syringe clattered onto the steps. The woods whispered in a language only wolves understood. Last time, Grace's face was the last thing I saw. Last time it was goodbye. Not this time. No more goodbyes. I am Sam Roth. I am finding Grace. Isabel stared at her phone, the silence louder than Cole's abrupt hang-up. 5 minutes passed before she realized his words weren't as bad as she'd thought. 10 before regret clawed at her. She should have called back. 15 to confirm he wasn't answering. 20 to wish she hadn't thrown that suicide jab at him. 25 to wonder if those were the last words he'd ever hear from her. Why had she said it? Rachel might have had a point with her sharp words. I wished I could dial back my intensity, switch from destroy to temporarily disable. Hours crawled by before I admitted the truth. If I didn't act, I'd hate myself. I called Cole. Then Sam's silence. Downstairs I went, scripting arguments in my head, first logic, then begging, then carefully crafted concern that wouldn't expose Sam or Beck. Pointless, obviously, but at least I could tell Cole I'd tried. Maybe then the guilt clawing at my ribs would ease. The house was a tomb. Every light switch flipped felt like an accusation. Kitchen empty, living room nothing. Then I found Mom in the library, sprawled on the couch with a glass of wine, glued to some medical drama. Normally, the hypocrisy would have made me smirk. Tonight, all I heard was my own voice telling Cole I'm not a good person. Mom, I said, too casual. Where's Dad? She barely glanced up. That hem, so ordinary, so Mom anchored me for half a second. The world hadn't ended yet. Man who contributed half my DNA. Where is he? She sighed. Helicopter. Marshall got him a spot, said he's too good a shot to waste. She took a sip, eyes back on the screen. Thank God this hunt's almost over. My stomach dropped. Dad is in the helicopter, the one gunning down wolves. Of course he was. Of course Marshall made it happen. Leaves at dawn, Mom added. He left early for coffee with Marshall, more TV time for me. Too late. I'd wasted hours wrestling with myself and now nothing. Cole's voice echoed, "You owe me this." Did I? I grabbed my jacket keys phone, the back door creaked. Not long ago, Cole had stood there as a wolf, green eyes locked on mine while I spat venom about my dead brother. Now everything was different. The tires screeched as I peeled out of the driveway, gravel spraying behind me. Sam, I'm Sam Roth, and I'm coming for Grace. For the pack the forest swallowed me whole as I ran, Sam Roth, driven by one purpose, find Grace. Find the wolves, bring them to the lake. My paws tore across the uneven ground, claws digging into damp earth and loose stone. The world blurred around me, but my focus was razor sharp. Every breath burned, every heartbeat roared in my ears like a drum. I wasn't just running, I was chasing something deeper. Grace's scent lingered in the air, sweet and familiar, like the memory of a candy store we, once wandered into, colors exploding around us in a dizzying rush. But now, the woods were alive with a different kind of magic. The half-moon cast jagged shadows, turning the mist into silver threads. I didn't need to see far, I needed to listen. Then it came, her howl, cutting through the night. It wasn't just a call, it was a lifeline. The wolves answered, their voices tangled in the dark, but I knew hers instantly. We were strangers, yet somehow we knew each other like the back of our own hands. A misstep sent me skidding on slick clay, my claws scrambling for purchase. That's when I saw it, a gaping pit, water glinting at the bottom. A trap. My instincts screamed at me to slow down, but the silence that followed was worse. The forest held its breath. So I howled back, raw and aching, and when her reply came, I ran again. Birds erupted from the trees ahead, wings beating like 1,000 tiny ghosts against the sky. For a second, they hung there, suspended, and something tugged at the edges of my memory, something just out of reach. But I couldn't lose Grace. Not again. Some things were worth holding on to, no matter what. Chapter 66, Cold 2, 34 a.m. I was alone. The lake lay still beside the empty parking lot, its surface a flawless mirror reflecting the fractured glow of the moon. Somewhere beyond the water was the Culpeper place, but I refused to let my thoughts drift there. 2:35 a.m. No sign of Sam. Maybe he wasn't coming after all. By 3:21 a.m., Beck's house was deserted. A heap of clothes and a discarded needle lay near the back door. Inside, Sam's phone sat abandoned on the kitchen counter. No wonder my calls had gone unanswered. They'd gone ahead without me, just like I'd warned them. My boots echoed on the hardwood as I moved through the silent rooms, though I already knew no one was left to answer. At the end of the hallway was the room where Jack had died. I flicked on the light, and the walls were instantly bathed in that same sickly yellow I remembered too well. This was Cole's space now, chaos in every corner. Stray sweatpants sprawled across the floor like they'd walked off on their own. Every surface was buried under a mess of dishes, pens, and crumpled papers. The bed was unmade, and on top of the tangled sheets sat a leather-bound journal. I climbed in, the scent of Cole's cologne faint on the fabric, and stared at the ceiling, forcing myself to remember Jack's last moments right here. The memory was distant, like trying to grasp smoke, no tears, just a dull ache. That emptiness left me torn between relief and grief. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed the journal, flipping past the pen marking his last entry. Cole's private thoughts, unlikely. The pages were clinical, detached dates, symptoms, results. Seizure, chills, hands shaking for 2 hours, shifted for 27 minutes. No emotion, just facts. But then, on the final page, the only clue I needed, meet at 2 Island parking area, then up 169, north on Knife Lake. It wasn't much, but it was a start. The woods were a maze of pale-barked trees when he finally appeared. My howls had drawn others from the pack by the time we spotted each other. With every step closer, my chest tightened. I wanted to whimper, but I held the note steady. After all this time, here he was. Exactly as I remembered the others did their best to comfort me, but I kept flashing them mental snapshots of his gaze, those piercing eyes that held everything I needed to know. His voice alone hadn't convinced me. Not until I saw him, breath ragged, hesitant as he stepped into the clearing. The other wolves tensed at his arrival, but one whiff of his scent told them everything. Memories flooded between us, chasing through the woods, hunting under the moon, running with the pack. I bolted toward him, tail high, ears sharp, my whole body trembling with joy. Then he hit me with an image so vivid it stopped me cold. Trees, white bark scarred with black, leaves drifting down, humans standing motionless among them. Confused, I sent back my own memory, racing through the forest, following his voice like a beacon. But he repeated the vision, sharper this time. A warning, a memory. The scene twisted, a boy and a girl holding leaves, their longing so thick it ached. The boy had his eyes. My chest tightened. Grace. The name slipped out as a whimper, heavy with loss. He moved closer, waiting for my signal before licking my muzzle, nuzzling my ears. Every touch was reassurance, like we'd spent lifetimes waiting for this. I couldn't stop leaning into him, bumping my nose against his fur, and he didn't mind. Wolves speak through contact. Finally, he sent a clear message, us heads thrown back, howling together to summon the pack. It pulsed with urgency, with danger. Familiar territory. Then he tipped his head and let out a cry, long, mournful, cutting through the trees. In that sound, I understood Grace more than any image could say. I joined him, our voices weaving into one. The others pressed close, whining, then howling until the forest echoed with us. No corner of the woods could escape it. Chapter 68, Cole 5, 15 a.m. Exhaustion had turned my hands into shaky messes, my vision sparking with phantom movements. Sam wasn't here. Funny how life works. I came to erase myself and instead ended up losing everything but me. Maybe I'd pushed my luck one too many times. Wouldn't it be just like fate to teach me how to care, then rip it all away? If this failed, I had no backup plan. And that's when it hit me. Somewhere along the way, I'd started believing Sam could actually pull this off. The weight of disappointment settled heavy in my chest. I'd known, deep down, there was no other outcome. But that didn't make the sting of betrayal any easier. The empty house, just walls and silence, New York. A ghost of a home I'd outgrown long ago. I was adrift, a man without roots, and somehow I'd become the anchor for this pack. Rubbing my tired eyes, I caught movement in the dim light, floaters, tricks of exhaustion. But this was real. Sam stood there, golden eyes locked on the car, cautious. Behind him, the wolves waited, restless shadows in the moonlight. Sam's paw of this was all wrong. Exposed. Too close to the car. My instincts screamed at me as the mist turned the night into an eerie glow. A few wolves edged toward the trees, but I lunged forward, steering them back toward the lake. Flashes of memory hit me, Grace, the pack, the water. But now, no plan, no direction. Grace pressed against me, sensing my unease, but it wasn't enough. The pack was on edge, and Shelby's snarl cut through the tension, though she held back. Then the car, a person inside. A voice, no, an image slammed into my mind. Wolves running, freedom ahead, danger behind. My ears twitched, searching for the source. The man in the car held my gaze, and the vision sharpened, clearer this time. Threat closing in, the pack fleeing. I sharpened the image and threw it to the others. Grace's head snapped up, her eyes locking onto mine across the chaos. Beneath my paws, the ground trembled with something new, something coming. Grace sent another image, me leading, her flanking, the pack surging forward. And threaded through it all, one undeniable truth, Sam. That name, that trust made it real. I didn't hesitate. I sent the command, not a suggestion, an order, we move. Now, Paul should have been the one giving orders. But tonight, survival didn't care about rank for a second, everything was still. Then, as if some silent signal had been given, we all took off running at once. It felt like a hunt, except our target was invisible, something just beyond our reach. The pack moved as one, responding to my lead without hesitation. Chapter 70, Cole, it was actually working. But the second I tried tailing them in the Volkswagen, they panicked, scattering in every direction before finally regrouping. Dawn was creeping closer. We didn't have time for them to adjust to the car. So I bylayed, tossing mental images their way as best I could, still not great at distance, but improving, and took off on foot. I kept my distance, sticking to the road's shoulder to stay oriented while they wove through the trees a good 50 yards away. My only goal was keeping track of their direction. Funny, I used to complain about how slow they were. Now, if they'd been any faster, I'd have lost them completely. Instead, here I was, practically part of the pack again, racing under the fading moonlight. Adrenaline kept me going, but I had no idea what would happen when I finally crashed. And I'll admit, even as someone who doesn't get sentimental, watching them move was something else. The way they leaped, ducked, surged together like a single living thing. But Sam and Grace, that was a whole different level. Sure, I could send images to Sam, but it took effort for him to process them. Those two, though, effortless. A flick of Grace's tail, a slight shift in Sam's posture. Suddenly, the whole pack adjusted course. And the whole time, even in the urgency of the run, they stayed connected. Nudging, brushing against each other. Every bit of their human bond translated into this. But here's the problem. North of Boundary Wood, the trees thinned into a massive stretch of open scrubland. Easy pickings for anyone looking. From a car going 60 mph, it hadn't seemed like much. On foot at a jog, a death sentence. The horizon was already turning pink. We'd never make it across before sunrise. All I could hope was that the helicopter was slow to mobilize, that it'd waste time searching Boundary Wood first, confused by the lack of wolves. Maybe, just maybe, luck would be on our side. Chapter 71, Isabel. By the time I spotted the abandoned Volkswagen by the lake, dawn had already broken. I cursed Cole under my breath for ditching Sam's phone and abandoning the car. But then the morning dew revealed a chaotic trail of paw prints, more wolves than I'd ever seen in one place. The underbrush was trampled where they'd waited, their path leading straight back to the road. Just like the journal mentioned, they were moving up Route 169. For a second, I was too hyped about being right to notice the obvious. The tracks were fresh because dawn had broken. Time was up. No, scratch that, time had already run out unless the pack had cleared the woods. The stretch of 169 outside Boundary Wood was a barren no-man's land. Nothing but open space between Mercy Falls and the trees. If the wolves got caught there, they'd be sitting ducks for my dad and his rifle. I slammed the gas, the SUV roaring down the empty road. My fingers were numb, even though the morning wasn't that cold, just the usual bite of early hours. I cranked the heat and white-knuckled the wheel. No one else was dumb enough to be out here at sunrise except wolves and the people chasing them. Guess that made me one or the other. Then there they were. Silhouettes against the scrub, shifting from shadow to shape as I got closer. Of course, they were right in the dead zone, moving in a tight formation like some kind of doomed parade. Grace led the pack, no mistaking her stance, the way she held herself, with Sam beside her. A flash of white fur made me think of Olivia for half a second before I remembered. Shelby, the psycho wolf who'd stalked us to the clinic. The rest were just wolves. And then Cole. Sprinting alongside them, dodging potholes and leaping ditches like some reckless kid playing tag. arms out for balance, completely unguarded. The sight of him keeping pace with the pack hit me harder than anything else. My last words to him echoed in my head, sharp and bitter. A new mission formed in my mind. I'd apologize when this was over. Then I heard it, a faint rattle. I smacked the dashboard, checked the door panel, before realizing the noise wasn't coming from inside the car. I rolled down the window. The rhythmic thud of helicopter blades cut through the air, growing louder as it emerged from the tree line. My pulse hammered in my ears, but the chopper's beat was faster, relentless, mechanical, drowning out everything else. It hovered low, a dark silhouette against the sky, more menacing than any creature I'd ever faced. Instinct screamed at me to run, but my feet stayed rooted. The sound triggered an old song in my head, one I hadn't thought of in years. I am expendable, and the words clung like a curse. The wolves reacted instantly. Ears flattened, tails tucked, they scattered in chaotic bursts, their usual coordination shattered by the deafening noise. Grace fought to keep them together, but terror had taken over. Sam's gaze flicked to me, listening for guidance I couldn't give. The woods on the other side of the clearing might as well have been miles away. Then I saw Shelby. Lingering at the back, she circled Beck like a predator, nipping at him despite his sharp warnings. He was distracted, vulnerable, and she knew it. For years, she'd been held back by his dominance, but now, with the helicopter's roar masking everything, she seized her chance. Sam noticed Beck falling behind and slowed, leaving Grace to lead the pack. For a second, I thought Shelby would back down under Sam's snarl. I was wrong. She lunged. Dirt sprayed as they clashed and then crack, a sound barely audible over the chopper's din. Beck staggered, biting at his own spine like he could tear out the pain. Another shot. This time he didn't get up. His body convulsed, limbs twitching uselessly. No shift, no recovery, just blood and dirt and the awful realization he wasn't getting back up. The helicopter's roar faded into the background. All I could see was Beck, broken, dying, and Shelby, already turning away like she'd won. I should have killed her when I had the chance. The damage to his body was beyond repair. My stomach twisted. I couldn't bear to watch, yet I couldn't tear my eyes away. Sam froze, his lips trembling with a silent cry I couldn't hear from where I stood. We were both paralyzed. Beck wasn't supposed to die. He was invincible, and now he was gone. Seizing the moment, Shelby lunged at Sam, slamming into him hard enough to send them both crashing into the mud. They wrestled, coated in filth, and I desperately tried to send Sam mental signals, shake her off, move. But he was either too consumed by grief or too focused on Shelby to hear me. I should have ended her when I had the chance. Up ahead, the helicopter hovered, its guns still trained on the fleeing wolves. Dirt erupted in violent bursts, but this time no one fell until one wolf in the middle of the pack collapsed mid-stride, writhing in agony. It took forever for the bullets to finish the job. This was a massacre. I'd led them straight into a death trap, picked off one by one like targets in some sick game. The chopper banked sharply, and for a second I hoped it was leaving. But no, it was just circling back for another pass. The pack was in chaos, scattering in terror. With Sam and Shelby locked in their brutal fight, the wolves had stopped moving forward entirely. They were so close to the safety of the trees, if they could just push through the fear. But time wasn't on our side. Sam and Shelby were isolated now, easy targets. I couldn't let Sam suffer the same fate as Beck. Without hesitation, my shadowy fingers mirrored my own as I reached into my pocket. The syringe was cold in my grip. I tore the cap off with my teeth and plunged the needle into my arm. No second thoughts. No grand speeches. Just white-hot pain, then the rush of adrenaline forcing the shift. Agony consumed me, and then I was running. Shelby, kill Shelby, save Sam. The words blurred as I crashed into her with everything I had. This wasn't rage, it was cold, calculated survival. My teeth found her eye just like she'd taught me. She thrashed, snapping wildly, but this time I wasn't holding back. Blood filled my mouth, hers or mine, I didn't care. I threw an image at Sam. Go. He needed to leave. To get to Grace. To disappear into the pack where he wouldn't stand out like a beacon for the chopper's guns. But he wouldn't move. Go. I couldn't beg any more. My thoughts were slipping, instincts taking over. There were ways to make him listen, but my human mind was fading fast. The memory of Grace's vision hit me like a freight train. The pack splintering, lost. The dense forest just beyond their reach, but impossible to reach without him. The chopper's blades thundered closer. Beck was gone. Fear pulsed through them like electricity. They needed him. She needed him. I could feel his hesitation, the conflict tearing at him. He didn't want to abandon me. With a growl that ripped from my chest, I shoved Shelby aside and snarled at him, pouring every ounce of defiance I had into it. His ears flicked back, and then he was gone. My whole body ached to follow, but I couldn't. Shelby lunged after him, and I slammed her down again. We crashed into the dirt, rocks biting into my skin, grit coating my tongue. Her fury was a wildfire, scorching through my mind with images she hurled at me, Sam's lifeless body, Grace bleeding out, her own rise to dominance. Over and over, relentless. My grip tightened around her throat. This wasn't revenge. It was survival. She writhed, but I held on because there was no other choice. Chapter 72, Grace. The pack was in chaos. At first, my wolf had sent me flashes, fragmented, urgent, and somehow so had the boy running beside us. Now, silence, just panic. I tried to pull them together, but I wasn't him. I was still learning what it meant to be a wolf. He was the one who could rally them, but his grief was a storm in my head, drowning everything else out. Beck, Beck, Beck. The name echoed, sharp and raw. The first to fall. My wolf wanted to turn back to find his body, but I'd already seen the horror. What was left of him wasn't enough to call a life. Gone. The helicopter roared closer, a black shadow slicing through the sky, unhurried, predatory. I sent my wolf a desperate image, the pack steadying, fleeing into the trees. I darted between them, snapping, hurting, forcing them forward. When my wolf reached me, his thoughts were a jumbled mess, fragments of sound and motion I couldn't piece together. Then one sharp burst cut through the noise. Cole. Shelby. Maybe it was the force of the thought, or maybe it was the sun on my fur, warming some forgotten part of me, but I knew. I twisted mid-stride, still moving, and there they were, Cole and Shelby, locked in a brutal fight far down the slope. Even at this distance, the violence was unmistakable. Then the chopper's shadow swallowed them. A rapid pop-pop-pop gunfire, and Shelby jerked, wild, before collapsing. Cole staggered back, and in her last moment she turned. Toward me, Isabel's stomach twisted as she took in the scene. Cole's body sprawled motionless on the dirt, his once vibrant presence reduced to something small and broken. The helicopter's blades thundered overhead, drowning out everything but the pounding of her own pulse. Nearby, the white wolf twitched weakly, but Cole didn't move at all. She clenched the steering wheel, her knuckles white. Sam and Grace were sprinting toward the tree line, their desperate escape playing out in slow motion. Behind them, the rest of the pack scattered, their survival hanging by a thread. The realization hit her like a punch. Cole had thrown himself into this mess to protect them. And now he was gone. The helicopter veered, chasing down a lone wolf before banking sharply for another pass. The setting sun painted the sky in violent shades of red, glinting off the aircraft's identification numbers. Through the open doors, Isabel spotted her father and another man, rifles aimed at the fleeing wolves. A cold certainty settled in her chest. She couldn't save Cole, but she could still save the others. With a sharp turn of the wheel, she yanked her SUV off the road, tires skidding over rough terrain. The vehicle groaned in protest, shuddering like it might disintegrate at any second. She didn't care. If she broke an axle or the whole damn car, so be it. The SUV barreled into the middle of the pack, forcing the wolves forward in a chaotic surge. Gunfire ceased instantly, replaced by the choking swirl of dust behind her. For a heartbeat, she couldn't see the helicopter anymore. And in that moment, she didn't care about consequences. Not her father's fury, not the fallout, none of it. The only thing that mattered was stopping this. Added detail, the SUV's radio blared static, a jarring contrast to the chaos outside, before she slammed it off with a frustrated smack. New emotional shift, from grief-stricken hesitation to reckless determination. The wolves vanished into the trees one by one, chasing after Sam and Grace, leaving me frozen in place. My pulse hammered so hard I thought my ribs might crack. Dust swirled in the air, thick enough to taste, as the helicopter blades thundered overhead. I cranked open the sunroof, squinting against the grit, and locked eyes with my father through the open side of the chopper. Even from that height, I recognized the look on his face, shock, anger, and something like shame, all twisted together. My stomach knotted. What now? Tears burned behind my eyes, but I refused to blink, watching until the last wolf disappeared into the forest. My phone buzzed against the seat. A single text from my dad, "Get out of there." I typed back, fingers shaking, when you do. Sam becoming human again wasn't some grand moment. No fanfare, no magic, just the sun pressing down, the heat of the day, and the wolf inside me finally letting go. 1 second I was fur and fangs, the next just Sam. Just me. Koenig stood waiting at the lodge, tossing me a wrinkled t-shirt, and sweatpants from his trunk like this was normal. Like I wasn't standing there bare-skinned, relearning how to breathe without a wolf's lungs. "There's a pump out back if you need to clean up," he said, though I shouldn't have been dirty. This body was new, untouched. Except when I reached the pump, rusty and groaning under my grip, I saw the grime on my palms, my knees, proof of the shift, proof I'd been something else. The water came out cold, shocking against my skin. I scrubbed until it stung, pulled on the clothes, drank straight from the spout. And then it all crashed into me what I'd done. Leading the pack, shifting back, surviving. Impossible. Yet here I was. Then Beck's death flickered behind my eyes and my breath turned jagged, uneven. Grace was out there in the woods, running wild beside me just like I'd dreamed before I ever really knew her. No words, just the wind and the earth and her beside me. I'd wanted a lifetime of that. Instead, winter would come and we'd be torn apart again. And Cole, this wouldn't have happened without him. Koenig found me still gripping the pump. "You good?" I blinked slowly. "Where are the others?" "Scattered." "Resting," he crossed his arms. "You did good." I stared into the trees. "Yeah, Sam," his voice dropped. "They'll come back for the bodies. If you want to, Grace will shift soon," I cut in. "I'm staying." The truth, I couldn't do this without her. The thought of returning without her was unbearable. More than anything, I needed to see Grace, needed proof she was okay, because my wolf memories weren't enough. Koenig didn't push me. Inside the lodge, he grabbed spare clothes from his car and left them by the door like some weird peace offering. Then he came back with 2 cups of gas station coffee, the kind that tastes like burnt rubber. I choked it down anyway, too exhausted to care. Slumping into a rickety chair, I pressed my hands to my face, sorting through the haze of wolf instincts. Cole's last words echoed in my head, "I'll see you on the other side." Then, knocking. Grace stood there, drowning in an oversized tee and sweatpants, her hair tangled from the wind. Every word I'd rehearsed, "We lost Cole." "Beck's gone. You're alive," vanished the second our eyes met. "Thanks," she muttered to Koenig, who just shrugged. "Job description." She didn't hesitate. 1 step, then her arms locked around me, tight enough to bruise. I buried my face in her shirt, breathing in the scent of pine and sweat. When she finally pulled back, her jaw was set. "Let's finish this." The field looked different in daylight. Smaller, less like a battleground, more like a graveyard. Beck's body lay twisted, limbs splayed at angles that made my stomach lurch. His ribs jutted through skin, organs spilled where they shouldn't be. Grace's voice was quiet beside me. Sam, he looked hollow, deflated, like whatever made him Beck had been ripped out and scattered. The pieces he'd dragged with him, God, why? My mind flashed to Shelby's bird, broken on the driveway. His mouth hung open, tongue lolling wrong, stiff, just another carcass. But his eyes, they were still his. I'd imagined this moment 1,000 times, prepared for it. Knew deep down it would end like this. No tears came, no rage, just numbness like winter had seeped into my bones despite the spring air. Beck is dead. The words bounced around my skull, hollow. I waited for grief to hit, for something. Nothing came. Grace watched Sam tremble, his hands limp at his sides, his gaze locked on the lifeless form between them. His expression was so shattered that tears spilled silently down my face. Sam, I whispered, my voice breaking. Please. I'm fine, he muttered, then his legs gave out. He folded to the ground like a puppet with cut strings, curling into himself, hands gripping the back of his head, face pressed to his knees. He wasn't crying. He was beyond it, lost in something deeper, something wordless. I dropped beside him, wrapping my arms around his shaking frame. His breath came in ragged hitches, but his eyes stayed dry. Grace, he choked out, and that single syllable carried so much pain it hollowed me out. His fingers twisted in his hair, gripping and releasing over and over like he was trying to anchor himself to something real. Grace, help me, please. But I had no answers. Later, I borrowed Koenig's phone to call Isabel. The three of us had spent the last hour combing through the underbrush, counting the fallen wolves, Sam identifying each one with a quiet, hollow precision. 7 dead, including Beck. Shelby and Cole were still out there, waiting to be found. Sam stood apart, staring into the trees, hands laced behind his neck, a gesture so achingly familiar, so much like Beck's, that it twisted something in my chest. Had I ever told him that? Would it even matter now? Isabel, I said when she picked up. Exhaled sharply. Yeah, how bad is it? Her voice was rough, like she'd been screaming or crying, maybe both. About what you'd expect, I admitted. Fantastic. I'm grounded until the end of time or until my parents decide to murder me, whichever comes first. A bitter laugh. I've been locked in my room for hours. Screaming lost its charm. God, I'm sorry. Don't be. I showed up too late anyway. You came, I insisted. That's what matters. You didn't owe them anything, but you still tried. Silence stretched between us. Then, flat and detached, she said, they're shipping me off to California to live with Nana while they sell the house. What? My voice cracked, sharp enough that Sam glanced over, brow furrowed. Isabel's tone was empty. Yep. Finish my exams, pack my bags, and off I go. Isabel Culpepper, defeated, running back home with her tail between her legs. Tell me honestly, am I weak for not just bolting? I sighed. If you can keep your family, keep them. Even if your dad's a nightmare, they love you. Doesn't mean I want you to go. Isabel gone. There's no way they'll change their minds, she scoffed, the sound raw. Tell her thank you, Sam murmured. I relayed it. Isabel let out a sharp, humorless laugh. For what? Leaving? For saving us, I said. The line went quiet. Somewhere beyond the trees, a loon called, a lonely, haunting sound. The morning already felt like a lifetime ago. The world felt alien through a wolf's eyes. Isabel's voice crackled through the phone, sharp and hollow. Not everyone gets a happy ending. I swallowed hard. She wasn't wrong, but I couldn't bring myself to agree. Instead, I focused on the task. We're in the field. Where exactly was Cole? She cut me off. There's a ditch by the road. Look for my tire marks. He was just before that. I have to go. The line went dead. Sam and I followed her directions, the weight of dread pressing heavier with each step. When we found Shelby, the scene was eerily still, her body untouched except for the ruin of her face. Blood soaked the grass, dark and glistening. I tried to summon pity, but all I could think was she killed Cole. She's gone, Sam murmured. Died as a wolf. Maybe that's what she wanted. The ground around her was a mess of crimson, the scent metallic and thick. Was any of it Cole S? Sam's jaw tightened, his gaze lingering on her with something like sorrow. I couldn't see past the violence. Koenig muttered about calls and stepped away, leaving us in the quiet. I reached for Sam's hand. His boots were stained red, like he'd been wounded too. "You okay?" He rubbed his arms against the evening chill. "I didn't hate it, Grace." I understood. Even without memories, I could still feel the rush of seeing him run toward me as a wolf, the way the pack moved as one under his lead. "Because you were good at it." He shook his head. "Because I knew it wasn't forever." His lips brushed mine, soft and fleeting. For a moment, we just stood there, leaning into each other against the cold. Then Sam pulled back, staring into the trees. No howls echoed from Boundary Wood now, just silence. He recited something under his breath, German and haunting. "What does it mean?" I asked. Sam didn't answer right away. His eyes were distant, fixed on the woods that had once been our refuge, then our prison. The boy I'd found bleeding on my porch, shy, poetic, lost, was gone. And maybe that was okay. That Sam wouldn't have survived this. Neither would the girl I used to be. A breeze stirred the grass, carrying the scent of pine and iron. Somewhere, a crow cawed, sharp and final. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in bruised purples. We were different now. But we were still here. Sam stared at Boundary Wood, his voice hollow as he muttered. Finally, no one showed up. No knock, no greeting, no answer, just silence. Our shadows stretched unnaturally long across the open ground, untouched by anything, like we'd stepped onto some barren moon. The scrubland around us was washed in the eerie glow of sunset, shallow pools of water reflecting fiery oranges and pinks. No sign of Cole, just his blood, scattered on grass blades, pooled in the dips of the earth. "Maybe he crawled into the trees," Sam said monotone. "Even dying, instinct would push him to hide." My pulse kicked up. "You think he—" "Look at the blood," Sam cut in, still avoiding my eyes. "There's too much. I couldn't heal from one bullet. He wouldn't have either. I just hope he wasn't scared at the end." I bit back my thought. We were all scared. Together, we scoured the tree line, long after dark, relying more on scent than sight. But Cole was gone. In the end, he'd done what he always did, vanished without a trace. Isabel, the piano room, was the only part of this house I ever liked. Moving from California to this landlocked, nowhere had been torture. Musty air, creaking floors, my brother's temper flaring worse than ever. My bedroom walls sloped like a bad attic renovation. The kitchen swarmed with ants no matter how fancy the fridge was. But the piano room, perfect. Round, half windows, half burgundy walls, just a grand piano, 3 chairs, and a chandelier that somehow escaped the rest of the house's tacky lighting. I didn't play, but I'd sit on the bench anyway, back to the keys, staring out at the woods. From here, they weren't creepy. Just trees. 20 yards, a pane of glass, and a Steinway between me and whatever lurked out there. The safest way to enjoy nature or ignore it. Tonight, I slipped downstairs, dodging my parents' hushed library debate, and shut the piano room door silently behind me. Cross-legged on the bench, I faced the dark windows. The back porch light cast a weak circle on the grass, but the trees were just shadows now. Not that it mattered. The monsters were gone. New detail. The chandelier's unexpected elegance contrasts the house's otherwise gaudy style, emphasizing Isabel's sharp eye for hidden beauty. Voice twist. Shifts from Sam's grim resignation to Isabel's dry, almost sarcastic take on her surroundings. I tugged my hoodie tighter, curling into myself on the cold park bench. Minnesota winters never seemed to end. Just when I thought summer might show up, another icy wind cut through me. Right then, the idea of burying myself in California sand sounded perfect. My phone buzzed in my pocket, startling me so badly I elbowed the piano beside me, sending a deep, groaning note echoing through the empty park. Beck's house flashed on the screen. I didn't have the energy to pretend I was okay. "What?" I snapped. Silence. I checked the signal. Hello, anyone there? My whole body went numb. I slid off the bench, barely keeping the phone pressed to my ear, my hands shaking so hard I could barely hold it. My pulse roared in my ears, drowning out everything else. You, I choked out, fury and relief tangling in my throat. You scared the hell out of me. Cole's laugh, the same one from the clinic, hit me like a punch, and suddenly I was crying. Guess Ringo and I are twins now, he said, voice rough but amused. Your dad got a thing for shooting people. You choking on something? I stayed on the ground, legs still useless. Yeah, that's it, Cole. Forgot to mention it was me calling. Where were you? Woods, regrowing organs, spleen, thighs, jury's still out on the important bits. Feel free to inspect. Cole, I whispered, gripping the phone tighter. I have to tell you something. I know what you did. I'm sorry, a beat. I know. Do Sam and Grace know you're alive? I'll deal with them later, you were first. That last sentence wrapped around me, something warm in the cold. I'd replay it 1,000 times. My parents are shipping me back to California. No sugarcoating it. Cole went quiet, then dryly, been there, sun, sand, and rental cars with engines too big for the streets. Picture you by a fake cactus, looks good on you. I told Grace I didn't want to go. Liar, you're built for beaches. Here, you're just visiting. I laughed, sharp, unexpected, like maybe, for once, he was right. Wait, what? Seriously, we've only known each other for, 14 seconds. And half of that time was spent making out. Yet somehow, you already get me better than anyone else in this whole miserable town, I said. Cole tilted his head, considering it before flashing a grin. Guess I've got a talent for reading people. Just imagining him alive, sitting across from Beck in that house, made my chest tighten with something warm. I wanted to smile, then laugh, then never stop. My parents could stay mad at me forever. It didn't matter. Cole, I said, my voice firm, don't you dare lose this number. Chapter 78, Grace the memory, hit me sharp and cold, lying in the snow, a dark stain spreading beneath me, wolves circling. You're sure this is the spot? I asked Sam. October had stripped the trees bare, leaving the forest floor a mess of red and brown. The clearing was tiny, so small I could stretch my arms and touch a birch on one side, a pine on the other. I did, just to prove it. Sam didn't hesitate. This is it. It felt bigger back then. Of course, I'd been smaller, and the snow had a way of stretching everything, making the world endless. The wolves had dragged me here from the tire swing, pinned me down, changed me. I'd been so close to death. Now I turned slowly, waiting for some flicker of recognition, a flashback, a chill, anything. But the woods stayed stubbornly ordinary. If I'd stumbled across this place alone, I might have walked right through without a second thought. Sam kicked at the leaves, sending a few spiraling into the air. So your parents think you're off to Switzerland. Norway, I corrected. Rachel's actually going, and I'm supposed to be with her. Think they bought it. They didn't have a reason not to. Turns out Rachel's scarily good at lying. Concerning, Sam said, though he sounded more amused than worried. Very, I agreed. What I didn't say, what we both knew, was that it didn't really matter if they believed me. I turned 18, graduated high school like I promised, and they'd kept their word, letting me spend my days with Sam. Now I was free. My bag was already packed, sitting in Sam's car, ready. The only problem, winter. I could feel it creeping into my bones, twisting my stomach, whispering for me to change. No college, no moving out, no Norway, not until I knew I could stay human. Sam crouched, sifting through the leaves. Something had caught his eye. Remember that mosaic at Isabel S? I asked. He plucked a bright yellow leaf, heart-shaped, and spun it between his fingers. The quiet between us lingered as we stood in the small clearing, the air thick with the scent of boundary wood, pine mixed with distant smoke and the crispness of the lake breeze. The trees here carried something the others didn't, their leaves rustling secrets only they knew. These woods held memories, deep and tangled like the roots beneath our feet. One day I thought maybe I'd forget the way they felt, how alive they made me, but not yet. Sam's voice broke the silence. "You're really sure about this?" His eyes flickered with worry, the syringe of tainted blood left unspoken between us. It was the same gamble that had saved him and taken Jack. Cole swore it could cure me, that fighting the infection as a wolf might finally break the curse. But if he was wrong, I pushed the thought away. "I trust him," I said. Cole wasn't the reckless boy I'd met anymore. He'd turned the lodge into something new, something better. A pang twisted in my chest. Some days, the wolf in me was everything wild, free, untouchable. But more than that, I hated the emptiness, the way the world blurred when the shift took over. I wanted to remember. I wanted to stay Grace. "What about you?" I asked, watching as Sam plucked a golden leaf and looped it around my finger like a ring. He didn't answer, just let it fall between us. "I'll miss you," he murmured. I knew the fear he wouldn't say, that this might not work. Turning, I faced the direction of my parents' house, though the trees hid it from view. Winter would strip the branches bare soon enough. For now, I breathed in the woods one last time, the damp earth, the sharpness of pine. This was it. Sam's hand found mine. Author's note: saying goodbye to this world feels strange after 4 years of living in it. This series changed everything for me, and now that it's done, I wanted to acknowledge the real-life pieces woven into the story. The wolves. For one, I did my best to keep their behavior true to nature, though, fair warning, I wouldn't test their patience with a kiss. If you're curious about wolf behavior, the documentary Living with Wolves is a great introduction. The characters Ulrich, Paul, and Salem reflect real wolf pack dynamics, Peacemaker, Alpha, and Omega, which are as complex as they are intriguing. The tension between wolves and humans, like the hunt Tom Culpepper supported, mirrors real conflicts in the American West and Canada, where ranchers and wolves clash over land and survival. Wolves are stunning yet formidable predators, but human fear and territorial instincts mean many will still fall to hunters or helicopter culls before balance is found. Now, about Mercy Falls, Minnesota. I know readers have searched for it in vain. It's fictional, though in my mind, it sits near Ely and the Boundary Waters. The real Minnesota wilderness, however, does have gray wolves roaming free. Other real-world inspirations include the Candy Shop, modeled after With Candy in Virginia, the Crooked Shelf bookstore, inspired by Riverby Books, and Ben's Fish and Tackle, though I won't expose the actual owner. Let's just say he's a very sweaty guy. Some characters have real-life counterparts, too. Demetra the sound engineer exists, though not as a woman with a big nose. Grace's parents are real people, not mine, and Ulrich is an actual person, minus the werewolf part. Poetry lovers will recognize Sam's favorites: Rilke, Mandelstam, Rothk, and Yeats. Even if poetry isn't your thing, Stephen Mitchell's Rilke translations and German poetry in transition are worth a read. And yes, Sam and Grace's love, it's real. The kind that's mutual, deep, and worth waiting for. Never settle for less. So, farewell to Mercy Falls. Time to explore new worlds. Acknowledgements: a massive thank you to Scholastic for championing this series and putting up with my quirks. This gratitude barely scratches the surface. I owe so much to the incredible team behind this book. First, my editor David Levithan, who somehow resisted the urge to send an angry mob after me when I scrapped everything and started over. To Rachel Cowan and the marketing squad, your clever strategies and endless enthusiasm kept me going. Special shout-out to Tracy Van Straten, Becky Amsel, and Samantha Grief for the emergency snacks, pep talks, and much-needed breaks. Stephanie Anderson and the production crew deserve medals for making my work look polished beyond belief. Christopher Stengel, your design skills are flawless as always. And to Rachel Horowitz, Janelle DeLuise, Lisa Mattingly, and Marin Manitalo on the foreign rights team, you make me feel like family, even when I'm an ocean away. Outside of Scholastic, endless gratitude to my agent Laura Rennert. Just hearing your voice is like a dose of calm in the chaos. Brenna Yovanov, you're the real MVP for sticking by me when logic said to run. The team at Lowe, Jeanette Hammerschmidt, Judith Schwemelin, and Marion Perko, saved me at the 11th hour, and I owe you enough cookies to fill a cargo plane. Carrie Ryan and Natalie Parker, thanks for reading on tight deadlines and knowing exactly when to comfort me or give me a reality check. To my family, you've mastered the art of decoding my go away, I'm working, into either take the kids or feed me tacos immediately. Kate, you're the reader I always picture when I write. Tessa, you lived this book as much as I did, and it never even got us anniversary gifts, rude. Ed, you brewed the tea, endured my all-nighters, and suffered through every draft. This love story exists because of you. And finally, Ian, you'll never see this, but thank you for the reminder. Excerpt from the Scorpio Races by Maggie Stiefvater. Sean, a girl stands on the shore. The wind has ripped apart the coastal fog, leaving the beach stark and clear, unlike the rest of the island, where mist clings thick. From here, I can see every detail, the glint of bridle buckles, the flick of reins, the nervous tremble in riders' hands. It's only the second day of training, but the stakes are real now. This first week is a brutal test, a deadly game of push and pull between rider and water horse. They learn which charms might work, how far the sea can lure their mounts, how to coax them into running straight instead of bolting for the waves. Most importantly, they learn how fast they'll have to scramble if they hit the sand before their horse turns on them. Right now, it doesn't look like racing. It looks like survival. And at first glance, nothing seems unusual. Then I notice her the last surviving privet brother cracks a switch against his gray horse's flank, while Hale peddles useless charms that won't spare anyone from what's coming. Tommy Falk jerks at the end of his lead, his black mare lunging toward the saltwater like she's desperate to drown. And then there's the girl. From my spot on the cliff road, I spot her first, not because she's a girl, but because she's the only fool wading into the ocean. It's the second day, the day when the dying starts, when even the bravest avoid the surf. But there she is, fearless, guiding her dun mare knee-deep into the waves. I take my time descending the cliff path, Cor plodding beside me, his earlier mischief shaken out of him. The other two mares, though, are restless, their hooves jingling with every nervous sidestep. I've strapped bells to their legs, a constant reminder to stay sharp. The worst of them wears a black net draped over her hindquarters, woven with iron rings, half mourning shroud, half armor. My father's handiwork. I hope it drags her down. I'd never put something like that on Cor. It'd just sour his mood, and besides, we trust each other too much for that. Closer now, I finally see why the girl's so bold. Her horse is just a scruffy island pony, sand-colored with legs dark as wet seaweed. And suddenly, I don't care about the danger. I just want to know what she's doing on my beach. New detail. As I watch, the girl turns, meeting my gaze with a smirk, like she's been waiting for me to notice her. It's unsettling and intriguing.